Watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Morning, morning. Welcome to Sewing Street, but not today. No. It is Yarn Lane's 3rd birthday. Can you believe it's 3 years, 3 whole years since we have launched Yarn Lane. So in celebration, Yarn Lane is taking over the whole channel this morning and we have got fantastic guests for you. Oh, we have got yarn galore. Even if you haven't done anything with yarn before, if you've never crocheted, if you're a complete beginner, or if you learned years ago and would like to have a go again, we have got the super talented guests in today. You're absolutely going to love it. I don't even know where to start. I'm putting in my orders for most of everything already. So anyway, let's start. We've got lots of, because we're in celebration, birthday mode, we've got lots of special offers and deals. So the first thing I'm going to show you is everyone who shops today will receive, while stocks last, on the show and on the website, a free notepad with all orders. That's while stocks last. Now, when we decided to give a gift, I had talked it through with Hayley, who was organising them, and I said, well, the one thing that I want as a knitter and crocheter is a book to write all my notes in, because what I end up doing is writing everything all over my pattern and going, oh, remember to decrease here, actually this needs 3 rows, or I did 12 here. And a notepad would be great, but what you need as well, you don't want to have a notepad that you can't hold open. So this is brilliant because it just flips open. It's got all the pages. You can keep them all in there or you can tear them off. Absolutely fab. Now, obviously, you don't have to buy anything to do with Yarn Lane. If you just want the book, that's great. If you buy anything from the website, can be Sewing Street products, can be Yarn Lane products, anything that you buy today, It's all one website anyway. You will, while stocks last, receive one of these, and it is one per customer. But aren't they fab? Nice white clean cover as well, Yarn Lane. Oh, we got an email from Sandra saying, happy birthday, Yarn Lane, love you lots. I know, it's fab, isn't it? And so if you're used to seeing Sewing Street and you're a sewer, you're not a knitter and a crocheter, then stay with us, because you're going to learn so much today. And we are doing an early bird at the beginning of every show as well. So our shows are a little bit different as well, because we're Yarn Lane, aren't we? We're not doing the standard hours, we're shaking it up a bit. So today we're having 4 early birds because we've got 4 guests. Exciting, so not your normal one. So we're going to start with the first early bird, which, in celebration, we've got yarn mugs. Should we start with the pink one? Now we have it in 2 colours. It's a beautiful mug. There we go, early bird. Beautiful mugs come boxed, they're really good for a gift. Ball of yarn with a needle through it. So they're ideal for your cup of tea while you're knitting and crocheting. You could keep all your pencils and pens in it, couldn't you? Lovely gift. Look, beautiful. Comes in a box as well, which is great if you're gifting or you want to send it to you. So that is the early bird. What's the price for that then today, Hannah? Right, so now the normal price for that is £9.99, which is great. I mean, it's a big size mug as well, isn't it? And don't forget even, that when you check out on this, you will get the notebook as well, for completely free. So, what's the early bird's price on that then? £4.99. £4.99. Happy birthday to Yarn Lane. What a lovely gift for somebody as well. Lovely message. Good morning, Rebecca. Settled down with my crochet projects, ready for a lovely Yarn Lane morning, from Rachel in Staffordshire. Absolutely. And I'm thinking, you know, what a lovely thing to have for yourself. You know, you could get a couple, because we've also got it in grey as well. I can show you that one in a moment. We've also got it in grey. You could get a couple of them. When you have your friends around to do a bit of knitting and crocheting, if you're a knit and crochet group, you could all take them with you. Lovely gift for somebody, special prize. How lovely is that? Gorgeous. So it's a 500ml. That is a good size, actually. 500ml. It's dishwasher and microwave safe, so it doesn't matter if your tea goes cold, pop it in the microwave. Right, we have got a price comparison just to show you what a fantastic value our early bird is. So elsewhere, we found it for £11.99. Look, that's exactly the same mug. £11.99. Ours was cheaper anyway. £4.99. So that's the pink one. Keep on checking out for that one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And don't forget that you will be getting your notebook as well. We've got loads and loads of them. I do have to say while stocks last, obviously, but we do have loads. So you hopefully will be fine. But anyone, you've only got to buy one mug, you get the notebook. Yeah, so we thought as well, when we can, we have a little look on the Long River, because that's what, I do anyway, don't you? I always have a check. Look at it, £12.99 on there. Oh, and they've only got 7 left in stock. Well, they'll still have 7 left in stock by the end of the day, because theirs isn't coming with the notebook and theirs isn't £4.99. So they can keep their 7. Remember, it's Yarn Lane's 3rd birthday today. So welcome to everyone's joining us this morning. You might be new to yarn. You might have joined us for the first time because you are a seasoned knitter and crocheter. You are going to have a delight today. And whatever craft you do, it's always great watching our fab demonstrators, because we've got projects for everyone, whether you're a complete beginner, whether you're intermediate, whether you're more experienced, whether you like more traditional things or modern funky things. We've got everything for you. But to kick off, we have got this special £4.99. Message from Jenny. Happy birthday, Yarn Lane. I'll be working on a blanket I've put aside for a few days, all day today. Well, this is great. And also, remember, we've got a bevy of experts in today. A bevy. So, if you've got any questions, any questions with your bevy, you just message us in, because they know all the answers as well. Right. We've also got it in another colour, as you can see here, to match my cardigan. This cardigan will be on in a moment, just saying, if you fancy the cardigan. It does actually, how nice does that match? I need to have this. Grey. Exactly the same mug, but it's just grey. Has the knitting needle going through the handle. Remember, £4.99. We're doing 4 early birds today. This counts as 1, not 2. It's just got 2 colours. But we've got 4, and we're going to bring them at the beginning of each show today. I'll show you the menu in a moment. Now, over the half of the stock of the pink one is gone. So here's the grey one. Or how about both? Don't they look nice? And they come in box as well. There we go. Look, see, that one comes in a box as well. So really ideal if it's a present, because it's so much easier to wrap, isn't it? It's dishwasher and microwave safe, and it's 400 mils, which is 16. No, there are no handle holes. Oh, Hannah's just saying that she bought one of these theme mugs and there were holes where the handles are. No, there are no holes for your tea to go in. These are just normal. No, there are no holes. These are fixed on. So it's 16.9 fluid ounces or 500 mils. It's a really nice size, isn't it? It's lovely to hold as well. In fact, it feels good for this time of year, doesn't it? So when you've got your knitting or your crochet out, you're sat in front of the telly, then how fab is that? It's 16.9 fluid ounces. Yeah, I just converted that myself. It's not on the box or anything. And don't forget, everyone who shops today while stocks last, get the Yarn Lane notebook. So you can put all your knitting and crochet notes on that. And it's wipe clean as well, which is great. So it means you can use it as a coaster. You can even use it as a coaster because it's wipe clean, should you want to. Right, half of the stock, over half the stock of the pink one has gone. Now, if you've never shopped with us before, so the way that you shop, you don't need to go to the separate website. You can shop on the Sewing Street website. We only have one P&P for the day, which is £3.95. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. So if you buy something now, so maybe you've bought the mug, and then you buy something at 10, and then you get something at 12, you will still only be charged the one P&P, which is £3.95. You won't get charged anymore because your basket will close at midnight, which is great because when we have offers like our early bird offers, if you purchase it beforehand, anything that we lower the price to will be honoured because your basket's closed at midnight. So don't worry about checking out, because the problem is what we find is you put it in your basket, think, oh, I'll just wait and see, and then it all sells out, and if it's in your basket, it's not yours till you check out. But it is only one P&P per day. Oh, loads and loads of you messages. Beverly says, I've ordered 2, one for me and one for my friend. Beverly, that's very kind. And I think that's lovely, isn't it? And so you can have one for you, one for a friend, and you can keep the notebook. Yeah, that's what I would do, because it is only one per customer, unfortunately, that. Yeah, how nice is that? Or you could be really generous and give her the notebook. I don't think I would be. Thank you so much for everyone's messages. We'll get through as many as we can, but obviously we've had loads and loads of them. So thank you for all your lovely messages. And isn't it great that we're still here in 3 years of glorious Yarn Lane. So shall we have a look at what's coming up today? Because it is exciting. Right, so remember there is an early bird at the beginning of every show. So 8 o'clock, we are starting with the fabulous Sam Sabido with the Let It Snow Crochet Shrug, which I'm actually wearing, so a little sneak peek for you. It's available in 4 different colourways. We are also bringing back Sam's bag, which sold out last time in the 3 original colourways, but Sam has designed a brand new colourway for us, a winter one. So if you missed out on the bag last time, that's coming back in this show after we've done the Let It Snow Crochet Shrug. Who needs a Christmas jumper when you can have a Christmas shrug? And what's quite nice, it's more of a winter shrug, so you can still wear it after Christmas. Anyway, that's coming up at any minute now. So Sam will be here till 9:30. Then we have got Kerry Lord from Toft in at 9:30. This is Kerry's second show with us, which I'm really excited about. Her first show with all the vegetables you absolutely loved. And so she's here with all of her Christmas kits, and they are gorgeous. And there's a special offer with Toft today, that anything that you buy from Toft, you will receive a set of 3 Wise Men pin badges for free. For free. And there will be an early bird at the beginning of that show. All of the kits are already available on pre-order, by the way, if you want to get ahead with that. That's at 9:30. Then Kerry will be here for an hour and a half because we just didn't get through everything last time, so we're going a bit longer. Yes. And it's a celebration. Why not? Yeah, all the best parties overrun, and even then I don't think we'll fit it all in. But we're going to try as hard as we can. Then 11, we've got Jane Crowfoot in. We love Jane Crowfoot. She's got loads of blankets with her. We've got complete kits. We've got all the blankets. And she's going to come in and demo them as well. Fantastic. I mean, if you've never seen a Jane Crowfoot blanket, you are in for a treat because they are stunning. So she's going to be in with us at 11. Another early bird will be available at 11. And then to end the show at 12 o'clock, which will be 12 p.m., we have got Stuart's coming in. Stuart Hillard is coming in with his brand new Tessellation crochet blanket. So this is a blanket that he has designed the colourways in association with Stylecraft. We've got the brand new blanket and I'm going to show him how to crochet. It's going to be a bit of a treat, that. And he's also got his sock yarn as well. And he's going to talk to us about sock knitting and show us how to do that. So it's fab, isn't it? It's really fab. The Peter Rabbit. Oh, yes, there it is. Right. Now, if you're going to be watching at 12, just because I've said we've got an early bird at the beginning of each show, let me just give you... We had to beg, borrow and steal to get this as a special early bird at a special price. It's not on the website yet. It will be. We're just sorting that out now. But it's a whole book. Oh, no, it won't be on the website till 12. Oh, all the early birds are being held. This book has got all the knitting patterns for all of the knitting Peter Rabbit. We've got Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. We've got Jemima Puddle Duck. It's got... Oh, I just knocked the mug. Oh. Right, 12 o'clock, Knitting Peter Rabbit, special offer, beautiful book. I'll be showing you through it then. It's gorgeous. We love that book. Anyway, is that all the messages? Have I done everything? Right, how to shop. Yes, so... Now, a lot of you think it's Yarn Lane. Do I shop somewhere else? No, it's easy peasy. We only have the website, sewingstreet.com. Go on to sewingstreet.com. In the normal way, if you're a Sewing Street customer, you go onto the website, or you can use the free phone number, UK call centre, because it's just upstairs, 0800 001 4433. And if you want to talk to somebody and you rather order by phone, or if you've got any questions, you've mixed up your order, or you can't remember the code or whatever, obviously, it's easier to shop on the website because there's pictures on it, so you can see what you're ordering. And sometimes it just makes it a little bit easier because then you have a look. So what you need to do is go on to sewingstreet.com. Then click on Watch Live, which is at the top. Don't worry that it's... Don't click on Yarn Lane, just click on Watch Live because that's where everything is. And then if you scroll down from there, that's where... So look, there's the early bird, there's the pink yarn mug. Remember, getting very low in stock for that now. Close to selling out. Then coming up, so today's show deals will be the things I've already shown you. Coming up on today's show, the things I haven't shown you yet. So here's all Sam's shrugs and her bags. We've even got the handles in for them. Very exciting. We've got lining fabric for them, scissors. Those are, now you can buy the Toff 3 Wise Men pin badges for £21. But anything that you buy from Toff today, you will be sent a free set of them. Oh, but that's only for the Toft items, obviously. And look at these kits. I really want to look at... You can even buy the 3 Wise Men crochet kit to match the pin badges. Are they not adorable? Look at those. The Nativity... Oh, I mean, they're just beautiful. We've got the Christmas trees. Love them. Stockings. Look at the poinsettia. It's brilliant, isn't it? And these make great Christmas gifts. This is one of my exciting things. We have got the whole lot. In fact, Kerry is just arranging them all as we speak, making all the birds sit up. So we have got a complete kit of the 12 birds of Christmas, which she's going to be explaining to us. I mean, it is an absolute delight. There they are. Look, there's Kerry's just setting them all up there. Yeah, that's Kerry's from behind. In action. She's making all her birds sit up. And all of the Yarn Lane items are on there already. So a lot of our stuff, as you know, sells out. So if you want to get ahead, then go onto the website and you can get ahead before we even hit the shows. Fabulous. And don't forget, everybody who orders today while stocks last will receive the free Yarn Lane notepad which is exciting. Right, and I'm going to come over to Sam. Gosh, look at that. That took a long time, didn't it?
A lot to go through.
There's so much. Right, I'm back. I'm back. Anyway, Sam, welcome, Sam. Look at us in our crochet shrugs.
Matchy.
These are great, aren't they?
Great,
I
yeah.
love them. So this is kind of your Christmas cardigan.
So I was looking to design a Christmas jumper / cardigan, and I wanted it to be something that was very wearable. So we've got that kind of wintry feel. It doesn't have to just be a
you
Christmas
can
day
you can wear this all winter,
exactly.
autumn long,
so
can't
you?
you?
Could make it, next week.
So
and
what's
start
the
wearing
style aspect of it then?
Well, it's a shrug, so it's also very simple to make because it's a bit like making a blanket.
Oh,
so you make
okay.
a rectangle, and then you add
You
your
need to put the braids on
sleeves
the
and your
table.
cuffs. So, and then you edge it. So it's just really straightforward to make, and it's really comfortable to wear.
It's nice back, look, because the back sort of like goes down, covers your bottom nicely.
Yes, it does. It's
I
a
do
nice
like
shape,
something that
isn't
covers
it?
my bottom, and then it
Yeah.
shrugs. Then you can put a tie on
If you want, you can put a tie on it, or you could, if you wanted it fastened up, you could use a brooch or a button. And then you've got these snowflakes all the way around the edge, and also you probably can't quite see, but right down the back as well.
It's gorgeous.
So they just frame it, the snowflakes. So it's kind of a tasteful Christmas wear.
It is very, and it'd be lovely for Christmas dinner, wouldn't it?
Oh,
'Cause
wouldn't it?
just
Yeah.
lovely. Now, if you're new to Yarn Lane, you haven't met Sam before. Sam is our crochet garment expert.
Oh, thank you. That's a title I haven't heard before.
Crochet, because nearly every month, I would say, you bring in a new kit.
I do.
And it's
Yeah.
sometimes bags, but quite often.
Yeah, designed for Yarn Lane.
Designed specifically for Yarn Lane. Extremely popular. Most often your kits sell out.
Yes,
Everyone
yeah,
loves it
they
because they're
often
easy.
do,
I have personally crocheted loads of Sam's stuff, and it is easy peasy. But even if you're new to crochet, you can do these because all the instructions are really well explained. And then on your website, there are tutorials.
Yes, I've got a YouTube channel. There's tutorials on there. I've done some tutorials already for the snowflake squares. So the part that's slightly more complex with this shrug is the snowflake squares. The rest of it is just trebles. So it is a really straightforward make.
Oh, excellent. And what's the size range on this?
So you've got extra small up to 5XL.
So what's that in?
About a 60-inch
Oh, wow.
circumference is the largest. So you've got enough in the kit to make.
That's good. And there's and it doesn't have to have fastenings or anything like that.
It depends how you want to wear it as to whether you want a fastening or not on it.
It's fab. So let's have a look at the kits. I'm going to start with the red one because that's the one that Sam's wearing. So this is the kit. You get all of this yarn, loads. Ooh. So how many balls do you get?
So you get 8 balls of the main colour and then 1 ball of the twinkle. So
this isn't plain white, it's a sparkly white.
Yeah.
So that's all the yarn that you will get. And obviously you get the pattern. We'll have a look through the pattern in a moment. I just want to get through the kit. This is enough for the largest size. So this is a really high premium quality acrylic
really
yarn.
lovely soft acrylic.
It is beautiful, soft. So it's great because if you're allergic to wool or if you're an itchy person, it's brilliant. It's also fully washable as well, which is brilliant. Message. Happy birthday, everyone, especially Sam for helping me to learn to crochet from Karen.
Lovely. Thanks, Karen.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Don't forget, everyone in shops today will get the notebook while stock's last. So you get all of the yarn in here for the biggest size. Oh, yes. Can we have a little twirl, Sam?
Yes.
Yours?
So I'm wearing the extra large. So
look at that. And it goes really, you can't see that, but it goes all the way, it goes right down. Yeah, that's your Christmas morning. That's lying on the sofa watching the telly, eating Quality Street.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's very wearable.
It's a lovely kit as well. At this time of the year, I was out for dinner with somebody on Saturday. They said, "Oh, what can I buy my mum for Christmas? I need to," because she knits or she creates. I can't remember what she did. Well, both actually. That's right. And I was thinking, actually, well, a kit is a great present for somebody who knits or crochets.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they'd be thrilled
because they've got everything. You know, you've got the pattern, you've got all the yarn. All you'll need to do is add the crochet hook. We don't put that in because lots of you have them and then you'd end up with loads of them. Loads of you have checked out on this one already. So, but we're going to go through all the colours because I know you need to decide that. So let's go grey next, which is the one that I'm wearing. The grey is very popular. So this is the grey kit. Again, you get 8 balls of the grey yarn and 1 ball of the white twinkly sparkly yarn. And obviously pattern. Quarter of the stock of the grey one has already gone. Oh, and the pink yarn mug has sold out. So if you want a yarn mug, you have to have a grey one. Right, to go with your cosy cardigan.
Shrug, yeah.
Yeah, to match your shrug.
Which is good.
Should we do blue next? So here's the blue one. I'll bring her forward. We didn't have another person. We should have got Hannah to wear it, really, shouldn't we?
That was...
Hannah said her hair wasn't right today, so, because I said, you can wear it, Hannah. Her hair wasn't right. There's the blue one. Now, on the mannequin, actually, you can see, because it's a bit taller than Sam and I, you can see the back better. In fact, if I lift it up, look, they're even... Wait, what's in the way? That's in the way. Just trying to work out. There we go. There's snowflakes across the bottom as well. It's a lovely blue. I would say this is like a cornflower blue.
It is really lovely.
Isn't it?
And I think this is a good one for wearing with anything.
Yeah,
so
that's
you've got
true.
the red and the green that are very obviously Christmas, and then I think you've got the grey and the blue that are more subtle, and you could wear it with just jeans or over a dress or...
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So I think the grey and the blue, I love the red. I really...
Yeah.
I didn't make this one. My friend Deb's made this one. I made the blue one.
It's a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
But won't that look nice Christmas? Well, I mean, what's nice
More of a wintry look, isn't it?
is that it doesn't have to be Christmas,
No,
does it?
exactly.
It can be wintry. And once you've done it, you see you've always got that snowflake pattern. Do you think you can make a whole blanket of snowflakes? Once you've made that. So that's the blue one. Let me show you the kit. It's exactly the same as the others, only it's got blue yarn in it, obviously. So for the blue one, let me move the red and the green one. This too, I keep moving the table. There's the blue one. You get 8 balls of blue yarn and 1 of twinkly sparkly white. And obviously you get the full pattern, which we will be going through in a moment, all in an envelope, all there for you. So it's easy. You can keep it, put it to one side. You can put all your notes that you make rather than write all over your pattern like I do. Or you can put your yarn lane notebook. Right, and then finally we'll do green. Now you can obviously, we'll talk about this in a minute. This one is done as a bit of a cropped one, hasn't it?
Yeah, so this is the smallest size basically, so that's why it looks smaller. So and it's got longer sleeves. So
oh, I see. Oh, yeah. So mine's got short. Oh,
yeah,
this
so
has got
you
like
can
full
choose
length
your
shirts.
sleeve length, which will partly depend on your height.
Right.
But you can also choose whether you want a straight sleeve. So this one, I think this one's a straight sleeve, and this one's a straight sleeve. But I've also included a decreased sleeve. So the one you're wearing and the blue one have a decrease in them.
I see.
So you can choose what sleeve style you want when you come to add the sleeve.
So I'll show you the back of the green. You can see it better on the shorter
so you
one.
can see the nice shape of that.
There we go. So that's the green one. But obviously, all the yarn bundles have got enough yarn to make any of the sizes. We've just got them here in different sizes. So the green one, there you go. You get all the 8 balls of green yarn and 1 of the twinkly sparkly white, and then you get the full pattern as well. So a few messages I'm just going to read out. Good morning, Rebecca. Happy birthday, Yarn Lane. I will not be moving from my sofa this morning. Yay, from Jacqueline. I'm glad. Luckily, we have got little breaks, so you can go and have a wee and a cup of tea or something. But other than that, don't move from the sofa. Happy birthday. I've just bought the red one. I haven't crocheted for ages, but I've been able since a child. So excited to be able to do this. Maggie from Ayrshire.
Brilliant. That's so great to hear, isn't it?
Because I know quite often you learn a bit of crochet as a child and then you never do it again. But you need something like this to just kick-start that whole thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Motivated by a project that you want to wear.
And then just don't forget about the notebook. Everyone who shops today, whether you buy on the items that we're selling on air this morning or whether you are shopping on the website or you're buying stuff from Sewing Street, everyone will have a free notebook, but while stocks last, obviously. And everything is bought through the Sewing Street website, okay? So even if you buy yourself a thimble, packet of needles, creative grid ruler, whatever, you will get the Yarn Lane notebook while stocks last. Right, so Sam, let's talk about, because you were just saying about the sleeves.
Yes, the sleeves and the sizing, because you mentioned about this one, the green one being cropped. So your first thing that you're going to need to decide is what size you'd like to make.
Okay.
So obviously the bigger the size, the bigger the whole thing. And because you're making a rectangle that you then shape into a shrug, the bigger the rectangle gets, the bigger it gets. So when you're choosing which size to make, if you make it in your true to life size, it will end up oversized like this one, so there'll be a looseness to it.
Oh, okay, because that's the point.
Because that's the point, exactly. But if you want a more fitted style, you can make one of the smaller ones, and it will be more shaped on you. So it just depends what look you want. So as you said, we've got them here in different sizes. So you're wearing, if you don't mind me saying, the large, and this one's the small medium.
I'm wearing the most popular colourway. Just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, over half the stock of the grey is gone.
Ah, so yeah, so you can choose how you want it to look when you start making it. So
Right.
really do have a think about that, because you can see from seeing these on us that it varies.
Yeah, so if you
size
want
you make
a
varies
fitted one, then go down a size.
Go down
And
one
if you want
size.
a more a looser fit casual one,
exactly.
then go to your true size.
Yeah, so if you want, say you've got a Christmas dress or a Christmas event you're going to, you bought a Christmas dress for and you thought that looked nice over the top of it, you probably want to go down a size when you're choosing which one to make.
Use your
so
true
that you
size.
get that sort of, so you get that more fitted look. 'Cause it'd be a really nice sort of bolero type
Yes,
shrug
I see
over
what
a
you mean,
dress.
yes.
But if you want to do something you wear with jeans, just casual, throw it on, go for your true to life.
Right,
size. So it's
okay.
in the pattern, but just so you know. So that's the first thing, is deciding which size to make. And then as you go along, if you make it for yourself, I always say try it on. So as you're going along, try it on. And when you get to the part of assembling it, that's when you can decide what kind of sleeves you would like.
Oh, okay.
So you for both sleeves, you assemble it in the same way, which I'll
So
talk
this
about,
is
but
this sleeve is different.
that's got a decrease in it, so you can see, whereas this one hasn't. Now, Deb's is shorter than me. I was going to say significantly shorter. I thought maybe she wouldn't like me saying that. Sorry, Debs, if you're watching. But so she's literally just put a very short sleeve on this.
Oh.
So you can choose the length as well as the finish of your sleeve.
And that's the great thing about making your own, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that like you've got a little cuff, I've got a really long cuff, so it depends what look you're
and
after.
if you want, you know, if you don't like the feeling of a tight cuff, then do the straight one. But if you like the feeling of a more fitted cuff, then you can make it to fit you. So
Karen says, thanks for teaching me to crochet, Sham. Love Karen and the cats.
Oh, Karen and the cats, how lovely. Oh, you're very welcome.
And loads of you have been messaging with happy birthday. Thank you so much. It is our 3rd birthday today.
It is, yeah.
Now, the green one looks slightly different. It's got even longer sleeves, hasn't
So this one, so where it is the smallest size, Teresa Streeter made this for. We must thank her. So this is Teresa's sample, and she made the smaller size. And then when she put it on, she wanted a longer sleeve. I've never met Teresa in real life. I will be doing so in a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing she might be quite tall, so she wanted a longer sleeve on it.
Now, remember, although the green one looks small, this is the smallest size, but the kit, you can make the largest size, so you can make the grey, what it looks like this size, you can make what the red one does. Remember, don't look at it and think, oh, I can't make the green one because it's that small. There's enough yarn to make all the sizes. Happy birthday from Collector in East Riding. Would there be enough yarn to make it in a solid colour?
So with the snowflakes in the green as well,
Yeah.
presumably. Yes, definitely. I mean, the snowflakes are very little yarn.
Oh, okay.
And maybe also, is it collect, did you say?
Collector.
Oh, collector. Okay.
I never really understand that. We have a lot of collector, and I don't know.
Oh,
it's
it's something that's automatic.
Yes.
Maybe you're thinking you don't want the cuff in the contrasting colourway, so you've definitely got plenty to make it the
Right,
cuff
okay.
in
So
the
yes,
main
you
colour
could have
as
it
well.
all in the same colour.
Yeah.
But remember, there's enough yarn in all of the kits to make any of the sizes. So it's not like the green one, you can only make the small one, or the red one, you can only make a large one. Okay, so now we've decided
What size?
size and sleeve. But
Yeah.
sleeves can be decided at the end.
Sleeves can be decided at the end, so also you can make any of the sleeves that you see here. There's quite a few variations in the
aren't there?
length and the size of them.
Okay.
So you can take any colourway and make it look size-wise and sleeve-wise
Brilliant.
like any of these.
Okay.
So then you start on your squares.
Brilliant. So where do you
that's
start? I'll
where
let you
it's
come in the
yes.
middle.
So I come in the middle, right? So you're going to need your sparkly for the centre of it. So that's always fun.
And there's one ball of sparkly.
One
in
ball
every
of sparkly, which is plenty. This is actually what's left over from me having made my one and then edged two of these. So you get plenty left over. So you can also bring the sparkly into it whenever you like, if you think you might want to, do more around the edges or the cuffs of the sleeve or the edge of the shrug. So you do have plenty of that. Right, so you're going to start by chaining 4. So when I'm doing clothing, rather than making a magic ring, I like to make a chain because I find it's a bit more secure. So I'm doing a chain of 4, and then I'm going to slip stitch in the first chain to make that into a circle. So the first chain is the one that's right next to this knot here. So just pop your hook underneath the loop of that first chain, grab the yarn with your hook and put it back through the chain and the loop on your hook. And then you're going to chain 5.
Oh, do we need to move left a bit? Oh, that's fine. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're chaining 5, and that chain 5 is acting as a treble and a chain 2 space. So that's important to remember, because when you come round to the end, you're going to slip stitch in the third of that 5 chain. So if you're new to crochet, or you're picking it up again after a while, as someone had messaged in saying they haven't crocheted for a while, you're going to, what you can do is put a stitch marker in the chain that you're going to slip stitch into. So I've got a chain of 5 here, and at the end of the pattern it says slip stitch into the third of the 5 chain. So you might want to mark that now with a stitch marker. So you can use a piece of thread, a safety pin, but you can also get these interlocking stitch markers.
We have got stitch markers. These are my favourite ones, actually.
To
If you want a
hand.
pack of stitch markers, £16.99. These are fab because they're different, lots of different sizes, and they open and close really well, and they've got a little case as well. Really, really useful.
Yeah.
So if you need stitch markers, we've got those
They're
there.
really good to have, especially if you're new to crochet or haven't crocheted for a while. They're so helpful. So I've done my chain 5. I've just popped a stitch marker in the third one, just so that I know when I come to the end where to put my slip stitch. So now I'm going to make trebles into this little circle that I made. So find the centre of it, which is here. And then you're going to put your yarn over your hook, put your hook into that circle, hook onto the yarn and pull it back through, which makes 3 loops on your hook. And then grab the yarn and pull it through the first 2 loops, which leaves you with 2 loops, and grab it again and come through the last 2. So far I've got my chain 5, which is acting as a treble. So the top of the treble is where the stitch marker is, a chain 2 space, and I've just made 1 treble. So then you chain 2, and you're going to make another treble in the ring, and you're going to do that 4 more times. That was 1, chain 2, trebles, it's 2, chain 2, and again 3, chain 2, and a final 4th repeat. So that in total, I hope I've counted this right, we shall soon see. In total, you're aiming to have 6 little posts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So those are going to be the 6 sort of spikes of the snowflake.
Okay,
They've probably
yes.
got a technical name, but I've no idea what it would be.
Flakes of a snowflake? I don't know. Icicles?
Sticky bits, whatever, yeah. So now you can
No.
see I've finished with my chain 2, and you can see where I've got the stitch marker. That's where I'm going to put the slip stitch. So that's why, especially if you're new to crochet, it's handy to have these stitch markers to hand. So I'm going to put my hook through the chain that's got the stitch marker in it, hook onto the yarn and bring it back through there, and the loop on my hook. Let's just take the stitch marker out for now. And you can see you've started, you've got a little circle. It looks like a little old-fashioned wheel or a bike wheel or something. These look like little spokes, don't they? So make sure you've got 6 of them at that point. And now we're going to move on to round 2. So there's actually only 3 rounds that make up the snowflake.
Oh, okay.
So it's quite nice and
Yeah.
straightforward. So I'm going to slip stitch in this chain 2 space, which is the 2 chain that was left over when I slip stitched into the third of this 5 chain. But if that sounds a bit confusing, don't worry, it's just in the next hole that comes up. So put your hook in that hole, hook onto the yarn and pull it through there and the loop on your hook. And now we're going to do a chain 3. And again, that chain 3, so this time it's just a 3 chain, it's counting as just a treble. So if you're new to crochet, you might want to put a stitch marker through that third chain that you made.
I think that's really helpful, because I think even if once you've made, say, 5 snowflakes, you don't need to do that anymore. It is quite easy to forget where the tops are and things, isn't it?
And it can be a bit frustrating. And I think, if you put your stitch marker and you've got that guide, it can be really handy.
Well, it really helps, and I think that's
Yeah.
one thing that people often say about crochet is the counting.
Yes.
But if you mark it.
Yeah. And it helps you recognise when you get around where to put it. And then it maybe gives you the confidence to give it a go. So you've got your chain 3 there. So then you're going to do another treble in the same hole. So in that 2 chain space. And then you're going to do a chain 2, which effectively is going to make a corner. And then another 2 trebles back in this same space. So I'm putting them all in the same 2 chain space that I started in. So another 2 trebles in there, like so. And then you're going to go around the whole snowflake and do the same thing in every gap around. So you've obviously got 6 gaps in total. So we've done 1. So in the next gap, which is a 2 chain space, you're putting 2 trebles, chain 2, and another 2 trebles. So that's the second one done, and you're going to repeat that all the way around. So you actually end up with a little hexagon shape.
Oh, okay. So we start off with a hexagon and then it turns into a snowflake.
Yes, we start off with a little hexagon, which you then turn into a snowflake. So that's 2 trebles, chain 2, 2 trebles. So you can see this is really straightforward at this stage. And I've just got 2 more to do. And hopefully on the camera you can see these lovely sparkles. So I really like working with sparkly yarn. It's just especially at this time of year.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
if it's
gorgeous,
catching
isn't
it or not, but it's hard to see sometimes with photographs. And
if anyone's
cameras.
having any trouble with their order at all, phone the free phone number that's on the screen. And don't worry, we've had a couple of messages. You don't need to order the notebook. It will be added automatically to your order. So don't worry, because it's a big celebration. We've got plenty of stock. It will be added to your order. And remember, you're shopping through the Sewing Street website. Sorry, that's just to answer a couple of questions that we've had in. Right, so we've got all the way around. We've now made a sparkly hexagon.
We have.
Like
and
that.
Then there we've got our handy stitch marker showing us where to put the slip
that is
stitch.
really useful, isn't it? I wish when I started crochet, had known about that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even I was doing a Zoom class on Saturday, and even on that class we were using stitch markers to show when we got to the end of the round where to work. So even people who've been crocheting a lot find it really helpful.
And I do. I use them all the time.
Yeah,
all the
it's
time.
it's a nice visual guide. Okay, so now we're going to work a sequence of repeats that are going to shape it even more into a snowflake. So you're going to work in the gap between, in this instance, the chain 3 and the next treble. So we're not going into the actual stitch, we're just going in the gap. And you're going to make a double crochet in there, so you don't need to put your yarn over your hook. You just put your hook into that gap, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, grab the yarn and come through those 2.
So these are all UK crochet terms.
These are all
as well.
UK crochet terms.
Because I've just been doing in American when I'm thinking double. No.
Yeah,
So
no, just it would be
it
a
is
single
UK.
crochet in American. Yeah.
If you're a crocheter, you'll know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's very confusing, but these are UK crochet terms.
UK crochet terms. Okay, so then in the next gap, again, we're putting 2 trebles, then a chain 2, and then 2 more trebles. So this is exactly the same. This bit of this round is the same as what we did before. What's new is that you then put a double crochet in the next gap between 2 trebles. So these are my 2 trebles. I'm going to put a double crochet in that gap. And then a slip stitch in the next gap between 2 trebles. And that gives it a little bit of shape, like it looks a bit floral at this stage.
It does, so
like
now
a
a hexagon
flower.
has become a flower.
Yeah. So then another double crochet between these 2 trebles. And don't worry, this is all written in the pattern. And I have got those video tutorials I mentioned.
Okay,
also.
so you don't actually need to remember this, but it's lovely to see it
it's
visually,
nice
and
to
there are
see how it
tutorials as well.
works.
And are the information about the tutorials in the instructions?
They're not actually, but if you can't find them on my YouTube channel, just email me and I'll point you in the right direction.
Catherine says, I've never crocheted. Do you think I'd be able to make this?
Yes, with the help of the videos. So if you make a note of the date that we're on today, you'll be able to watch this back on YouTube. And you've got my YouTube tutorials.
Right.
And I think, I know some of the people that made the samples are quite new to crochet and they found it fine.
There you go, Catherine. I mean, and also, we think about it, if you are new, you're not making a whole cardigan. You're starting off with a little hexagon, and you're then turning it into a flower, then you turn it into a snowflake, and then you've learned all the stitches.
Yeah.
So then you make another snowflake, and by the time you've made all of them, you know how to make that. And then that's the thing with crochet. I guess because it's not like knitting where you've got to cut, you're doing the whole thing in one go.
Yes, no, that's
You're building it, and
yeah.
And as a result of that, your skills are building at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Message to Wendy, good luck. What are we saying good luck to Wendy for? Hi, Rebecca and Sam. I started the blanket crochet along and then I had an op on my hand, so I still can't do anything. Got the blue shrug. Hope I can one day. Well, Wendy, good luck. Now I know what we're saying. Good luck. Good luck. I
I've
hope
met
it all goes
Wendy
well.
on Zoom. I hope you're getting on all right, Wendy. Yeah, I hope your recovery does.
Well, the exercise on your
improve.
hand will be brilliant.
Well, yes, once you've, yeah.
So that's
so
the same all the way
can.
around. I'm just going to recap the kits
Yeah,
while you're doing that.
absolutely.
So the one that I'm wearing is the grey one, which is not the one in the screen. That's the red one. So the one that's on the screen was the red. There. So the red one, that's the one that Sam is wearing. Remember, there is enough yarn to knit. Ooh, where did that come from? To crochet up to the largest size. You've got all of this. Now, when everyone has checked out of this, there are only 9 remaining. So you've got all the yarn and the pattern to knit up to the biggest size, which is a 60-inch bust.
Yes, it was
so we go
5XL.
all sizes.
Yeah.
So, and you can make it short, you can make it long, you can have short sleeve, long sleeve, all sorts. So that's the one. It's called Ruby. Beautifully modelled by Sam. Not quite so beautifully modelled by me. Only 4 of this one left.
Wow.
We have big stocks. But there's only 4 of this one left. So if you want to knit this one should be called In the Bleak Midwinter.
It's got a very sort of,
that sounds
yeah,
great.
no, it has got
Quite
a
like
very
diamond.
wintry feel, doesn't it?
Oh, I've lost the ball.
Can I just say, Ella Breakspear made that sample for me.
Oh, thank you very much, Ella. It's beautifully made.
Yeah.
Your snowflakes are very even.
Yes, she's done a very good job. Thanks, Ella.
Now, there will be people missing out. We have had extra stock, but we only have a few of these left, so do check out quickly. We've got bags in a moment as well. Then we've got the blue one. Gorgeous blue one. There we go. This is the blue one. I might try the blue one on. Because if the grey one sells out and I'm wearing, that's no good, is it?
No, I need to
wear
see the blue one on, don't they? Definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to be...
Then I can say, I made that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go blue. One moment. Luckily, I have got a top on underneath.
Like I need to hold up a changing
No, I have got my
towel
white
or
top.
something.
Although I've noticed I've got a couple of tea stains on the bottom of my top, but luckily they're below the desk. You would have known if I hadn't told you. But they are below the desk.
Fit, because this one's also an extra large. So
Okay.
So it's going to look big on you because you're small, but...
There we go. Oh, that's
look
lovely,
nice,
isn't
though.
it? How
You can
nice
see that
is
colour.
that? Let me move the grey one out of the way. How nice is that?
It is lovely.
Oh, lovely. Oh, it's really cosy.
It's so nice, isn't it? It's so
So
different
the
when you
other
wear it
one
in
would have been the
different
right size if I was wearing a dress.
Yes, exactly.
But as a cosy thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I really like this colour.
It's a lovely colour.
Morning, what size crochet hook do I need?
Oh, 4mm.
4
or
mil.
whatever you normally use for double knit. Now, I should have said, thank you for that, because I should have said...
We have got a 4 mil crochet.
You've got a tension gauge. So when you choose what size you're going to make, the thing that changes how big it's going to turn out is how big your actual snowflake square is. So there's obviously lots of instructions in here for that, but I have got on the size chart, finished snowflake square when blocked. So please do.
So make that square first.
Yeah.
And then my daughter messaged me yesterday. She was knitting something. She goes, Mum, shall I make a tension square? I went, yes, of course. Why are you even asking me that?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I don't want to. I went, yeah.
I know, well, that's the problem, isn't it? You don't want to, but it's worth it.
And then she said, oh, I've done it. What should I do with it now? I said, just undo it.
Yeah, use it again if it's not the right size.
It was like, of course, yes, you should.
Especially if you're making a clothing item,
Yeah.
it just really helps. So just when you've made your first square, and if you're lucky and it turns out to be the right size, which with most of you it will, then you've made your first square, so there's nothing to lose. It's just all part of
And it is really worth it. Also, I always find whatever I crochet, the first one I do, I nearly always have to undo and do again anyway.
Well, yes,
Anyway.
exactly.
So it's a practice one.
Yeah.
We have got the 4 mil crochet hooks. This is my favourite. You're not allowed to have favourites, but this is my favourite. And remember, even if you're just checking out on this hook, it's Yarn Lane's third birthday, you will get a Yarn Lane book. And you're shopping through the Sewing Street website, don't forget. Right, the final colourway is the green one. The green one is the final one. Now remember that there's enough yarn in the packs to make any of the sizes. So I know the green one looks like a little one, but it could be a big one. Just up to you. There we go. So that's the green one. Right, okay, Sam, so have you gone all the way round now?
Yes, I've gone all the way around. I'm ready to show you how you then make it properly into a snowflake. At the moment, it looks a bit like a flower. So I'm going to just shape this now with my main colour. So I've got the green to show you because I love this green. And it's called Opal, and it's very festive. So as I said, I think you've got the red and the green that are very festive.
Yes, they are. Really, I love them.
I mean, when I put this red one on, I messaged my friend. I was like, you might not be getting this back, Des,
Ever.
because I really love this colour. So anyway, you're going to join your yarn in any of the chain 2 spaces at the top, or the pointy bit of your flower. That's just in that hole there. And then let's just join that. So I put my hook through, pull through a loop of the new colour, the main colour, and chain 1 to secure it. And then you're going to do a chain 1 additional to that and make a double crochet in that same place. So don't put any yarn over your hook, just put hook straight in, pull back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So that's your double crochet in the top of it. And then you're going to again work in the gap between the stitches, and you'll see why as we work. So first you're going to make a half treble in the gap between these 2 trebles that are ahead of us. So if I just lie this down, here's the 2 trebles, you're going in that gap there. So for a half treble, it's yarn over into the gap between the 2 trebles, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through all 3. So you've put 1 half treble in that gap, and now another half treble goes in the gap between this treble and this little double crochet that we made. So it's going in this gap here. So ahead of you, you've got treble, double crochet, and you're putting another half treble in that gap, like so. So you can see, by working in the gaps, it looks spiky, so you start to get that snowflake shape. So we're starting to turn from a hexagon
to a flower to a snowflake.
Exactly. So the next stitch is going a row below, so you normally work into the last row that you made, but this one is going into the row below. It's going between these 2 trebles that we made into that gap there, and it's going to be a long treble. So when you make a long stitch, you have to make it long because it's when you're going into the previous row, so not the last row you made, the one before that. So yarn over, we're making a long treble into that gap, so just in that hole between stitches, pull the yarn through, and where it's long, what that means is you want to pull this loop up so it's the same height, so that loop brings your hook to the same height as the rest of the stitches. So you can see that final loop on the hook is really long, so it's a long treble.
Green looks lovely with that white.
I really love this green. So it's yarn over through 2 because it's a treble, and then yarn over through 2. And now we're going to go even further down. We're going to work into the first row that we made and do a long double treble. So again, it's a long stitch because we're not going into just that last row. We're actually going 2 rows previous, another 2 rows previous, back to that first row, and it's a double treble. So yarn over twice, and you're going to work into the stitch at the top of this first treble that we made. So the place you're going to go is here. So yarn over twice into that treble. Actually, in the slip stitch bits, it's a bit trickier. Pull the yarn back through. Whoops, get it through. Now, this is just tricky because I'm going to the one I slip stitch into, so that'll be easier for you when you go in your stitches. Pull your hook up. Again, you've got a long loop there, and your hook is sitting at the same height as the stitches you've just made, the green stitches.
So do you just pull it a bit looser?
Yeah.
Because when I've done these, I'm never sure how much to pull it.
Yeah, and sometimes it can end up really pulling in because of that. But the trick is, you want your hook to be back up at the same level as the stitches you've just made.
Because I've sort of just guessed and thought, oh, that's fine. So if you keep your hook level...
Use that as a guide, and that will make your stitches sit at the right height, but then you'll have this long part here. And then with a double treble, you grab your yarn and come through the first 2, grab your yarn and come through the next 2, and grab your yarn and come through the final 2. So you can see you've got a double crochet, 2 half trebles, a long treble that goes right down to the previous row, and a long double treble that goes down to the row before that. And you can see, hopefully you can really see with this green, how working the gaps and working those rows previous makes the spiky look of your snowflake.
Oh, it does. It's brilliant.
And then you repeat that in a mirror image going up the other side. So a long treble,
I think you should make one for everyone in the family.
After, do you know what, like yesterday, I was desperate. I hope he's watching and feeling guilty because I wanted my husband, I got my 2 daughters out and myself, and I wanted my husband to wear the red one so I could take a photo of the 4 of us in them. He wasn't having it.
Really?
Yeah.
You've done it before in his pyjama bottoms.
I know. He just wasn't having it yesterday. But it would be nice.
You should have said no Sunday lunch, I'm sorry.
It would be nice to have got to have matching ones.
Yes.
And that's
disappointed.
Yeah.
We're disappointed.
So I've gone all the way along that edge and you can see how that shapes it. And hopefully you can start to see, I've actually got here's one I made earlier in the blue. You can see how it starts to shape it into the snowflake shape. So you're changing that flower.
Yeah. It's amazing because we started off with a hexagon. You can't even see a hexagon.
I
now.
know. It is lovely, isn't it? This took a lot of design work.
Oh, I can imagine.
I was like,
and see,
how can I make
joy.
this happen?
You know, look at the price of this kit. $39.99. You're getting 900 grams of yarn. You are getting this pattern that's taken Sam, I don't even know how long to do. You've got access to the video tutorials of how to do the snowflake. And you've got the pattern and that you can then make more of them. You can buy more yarn then later. You've got the pattern. And I think sometimes we underestimate what the pattern is worth.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got to work any of that.
No, the pattern is...
There's so much, and the patterns are really comprehensive as well, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had a couple of messages about where on YouTube can we find your snowflake?
It's not on there yet because I was waiting to put it on. The films are all done.
Okay.
But it's on the Sam Sabido channel, Sam Sabido Crochets. So you want to look for my channel.
So if you go on YouTube...
Go on YouTube, search Sam Sabido Crochets.
Okay.
And you will find me on there, but you won't find the snowflakes yet because I haven't released it yet. But
right.
they're there, ready
but
to be
this
released.
show will go onto YouTube tonight. Or does it go on after we come off air, Hannah? About it's usually, so it might be a little bit before that. It will be there by the time your kit's there, but it should be there at midnight. So if you have bought the kit and you're waiting for it to arrive, you could have a little practice.
I'll make sure I make my YouTube videos live this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so you can have a go at the snowflake, and you can do your whole tension.
Yes,
so by the time your kit arrives, you'll be raring to go.
That's true. Yeah. So there
fabulous.
You go. Yeah.
Right. So we're going to have to move on to the bag now. Because normally this would be the end of the hour, but we've got Sam for an extra half hour because it is our 3rd birthday. We're allowed to do what we want today. So
exciting.
We have got an extra half an hour. And don't forget, everyone who orders today will have, while stock lasts, a free notepad. OK, so we'll just walk round to the other side. Ooh. So even if you're shopping on the website and even if you're buying Sewing Street items, you will get the free notepad. So, the bag handles. Yes, let me just get those. We're going to start with those because we haven't had these before. Oh, now I've dropped all the bits. Right. So gold. Hang on, gold are the ones I've dropped. One moment. No, it's fine. I dropped half the handle. I'm back. So this, the bag... You can either crochet the handles or you can buy these handles that come separately. How cool are these? Now the string is there just to keep the handles stable. They're not part of the design. So you get in the kit, in the bundle, you get 2 bamboo are they bamboo?
Yes.
Oh, aren't they? 2 bamboo handles. You remove the string, that's just to keep them stable. And then you get these 4, look at these. These are the fixings that attach them, so they go through the handle because there's holes in the handle, and then they go through the bag. So they're obviously perfect for this bag, but you could use them for any bags. Aren't they gorgeous? Let me show you what they look like. I mean, these have got brass ends, but just let me show you what they look like actually on Sam's bag, so it just gives you an idea. So the metal bit, we've got them in either gold or silver, loops through the bag. And then you've got, so in each pack, you have the pair of handles and you get the metal loops. They're optional because in the kit, you've got yarn and you've got cord, like rope, to make handles.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've also got them in silver, so that's the gold ones. But we've also got them in silver, exactly the same handles, but this time you have 4 of the silver fixings. There we go. That's the silver fixings. Okay. $12.99. I mean, obviously, you can use them for... So how do they go onto the bag?
So they
work?
unscrew. So you're going to need a little Phillips screwdriver, one of those little ones that you.
Oh, right. So
set.
really
you unscrew-
secure then.
Yeah. So you unscrew one end of it. They're the same as my ones, and then you.
And the hole is already drilled in the handles.
Yeah. So you unscrew one side, and then you put this little bit.
Bar.
Bar. That's good.
The bar
comes out, and then you put it over the top of your handle and push the bar through and re-screw it up.
Oh, okay, so really
simple.
nice and secure
Yeah,
then.
very secure, really simple.
Right,
and then
those are the
crochet it onto your
handles.
bag or sew it on actually.
So these bags you've done before,
Yeah.
but they sold out.
They sold out. It's called the Flower Patch bag, and I brought them in 3 colourways. And then I was asked to design a new colourway because they'd sold out to bring with me today.
So talk me through the bag. What does the bag... Oh, it's a nice big bag, isn't it?
It's good. It's a really lovely size and shape. It's made from granny squares, as you can see.
This is Winter Garden. This is the new colourway.
This is the new colourway, Winter Garden, which I just... and Emma McDougall made this for me. I'm so thrilled with how it's turned out. Thank you, Emma.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It's really lovely.
So it features all of these beautiful granny squares.
So you've got 4 different granny squares. You can make as many or as few as each granny squares you want, and then you join them together in a flat layout, which then you assemble into a bag.
So it'd be great
So
to
it's
put
really
your
simple.
project in.
Yes,
but
exactly.
lovely for shopping.
You can line it. That one's not lined.
So
but
they
the others
can
are
be
lined.
lined.
Yeah.
So let me show you what they look. This is another one of the colourways, but you can line them if you want. You don't have to.
Yeah.
But you can line them. And then like this one has got crocheted handles.
Yes, so in the pattern you've got the instructions for making the crochet handles, which have got cord in them, which Emma designed actually, because she also made that one.
Right.
And yeah, so you just make a little rectangle of double crochets and then you encase your cord into it. So you wrap it up. I always think like a sausage roll when you're wrapping a pastry round and sew it round and sew it onto your bag.
So you can go for the bamboo handles or not. So let's have a look at the kit. That's the winter one, which is over there. So what do you get in the kit? This is brand new.
So you get, let me remember, 8 balls of wool. You've got 3 of your main colour and 4 of the contrasting. You've got your length of cord.
Oh, you can see
which
that.
you can see. And you get a magnetic fastener, which is what's in that little organza bag there. And just to say also that this was a crochet along I did years ago.
Okay.
So when you buy the kit, in your kit you'll get a pattern which has got an access number on it. If you email me that access code, it just says on the front page, email the access code, and it gives you my email address.
Right.
I will then give you access to all the video tutorials as if you were doing the crochet along, which I did years ago. So you get the video, really detailed video tutorials for every step.
So I'm thinking, if you're a beginner, this is perfect because you've got all of that. But also, as a gift for someone, maybe you know someone who said, I'd love to learn to crochet. Give them this for Christmas. They get the whole bag. They get to make a beautiful bag and they can learn with Sam. It's like you're giving them a workshop and a kit for just $26.99.
Yeah, it's like a whole course.
Bargain.
It's very detailed.
So you are getting a Learn to Crochet course.
Yeah.
And you get all the yarn. This is perfect, isn't it? So if you're new to crochet, ideal. So this is the winter.
That's the Winter Garden, I called that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the new one.
That's the new colourway.
Right, so this colourway is...
That's Herb Garden.
Herb Garden. So you've got Herb Garden.
Yes, so Kelly made this. This is beautiful. I love these colours. Absolutely stunning.
Oh, how much fabric do you need to line it?
About 1 metre.
Okay.
Yeah, not much.
Just the cotton fabric. We have got, if you have a look on the website, we have got some cotton fabric on there. You'll just need 1 metre. So this is shades of pink.
So this is inspired by my herb patch. So I am a garden lover. And I've got sage, I had some lavender, and the sage had sort of purples in it as well. So I really took the colours. Yeah, exactly. I've got that sage that's all sort of multicoloured.
Oh, gorgeous.
Rosemary, thyme.
Yeah, no, it is really, yes, it has got those lovely...
Oregano had some lovely little purple flowers on it at the time when I designed this one. It was more summertime.
Oh, beautiful.
So, so this is inspired by my
So that's Herb Garden, again, $26.99. Again, exactly the same as the winter one. You will have access to all of the video tutorials, so it is a complete course. Remember, you get the pattern. I mean, the value is amazing for that one, isn't it? Oh, yes, can we have a look at the pattern? I'm just going to open this one. There we go. So in the pattern, obviously you get in the envelope, you got the pattern, tells you the whole thing, tells you all the different, it's the same pattern is you've got all the different colourways
Yeah.
in there.
That's your access code.
And you have your access code there. I've got my thumb over it. Can you see it? There we go. There we go. There is an access code under my thumb. I'm not going to show you. And then the whole pattern, there's all the photos. It tells you how to make all the different squares. There's loads and loads of information as well. You know, this is skill building. So once you've done these granny squares, you know, you can use them for everything else as well.
Yeah, and
Perfect.
So many people feedback that they've come on my crochet alongs as beginners.
Brenda says, what's happened to Sewing Street this morning? Well, Brenda, it's Yarn Lane's third birthday, so I think just one day in a year we should be allowed to take over. We are doing yarn because if you love sewing, then why not love knitting and crochet too? And we have got beautiful projects. We've got a range of different abilities, tastes, styles. We've got 4 early birds. We've got a free gift. We've got lots and lots of different things. We've got fantastic guests, gorgeous designs. And one day a year, we can take over Sewing Street. That was Herb Garden. Should we do this one next?
Yes, this is Cottage Garden. So this was my hollyhocks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I can't... What was blue at that time? Gosh, it seems a long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
It's
when
summer
did
now,
we have
doesn't it?
that? Delphinium?
Yes,
maybe?
delphiniums.
And you've got a lovely neutral sort of
Yeah,
linen coloured.
more lavender. Look,
That's
there
this.
are. There's some of my flowers around it. So you can see... Oh, what was that purple thing? Oh, I think it was... viburnum or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
So that's your cottage garden. I mean, this
Yeah.
is great. This is a great project bag. You could put all your yarn in. The rope, Hannah, is to put in the handle. Like a sausage roll. She wasn't
Yes.
listening. Hannah, you weren't listening. The rope goes in the handle. That comes in the kit. So you don't have to have the bamboo handles. They're just a choice if you would like to have them. But this is good to go shopping.
It's a good
Be
size.
great if you
isn't
were
it?
like down the
Yeah.
farmer's market.
Yeah, and I think students, it would take books, a laptop, if you wanted
Oh,
to
yeah,
give it
that's
to a
true.
student for Christmas.
Can Hannah put it in the wash?
Yes.
Yes, you
but
can,
you would need to
Hannah.
do a bit of reshaping afterwards.
Yes, but you can wash
But yes,
it.
you can. Yeah, it's acrylic yarn, so it's washable.
You could even line it with waterproof fabric.
Ooh.
Like ripstop fabric if you wanted to.
Swimming costume.
Yeah, you don't have to line it, but if
No.
you want to.
Yeah.
But it'd be, yes, like Sam was saying, for students, be ideal. Again, what a lovely Christmas gift. You know, if you've got a student, young person in your family who wants to
Yeah,
learn how to crochet, or you just want to make it
absolutely.
for them.
Yeah.
They are all the rage. If you have a look in all the shops, everyone's got crochet bags. Right, the final colour is this beautiful bright one.
Yeah, that's Butterfly Garden.
Butterfly
So,
garden, inspired by all the butterflies in Sam's garden.
There are a lot of them. Yeah.
Isn't it lovely? This one is really popular on pre-order. Isn't that lovely? Same on both sides. But it's a real skill builder. So this is your Learn to Crochet free video tutorial with Sam. So you're getting an online workshop and you're getting the kit for just $26.99. Bargain. Right.
Okay.
Should we show us how to do
Yeah,
something?
so
Just the card.
as I said, there's four different granny squares in it. So I thought I'd just take one of those today and show you. Obviously named after my garden. So you've got the dahlia square, you've got the lily, there's a solid granny square, and then there's a rose square. So that you can, it does give you guidance in the pattern as to how many to make, but you can also choose if you want to make a different number, or if you just particularly love one of the squares.
Oh, you
know,
could just
so
make all of the same square.
Yeah, so when you come to design, you know, we
one
used
are
to
you
have to
gonna
plan
do?
it. I'm going to do dahlia.
Which you're on the winter kit.
I am, but they're the same squares are in all of the patterns. So if you have a close look at the bags, you'll be able to see the squares in them.
All right, so which one is...
So the dahlia is this one here.
Oh, okay.
So that was my dahlia. This was my rose. And this was the lily pad. And then you've got your solid granny square.
Oh,
so you've got
okay.
a certain number of
I
things
liked
to
that
make.
one.
It is really pretty,
It's
isn't
nice,
it?
that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the brand new colourway. Remember, this is for your winter.
Yeah.
Love, 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 love Yarn Lane. Thank you, Christine, Isle of Man. You see, we are allowed to have one day. I'm a quilter, but just started to crochet this morning. Takeover is perfect timing. We knew, Gillian, we knew. I love Sam's designs and demonstration. Makes it so clear. I know.
Thank you.
You see, why not? I mean, we can convert. If you're a sewer, become a crocheter.
Yeah,
why not?
You know, you can use both the skills, can't you? So you can line this bag that's not lined. So if you're a sewer and you learn to crochet, then it's perfect for then being able to do those added bits. Right, so for the dahlia, you're going to start with
a magic... Sorry, I was moving them out of the way.
Tidying up my yarn. You're going to start with a magic ring. So I started with a chain 4 and a slip stitch when I did the snowflake square. But for this one, we're doing a magic ring. So for a magic ring, you put the tail in the palm of your hand, and then you loop the working end of the yarn over that tail like so. Let's get that right. Okay, and then you're going to... Yes, exactly, with the taily part under the working arm. Put your hook through. This is just how I do it. There's so many ways of doing a magic ring. Put your hook through and grab onto the yarn that's over your fingers and pull it through. Whoops. And then make one chain to secure it. So it's like making a slip knot, but you don't pull your tail tight to tighten it up. So this bit becomes the ring that you're going to work into, and this will be the tail that pulls it tight afterwards. So the good thing about a magic ring is it gives you no hole in the centre of your circle. Right. But with clothing, when we're doing the snowflake squares, I did a chain 4 and slip stitch to get the same effect of a hole to work into. And I think with clothing that is a bit more secure. So for the bag, we don't need that extra security. Right, so you're going to do a chain of 3 in the air, which represents your first treble. And then you're going to make 11 trebles in that ring there, here. So yarn over, and then just going underneath that twisty bit into that hole there, into that big gap, pull the yarn back through. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So that's 1 treble made. So you've got your chain 3, that's your pretend treble, and your next treble. I'm just going to pull this tail here to give myself a little bit less room so it's a bit easier to handle. And now I'm going to make 10 more trebles. So I'm just going to put yarn over, go into the circle, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So you keep going until you've got 12 posts. So remember that the chain 3 counts as a post. So that's 4 so far. That was 6, 7, 8. So the important thing is you're always working around this tangled part with these 2 strands of yarn here. That's 10, 11, and 12. So it was the chain 3 plus 11 trebles with a total of 12 posts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So now you do the magic part of your magic ring. So hold on to these stitches because you don't want them to turn into the square, into the circle. Where square came from. Stitches need to be all on the top of the work. Hold your tail and pull it, and it fastens up with no hole. In a magical way, with no hole in the middle.
Way.
And then you're just going to slip stitch in a third of that 3 chain. And then you're going to fasten off. So just pull your loop up so it's tall, and then snip it with your scissors. There we go.
Brilliant.
Okay.
And that's
the basis. That's the centre of your dahlia.
Okay. So now we can change colour.
Now we can change colour. I'm going to go to the white, and you're going to join it in any of the stitches. So let's go away from where you've got the slip stitch and put the hook through the 2 strands of the V of one of the stitches. Pull the yarn back through and just make 1 chain to secure it. So you're joining your new colour in any of those stitches. And then you're going to do a chain 3, and then you're going to do a 2 treble cluster in the same place as that join. So you put your yarn over, put your hook into that same place that you joined, pull your yarn back through as if you were starting a treble, and then grab the yarn and come through the first 2, leaving 2 loops on your hook. So you're not going to finish your treble because you want to make a cluster, and it's a 2 treble cluster. You're going to start a second treble. So yarn over, into that same stitch, pull the yarn back through. So you've now got 4 loops, yarn over, pull through 2. So you can see here you've got 2 little posts that have not been finished. Those are your 2 trebles. Oh, don't lose it, Sam. Hang on. And then you're going to grab the yarn and come through all 3 of them to finish off your cluster. So a cluster is where you join several stitches with just 1 stitch at the top. So it's like a decrease, but you're not working over several stitches, you're putting them all in the same place.
Okay, you're learning so much from this, isn't it? It is a real skill
I mean,
builder.
it is, and this is where it's really nice that you've got that crochet along with all the video tutorials. So you can just take your time, and it's really nice making little granny squares when you're learning new skills, because it's not something massive, it's just 1 granny square at a time.
Well, it is a good start as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So chain 1, and then in the next stitch we're putting a 3 treble cluster. So you're going to join 3 trebles into 1. So yarn over, into that stitch, pull back through, gives you 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2. Don't finish it, leave those 2 loops there, yarn over into the next stitch, pull back through. So we started a 2nd treble, yarn over, pull through 2. Leave those 3 loops there and start a 3rd treble. So yarn over into that same stitch, pull back through. So you've got 5, yarn over through 2, and you can see you've got these 3 little posts here and all of these loops on your hook, 4 of them. And you're now going to do yarn over through those 4 loops. And so you're joining those 3 little posts with just 1 stitch on the top, and that's your cluster. It gives you a petally type
Yeah, those are
look.
the little
It's quite
petals.
oval. Chain 1, and then you repeat that all the way round. So it's a 3 treble cluster with a chain 1 gap. So it's already going to look flowery because you've got those petal looking shapes.
And the good thing with crochet, it's so easy to undo. So if you get one petal wrong, you just undo
take
it. It's not
out.
like with knitting where you have to then pick them all up again.
Yes, exactly. So I'm just going to put a 3 treble cluster into every one around. And then chain 1. So it's a 3 treble cluster, chain 1 in every one. Whoops. So every time you start that treble, you leave the last part on the hook. And so you should end up, just checking that's going in the right place, you should end up with 12 petals because you started with 12 stitches. So these are a really lovely textural stitch. They've got a really nice feel to them as well. And this whole crochet, this whole blanket bag, all of the granny squares play with texture.
I know.
So
Well, I'd said knitted earlier, didn't I? It was just.
So it's that's really fun. You get to do some really nice textural stitches. So nearly there, and you'll see.
And the great
effect.
thing I think about crochet as well is that you are so much repetition.
Yes.
So with the first, and that's really, well, it's like with anything, it's the only way to learn, is to keep doing it over and over. And, you know, when you've done one petal, you think, I've really got to think about that. By the time you've done 12, it's easy.
And you can see it, you get into the flow, and you will end up doing it without really thinking about it. And when you're doing several granny squares with different rounds to them like this, it's worth sometimes doing all the beginning part first, especially if you're new to it. So you might do all of round 1, 4 squares, say, and you just do all the round 1s and then all the round 2s. And that way you keep it in your head, so you're not having to look back at the pattern constantly. So you can see there, I've got a really sweet looking little flower there. So then I'm going to chain 1, and you just slip stitch to the top of the first cluster. So you jump over that chain 3, just ignore that, and slip stitch in that big stitch at the top of that first cluster you made, and fasten off.
That's really pretty, just like that. Quite
It
like
is,
that.
isn't it? Yeah,
It's just nice. I love that colour.
Yeah, that's called cobalt. It's nice,
It's
isn't it?
beautiful. It's like a petrolly blue, isn't it?
I think it's a new one from the
yes,
Pink
it's
Hole.
gorgeous,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's really
I
lovely.
love that petrol colour.
So have I got time to move on to round 3?
We've got a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes.
3.
Okay, well I can show you. I can show you the corner part. So round 3, you're going to put your hook in that chain 1 space, in the gap between 2 sets of clusters, between 2 petals. Join your new colour, chain 3.
So that beginning chain you just did when you joined in, you don't count.
It doesn't count.
That's
no,
just a joining
it's just
one.
to join it, and when you pull the tail, it disappears. So it's not quite.
Yeah,
because
I was doing something the other day when I joined a new colour, and I thought, oh, I don't know, should I do a chain?
Yeah,
should I just slip it through?
It's something people ask me quite often, and you know, I'm always loath to say there's a right or wrong, but that's how I do it.
Right, because I
So,
just sort of pulled
yeah.
the yarn through, but it all felt a little bit loose.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to really sew that end
So
in.
I would leave the tail at the back, always
do
leave
a
the tail at the
chain.
back, do a chain
Right.
to join it, and
I'll
then
remember
if
that.
it says chain 3 in the pattern, you then do an additional
Right.
chain 3.
Okay. See, I just wasn't sure, and it was all
Yeah.
a bit loose and floppy.
I do
And
get asked that a lot, actually.
happy birthday! I've just started crochet again after 100 years.
Oh,
Learning so much. Thank you from Tracy Tynan
that's
Weir.
great to hear.
Who's 101.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Oh,
I made
okay.
that up.
I was going to say, she learnt when she was 1. Okay. So,
Fantastic, Tracy. That's brilliant. I'm so glad.
so this one starts with a 3 treble cluster. So we're going to do, ultimately we're going to do 4 treble clusters in here. But because you've got the chain 3, that counts as part of the first treble cluster. So it's a 3 treble cluster again. Yarn over, in you go, pull back through, yarn over through 2. Repeat that twice more. And so this one is going to be a little bit bigger than the cluster in the round before. Then you're going to chain 1, and then you're putting a 4 treble cluster in the next gap, in the next 1 chain space. So yarn over into that gap, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through 2, and then yarn over back in that same space, pull back through, pull through 2. So at the moment you've got 2 little posts. Yarn over, in we go again, pull back through, yarn over through 2. So 3 at the moment. Now we do the 4th, yarn over into that space, pull back through, yarn over through 2. And that's going to leave us with 5 loops on the hook. So you've got 4 little posts that haven't been finished, yarn over and pull through all 5 loops. It finishes the 4 treble cluster.
So our petals are getting bigger.
They are getting bigger. And also with this round, you're going to start to shape it into a square. So I'll do one more if I can just squeeze it in. Yarn over. So we're going to start with a 4 treble cluster like we just did in the next gap. So a 4 treble cluster.
Fiona says, I love these bags. Will they be okay for a left-handed crocheter?
Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. I have got a couple of left-handed tutorials on my YouTube channel.
Right.
If you get stuck, you can just message me.
Okay.
But I've got loads of customers that are left-handed crocheters and achieve the same as right-handed, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, Hannah says the left-handed people are more creative. I think that might be because she's left-handed.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes
she
sense.
might be slightly biased.
So I've got my 4 treble cluster in here, and then I'm going to chain 2, and in order to make this start to shape this into a square, I'm going to put a 2nd cluster in the same space. So we're still looking a bit floral, but we're also shaping it into a square. So yarn over, into the same space, you're going to make your 2nd cluster in that same space. And you can see where you've got that chain 2 gap there, you've effectively made a corner. So on this round, on round 3, you start to also shape it into a square.
Okay. Yeah, so if we show you the finished one,
Yes.
which is this one,
Yeah.
then you can see
You've
what
got
it
the
looks
corners here. So it still looks like a flower, nice big dahlia, but you've got your chain spaces that make your corners. And then your next round is very squarey. That's where it's
beautiful.
really
No, I
shape
love
it.
that.
So,
it's really nice.
yeah,
well, thank you
it's very
so much,
pretty.
Sam.
You're welcome.
This is the brand new colourway. This is Winter Garden. So this is the beautiful, I'll hold it up, look at that. You can crochet the handles, everything is in the kit for crocheting the handles, or you can buy the handles, these bamboo handles separately. We have got those available. So this is the brand new kit. Remember, this is perfect for beginners because it comes with a free video tutorial workshop, the whole lot. There we go. The next colourway, Butterfly. Oh, sorry, that's the contents of the kit. In the kit, remember, you get all the yarn you need in all the different colours, as well as the magnetic clasp, and you get the rope to go in the handles. And the instructions come with a special code. So when you get your instructions, you email Sam with the code, and you will have access to the full video workshop. It's amazing. For £26.99. I mean, that's just amazing to get a complete tutorial and all the yarn and the instructions. It's fantastic. Anyone who's learning to crochet, or if you love crochet, what a brilliant way to start. The next one, let's do butterfly, 'cause I love this one. Butterfly garden. There's butterfly garden. That's the kit that's here in front of me. You can line it if you want. You don't have to. You need about 1 metre fabric. Just a cotton fabric will be absolutely fine. Half of the, this is the most popular, half of the stock is gone. Already. Herb garden. Oh, you've got herb garden.
Yeah.
Sam's going to model herb garden. Gorgeous. Now, remember when we had these 3 out on sale before, they sold out. So do get these checked out. And then the final one, cottage garden. Just £26.99, everything you need, plus the access to the video tutorial as well. Stray thread, stray yarn. There we go. And don't forget, if you want to put the bamboo handles on, you can. So in the bundle, you get the 2 bamboo handles. Look, the string is just for packaging. They come off. You can either have them, so the handles are the same for each pack, but you can either have them with silver ends. You get 4 of these, by the way. Pick them up. So you can either have them with silver ends, so they attach to your bag. Just £12.99. I mean, they can be used for anything. You don't have to use them with crochet bags, but they are ideal for it. Or if you fancy gold instead, I've just dropped one. Gold plated. They're not solid gold, otherwise they'd be £1,299. Gold colour. There we go. There we go. Right. Right, now if you're shopping today because it's Yarn Lane's birthday, we'll just move over to the other desk so I can just... Anyone who shops today will have a free Yarn Lane notepad because it's Yarn Lane's birthday, so why not? Look at this, perfect, absolutely perfect for keeping all your knitting and crochet notes in. That's free for everyone who shops today. Now, we started the day with these beautiful shrugs. I'm wearing the blue one. The grey one has sold out, by the way, so we've moved that. This is the blue one. This is the kit for the blue one. Remember, in the kit, there is enough yarn to knit from the smallest size to the largest. And the largest size is a 60-inch bust. And there's enough yarn in that to crochet up the largest size. And you can do any length sleeves as well. You can have short sleeves, long cuffs, whatever. All the yarn is in there. That's the blue one. When everyone is checked out of this one, we've sold out. So if you've got it in your basket, please check out because it is about to sell out. Another one that's in low single figures, the ruby one that Sam is wearing. So remember, in the kit, again, more people have that in baskets than we've got in stock. There's enough yarn in the bundle to crochet up the largest size, which is a 60-inch bust. And obviously the pattern comes in the smallest all the way up to the largest. And then the final one is the green one. Pardon? Oh, sorry, we're on Sam. There we go. There's Sam modelling the beautiful red one. And then the green one, massively oversubscribed. So if you've got it in your basket and you don't want to be disappointed, please check out. Now, the green one, now this one, just so you know, I know we might have confused people. There is enough yarn in the bundle to make all the sizes. This one has been made in a smaller size, but obviously you can make one exactly the same as the red and the blue one. There we go. And that's the green one. And there's all the yarn for that one, £39.99. Anyway, thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
For joining me so early today. It's quite nice to have you in early.
It's been lovely.
And thank you for opening the birthday.
Oh, it's been fun. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you'll be home by lunchtime now. It'll be great.
Brilliant, yeah.
We're going to have a quick break now, and we have got Kerry Lord from Toft in with a glorious crochet Christmas delight. If you've never seen Toft's crochet designs before, you are going to be amazed. If you have, then you're going to love it. So I will see you back here in a few minutes' time, and we'll have another early bird in that show, because we're doing early bird at the beginning of every show. Anyway, I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street?
You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Our 3rd birthday, very exciting. So we're taking over Sewing Street today in celebration. And why not? Why not? We should be allowed one day, I feel, if not more. Anyone who shops today on Yarn Lane, or Sewing Street actually to be fair, will have the notebook, the Yarn Lane notebook, which is fab, isn't it? Right, all your knitting and crochet notes in here, or you can just use it as like a notepad. Use it for whatever you like. But anyway, everyone who shops today while stocks last, but we have got a lot of them, will receive one of these, one per customer. Now, we are indulging ourselves because different guests and products need different amount of time. So we've had Sam Sabido on for an hour and a half where she's done gorgeous crochet shrugs. I've had to take mine off because she wanted to take it back with her. I had to put my crochet jumper on instead. And then we've got Toft on now in a moment, and we've got given them an hour and a half. Gorgeous. Oh, you wait. It is the Christmas crochet of your dreams. You wait till you see it. And we're also doing an early bird. Normally we have one early bird a day, but we are having an early bird at the beginning of each show today instead. So the early bird for this hour is a fantastic knitting. Doesn't have to be knitting. Can be crochet, yarn bag, novelty sheep. First time we've ever had this. Look, it is capacious to say the least. It has internal, it's lined and it has pockets in it as well. Pockets on both sides. Yarn not included, we just put that in so you can see what it looked like. Lovely polka dot cotton with a felty sheep on one side. I mean, it's great. It could be a knitting bag, it could be a crochet bag, it could be your sewing bag, it could be used, you know, maybe you haven't been up early enough to see an early bird, but what we do with an early bird is we introduce something that's new or different or something we just love, and then we reduce the price. So the full price for this is £27.99, but not today. £14.99, that's nearly half price. £14.99, and don't forget, anyone who buys the early bird and saves all of that money will get the free notebook as well. Now that price, if we have any left, to be fair, will go back up again at midnight, so if you've already checked out today, you're going to, I know we've got lots of new customers today. There's one P&P per day. It's £3.95. So it doesn't matter how many times that you check out, you will only be charged one P&P. It's fabulous, isn't it? Look what you get. It is fantastic. Now, if you've only just tuned in, if you want to shop with us, go on to the Sewing Street website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and if you scroll down there, you can see everything that we've already sold today, if you've only just tuned in, but we've also got everything that we're going to be selling today. So if you're popping out later and don't want to miss out, then you can shop ahead. Loads and loads of you coming in for this now. Let me just give you a quick price comparison so you can see what an amazing price this is. So Hannah has been scouring the internet. Exact same bag, £39.99. Exactly the same bag. That's higher than when we started. But no, £14.99 for us. Back to ours, £14.99. They've got free delivery, but that doesn't make up for the £3.95, does it? No, I'm afraid that doesn't make up the price. On the front, the sheep is sort of felty, and it's appliqued. Do you know, it almost... Well, I was looking for my glasses then. One moment. Need a closer look. It almost looked like it's hand-sewn. That's amazing. It is. So it's all felt. It doesn't have like any buttons or anything, so it's perfectly safe. You've got these lovely acrylic handles, and then let me just put some yarn. This is coming up at 12 o'clock, in case you wondered. Inside, you've got it's all fully lined in fabric, and then you've got a pocket here and a pocket here. And if I turn it around the other side, you've got a big pocket there as well. So it's very, very full. There's loads. It'd be great to go shopping, wouldn't it? I think you should go down the farmer's market with that, with your sheep. There's a flock of you coming in, a flock of you waiting to buy these now. There is a small flock on the phone lines. But don't worry, please do wait, because we do have extra people on the phone lines, because whenever it's a birthday event, we are busy. So if you are trying to order by phone, just be a little bit patient. We will get to you. Right, so Hannah's been scouring the internet again, just to make sure that we bring you good value. Now, this is a grey version. Same thing. Grey version. Same bag. What does that say? £33.99. Reduced from £47.99, and ours is £14.99. I mean, if you want the grey one, you can pay that. But we've got green. which is actually nicer. Well, it is because he's in a green spotty field and all sheep run around. I mean, these are daisies. See? Not really. Not really. We have fewer than 30 of these left. Remember, everyone who buys one of these will get the free notebook. Don't be sheepish. Check out. That was a good joke. Not mine. Not mine. Remember, we're not doing strip because we're Yarn Lane, so we can do what we like. We had an hour and a half of Sam, and we're going to have an hour and a half of Toft as well. Because when we had Kerry in the other week, it was just too quick. We just couldn't get enough done. So we've got Kerry for a whole hour and a half, minus a little bit to show you the early bird. Right. Right, now remember I said that we are having an early bird at the beginning of every show. They're not being put on sale until the beginning of each show because we've got to have something that's a little bit of a surprise. But Hannah is particularly excited about the 12 o'clock early bird, so I do have to show you that. It is the Knit Peter Rabbit book. Look, there's knitting patterns, there's Peter Rabbit. I've just got to show you, it has got all of the Beatrix Potter characters in. Even Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. I love Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. Jemima Poddle Duck's quite nice as well. So it has the knitting patterns for all of these. Gorgeous. And remember, because it's an early bird, it's at a special price. Okay. So we're going to do Toft Christmas now. But first of all, Toft have bought this amazing special gift themselves. So anything that you buy... Ooh, sorry, my ears have fallen out my ears. Anything that you buy from Toft today, any customer, not the whole show, but just the Toft price items, will receive these three Wise Men pin badges. How lovely are they? Look, on the back, they've got the little pins so that you can attach them. You can put them on your clothes. You could give them away as little stocking fillers. They are limited edition. And anything that you buy from the Toft show, you will have one of these for free. Just to say, there are also matching crochet kits. But thank you very much to Toft, who've let us have these to celebrate our birthday. Aren't they fabulous? We are also selling them as well. So if you buy a set, you get a set free. And don't forget, as well as the Toft still, everyone will receive as well, everyone who shops on Yarn Lane will get the free notepad with all orders. Right, so now it's so exciting. We have got Kerry from Toft here. Hello, welcome back to Yarn Lane. Yeah, you've done Sewing Street, so it's good to do Yarn Lane, isn't it? So we're all about Christmas crochet today.
Yeah, it's absolutely time to get going. I will confess I haven't made anything myself personally yet for Christmas.
Have you got plans?
As ever.
Too many, I know.
Too long a list, but...
you have to scale it down as the weeks go on.
Usually as I approach the end of December, it gets quite frantic, but big plans this year.
So we're going to start off with this kit, because this is fabulous, so you need to tell me about it. It's called the 12 Birds of Christmas.
It is.
The 12 days.
Based on the 12 days of Christmas.
Right.
And some of them are really obvious that you'll know. So obviously 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. So this is my take on the whole song. Some of them become more symbolic, but you can make all 12.
Wow, so in the kit, you get the book.
You do. So you're going to get a whole book included, and that gives you the 12 patterns for the 12 different birds. It will also give you a little story, so if anyone's used to the other Edward's Menagerie books, you do get a little Christmas story with each character as well. They are all named like they have been before, and
you get all of the yarn.
You get all of the yarn. So it's actually 49 balls of Toft yarn included.
49 balls?
Right the way across our spectrum. So you're going to get charcoal, cream,
so
all the browns, orange, green.
Show you, for example, as Peter the Blackbird.
Yep. So this is 4 calling birds would be the blackbirds.
Of course, of course. So number 1, obviously, has got to be a partridge.
Yes, it has. Felix the partridge in a pear tree is your number 1.
There we go. The patterns are in here. There's the story, beautifully photographed, and all of the yarn. So tell me a little bit about the yarn. I'm just going to get one ball to show you.
So this is our double knit weight of yarn, and it is a pure wool. So
beautiful.
Anyone that doesn't know about Toft, it's the yarn that came first. Actually, me everything that's come since then is just me really having fun, getting creative with this yarn. So it's a pure wool, spun here in the UK. It's really, really soft.
Because you have this done specially for you,
Absolutely,
don't you?
yeah. And it's bouncy. So if you've ever crocheted this style of crochet before, but maybe you've used cotton or acrylic, you have to hold your tension really tight. You have to work quite hard as a crocheter to make sure that you're not going to see that stuffing through the stitches. The great thing about using a bouncy spun wool like this is there's loads of air trapped in that. That means it's stretchy. So you can actually be really relaxed in your tension, and the yarn does the hard work for you.
This is the perfect yarn if you are crocheting toys.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's what I've always worked in. And it means that they properly are.
And I guess you've been working with the yarn companies to get exactly what you want.
Yeah, it's absolutely done to my spec and has been for 17 years.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, I can attest because I've made loads. You know, I'm a massive Toff fan. I've made loads of them, and this yarn, it's beautiful. Crochet hook sizes?
So it's a 3mm hook that you'd need to use for double knit.
And we do have those available. Now, this kit is £297. The whole book, which is now upside down. How many balls of yarn was it?
49.
49.
Yeah.
And you get the whole lot. Now, this is your year's, I'd like to say this is your year's worth of crochet. Once you get started, it probably won't last as long as that because you'll whiz through them. But this could be your year's worth of crochet, and you could do one a month.
One a month, yeah, which is what's so lovely about there being 12 is the fact that you can take
we have got them available on split pay, which is brilliant. So if you want to spread the cost interest-free, 3 equal payments of £99, Toff will send you the kit straight away. You don't have to wait. Then you can start crochet. You can start crocheting before Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe start with your partridge first, so that you can get your partridge done this side of Christmas.
Yes.
Get him on the tree.
Be on the partridge
and then
in the fir tree.
That you can just do one a month and take your time.
So, although we've got a lot to get through, I do want to know what they are.
I thought you might do. So we go from 12 drummers drumming, which is at the top end. So that would be the... the woodpecker is the drummers. So the woodpecker obviously represents the drum of the drummer.
Yeah.
Then you've got the sandpiper for the piper's piping. So you've got the sandpiper here as well.
Right.
Then it gets even more interesting. So you've got, for the ladies dancing, you've got the cormorant. And that's because cormorants have an absolute mating ritual together. So they dance as birds as part of their mating ritual. So that's the ladies dancing.
Oh, fantastic.
The lords are leaping is the heron, because when herons take off in flight, they bend their knees and they jump in the air, which is Agnes the heron there. So that's lords are leaping because they jump in the air to take off. Who else have I got here? So obviously swans are swimming is an obvious one.
Yeah, now let me just show you the swan. How beautiful. Look at the beak. Absolutely lovely. I have made this one before. I made it for my sister one Christmas because she has swans outside her house. It's beautiful. Really enjoyed that one.
Then we've got Lydia, which is geese are laying. So that's
one.
geese at the front there.
Look.
Who else have I forgotten? Oh, this is a funny one.
You haven't done maids and milking.
This is cattle egret, which is maids and milking, and that's because these birds are associated with cattle. They tend to, they have like a symbiotic relationship where they enjoy each other's company because the cattle eats the grass and then the birds come in and get the insects and the creatures from the grass beneath them.
Wow. So that's
the cattle egret, which is maids and milking.
Brilliant.
Then the rest, the pheasant is the 5 gold rings because they have a ring round their neck. So pheasants for the 5 gold rings. Obviously turtle doves, French hens, and that takes you to the full 12.
So this is the French hen?
This is the French hen here.
Oh, right.
And then the turtle dove. One of my favourites is the turtle dove, actually.
Gorgeous. Is that an actual French hen then?
Yes, and it's a really nice, easy pattern. So the thing about them is, even if you've not crocheted before, some would be level 1, so the easiest one, where you've not got colour changing, like that one there.
Right.
Others are going to be much more challenging. So one like the woodpecker is one that you build up to because you've got complex colour changing in there.
Yeah, true.
So it means that as you go through all 12, you will pick up so many different skills because you're doing a little bit of
And what
techniques.
a lovely, I mean, this is your heirloom Christmas, isn't it? Every year you get them out. I mean, you don't have to have them you can have them out all year round.
You could, yeah, because obviously they're not specifically Christmassy, so you could sit them out all year round on a shelf and no one would know that they're there.
And then every year you can make everyone who comes to your house tell them the whole story. Right, let me just talk you through my birds. Yeah. I mean, well, I would.
Well, my children like to sing to them too, because obviously I feel like we start singing it for a long time.
And mourning, I'm finding this very interesting when you said purchase anything from Toffs to get the pin badges. Do you mean anything? Anything from Toffs that's on today's show?
Yeah.
Where did I put my badges? Oh, they're on the desk. I'll get them in a minute. Yes, anything from today, from Toff Show, anything that the Toff are selling today, you get the free badges. So not anything from the whole yarn lane. It has to be on the Toff Show today. Oh, could you get me the badges?
Badges, yeah.
And then we'll show them. So this is a very kind gift from Kerry. You won't see them. You don't need to order them. They will be automatically
packed into every box.
Toft send, because you send everything from you, not from us.
We do, absolutely. So inside every single box that we pack from this
You
show,
will do
we
it.
will be packing
Right.
one set into every box. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, and because they're all sent out beautifully packaged from Toft, they will put those in themselves.
Yep, and they do come wrapped up individually, so you'll actually get each one will be in a.
And what do you
bag
use your
individually.
pin badges for?
So I have them on my project bag, so I always will have one on my project bag. Lots of different things, actually. That I have a jacket that often has them on, where I'll just sit one on the lapel. Both my children collect the pin badges and love the pin badges, so I always have to make.
I like
I've
them
got
on a
set
jacket,
for them as well, in the
actually.
same way. But a lot of people
Gorgeous.
do display the Toft pins as well, and obviously for Christmas this is a really nice one. If you did have even just a hanging ribbon or the things that you hang
yes,
cards up,
true.
is obviously you can add them onto something.
Yeah,
like that.
and they are
Yeah.
gorgeous. So just to round up this kit, because we've got loads to get through, £297, you get the book, which has the whole story of all the birds, why they are, what they are, and obviously all the patterns. You get all of the yarn. Now, this is 100% wool. Beautiful. It's Toft yarn. 49
balls.
I
Yep,
remember
well
that.
remembered, yeah.
49 balls, and to make all of the 12 birds of Christmas. Now, we're offering split pay on this. Now, this is a way of you spreading the cost. It's interest-free. Won't cost you any more to do it. You pay £99 now. Kerry will send them straight to you, and then you pay the next 99 and then the next 99, and then you can just spread the payment without it costing you any more. I've just knocked him off his little perch.
Gilbert wasn't happy this morning, actually. He didn't want
Gilbert does not want to be
Yeah,
here.
Gilbert's decided that he's not ready for Christmas yet, this pheasant. There we go. Oh, no.
Okay, yes, he can lie there. We're going to head over to the other desk anyway. Right, so today, remember, is Yarn Lane's 3rd birthday if you've just tuned in. So we're going to start with the 3 wise men. So, yeah, we've got so much. Look at this desk. We've got so much on it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So because we've got the 3 wise men pin badge, we've got loads and loads of things here. We're going to start with that then. So tell me about the 3 wise men.
So these are the 3 mini dolls. So this is my smallest doll as a standard form. You are working in a double knit weight of yarn, and that means that they're not actually going to take you that long to make. So it's don't be intimidated. In
So
you
these
haven't got
could be
time.
ready for Christmas?
Yeah, they absolutely could be ready for Christmas.
I'm going to
you're going to get the 3 wise men, so Melchior, Caspar and Balthazar. And what's great about them, again in the same way, is all the details are different on them. So you'll be doing lots of different little bits of techniques in order to put the 3 together. Obviously, all the yarn is included, so you are going to get the blue, the browns, the yellow, the amethyst and the magenta to make them as a 3.
So you obviously get the full pattern.
Yep, you get the full pattern, you get all the yarn. It's just a 3mm crochet hook again that you'd need to add.
Okay, and we do have those, don't we?
Yes,
the
we do,
3mm
yeah, they're on the
crochet
show.
hooks, and
Yeah.
we have got the special Toft ones as well. Now, remember, the yarn is gorgeous. We were talking about it just before. So Kerry chooses all the yarn herself. Well, has it spun for you, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And what's really different, I haven't mentioned yet about Toft yarn, is the colours. So actually, most yarn companies actually make loads and loads of white yarn. That's how you tend to manufacture, and then you dye it to the colour that you want.
Okay.
We're the opposite way around. We actually fibre dye. It means you have to spin an awful lot more of it. So we fibre dye, and then it's spun in that colour. And that's what gives them a real depth and richness to colour that you can't get otherwise.
Yeah, I'll put him back with his little friends. And then don't forget the 3 when they pack your parcel. So if you buy this 3 wise men kit, you will get their matching badges. So that's why you get this intensity of colour.
Yeah, and it's especially in the natural colours is when you can really see it too, because you obviously can't achieve our graves if you dye. Like, say, I'll even use your jumper as an example.
Can do.
This is a very flat
And this is
grey
wool.
because it's been dyed grey, whereas our yarns are blended grey. So you take black fibres and you take white fibres and you blend the grey together. So that's why it's always a very different looking colour, our natural colours, to where you flat dye it.
This is just, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Now, we've had a few questions. Don't worry if your badges don't show up on your order. You will get them because Kerry won't carry staff.
Yeah, it's being automated at our end. So don't worry, it's not that they're going to appear in your basket through the Sewing Street website. It's us that's packing those in
Don't
at our
panic.
end.
You will get them. That's brilliant. So £75 for the 3 wise men. You've got this beautiful quality yarn. Obviously, the pattern as well. They're really lovely. Right, we'll come back and demo those in a moment. Can we look at the Santa? Now, this is one I've seen, if you've ever been to any of the knitting and the stitching shows, you might have seen Toff stand there. This is something I have been
Admiring
for a long time. So Father Christmas is available in 2 different sizes.
Yes.
But the big one is so impressive.
So the smaller one of the 2 is in our double knit yarn. So that's the standard yarn that we've been looking at so far, where you need a 3mm hook. And then this larger one is the same pattern, but worked using our Aran weight of yarn.
So this is the same as your double knit, as in it's your yarn?
Yep, it's our yarn, absolutely. It's a pure wool, it's the same quality. It's just twice as thick. So obviously, as a result, you do need twice as much yarn in order to make it, but then your Santa is twice as big.
He's
as
gorgeous.
The
And this beard, this is what, I think that's what sells it to me.
Absolutely,
How did
it's
you
the textures.
design that?
So it's actually really, really, really simple. All you're doing is chain stitches, and then you're crocheting back down those chains. So it looks complicated when you look at it, and certainly beginners often think, oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to make Santa. But what you're doing is you're crocheting a naked doll, and then you work this kind of detail on top.
Right, okay.
So all you're going to be doing is chaining and then crocheting back down the chain to add the beard on.
So are his clothes separate?
Yes, they are. So you could, in theory, undress him and make him a
Yeah, but
different outfit if you
but that's
wanted to.
important because I think particularly if you're giving this to a child, or even to me, to be fair, I think it's really nice. You want to dress a doll, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The boots are completely removable. Like, we tend to sew them down only because when we don't, they go missing. And Santa continually ends up with 1 boot. We sew them down because we obviously take them to lots of events.
Okay.
But they are totally removable. It's not that you would have to do that. You can take off the boots and the belt. You're using bobbles on the edge of his coat. That gives you another texture again to the texture of the beard.
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So the thing with Toft, if you've never seen Toft before, where have you been? All of the designs are designed by you.
Yes, they absolutely are. I'm addicted. I'm the biggest Toft addict.
Bigger than me. That's tricky. So all of the basic stuff, all of the stitches and all this stuff, this is all on your website.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So by and large, I use the double crochet stitch, and that's it. Like, honestly, probably 96% of the time, I will just use the double crochet stitch. So when I do something beyond that, something where it is a different technique, there'll be a video to help you learn that technique, and also sew up, because I know that sewing up is the bit that a lot of people find the hardest with this style of crochet.
Yeah, it is.
You do the stitches, and then you think,
I've got to sew all the ends.
And what happens if I'm not going to do it right, or I'm not going to do it justice? So there are sewing up videos as well for everything, so that you can sit down with your parts and you can literally just watch the video and live sew up.
And it is great. I mean, I've learned loads. When I first started crocheting, and I'd done clothes and stuff, but I hadn't really done this kind of amigurumi stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing. And I got one of your kits, and I just sat and watched the videos.
Yeah.
And that's how I mean, it honestly. And then you just do it. You think, well, I've got to learn how to do that beard.
Yes, you do. And then because you've got a motivation for it, and I've always felt like that, is that you would never learn necessarily to do this technique without the motivation of it becoming a beard. But then once you've got it, I mean, you could even add tassels onto the bottom of scarves and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
once you've learned that technique. Yeah.
Have you got the instructions?
They're actually here.
Yes.
Hang on, so I've got a big pile of them here.
Just so, remember this kit, £165, but again, it's on 3-way split pay, £55 per split. So you pay the £55 now. Kerry will send it to you straight away with your 3 Wise Men pin badges. You'll get it direct from then you pay the other 2 after that. And that's interest-free. So let's just show them what you'll get. You'll get all the yarn.
So you'll get all the yarn, and it is it's actually 900 grams of yarn that you get in this size Santa. So it's nearly 1 kilo of yarn that you get.
Wow.
It's a 5mm hook that you'll need. You will obviously have some bits of yarn left over as well. So you will have some bits left from the big balls when you finished it. And then you will get the pattern, and that's all the pattern is. So again, don't be intimidated,
quite nice,
by
actually,
being really complicated. It is just this double crochet stitch, and you're just going round and round in a non-stop
Fantastic. We've got a question. Good morning. I've wanted to learn to crochet for a long time now. Are any of these kits suitable for a beginner?
Absolutely. And I would always say, even though Santa looks complicated, if that one is the one that's stolen your heart, then absolutely go in there. Santa is naked underneath his clothes. And actually, the naked doll is the easy bit. So by the time you've finished the naked doll, you'll have learnt this stitch so well that you'll absolutely be able to move on to putting the clothing on the top. So Don't be put off that any of them look too complicated at all in my shows. Like, it really still is beginner.
Is there any that you would say that you would recommend?
Absolutely. I would always recommend a discovery box. So there is a Nativity discovery box on the show. And with that, you've got 6 small projects. And some of those are really easy. And again, you'll learn different skills as you go through. So you'll learn to colour change. You'll learn to do a little bit of chain stitch for the fleece. And so by the time you've finished your 6 mini projects, then you'll have mastered everything.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, don't be put off, like, you know, because it as Kerry's saying, because you've got to do it, you then learn that next bit.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And that is, I didn't crochet for a really long time because I didn't really want to make anything. As in, I'm not a person that learns a skill for the sake of it.
No,
I wouldn't ever just learn to crochet. So I didn't do it for ages. But as soon as I had a motivation, as in, I want to make an elephant, and that really was my first challenge, is right, I want to make an elephant. Then I had the motivation to actually learn the skills and develop them as I went along with the next thing.
So this is Big Santa. Now, so Little Santa, he's exactly the same.
Yes, it's exactly the same pattern. So once you've got the pattern once from either, you'll obviously be able to make Santas over and over again for other people if you want to, if you're planning ahead for next year. So this is exactly the same pattern, but worked in our double knit weight of yarn with a 3mm hook.
So Small Santa, he's £63. And he has all the yarn, but that's the double knit yarn and the pattern.
Yes, and the pattern. So it's entirely, it's the same colour options. You're going to get the ruby, the cream, the oatmeal and the charcoal. You just get less yarn because you need less yarn in the smaller size.
And don't forget that you will get the badges, the pin badges with every order. You don't need to put them in your basket while stocks last, but we have got a lot of them. These will be sent... Oh, that one's upside down. That one's upside down. There's Little Santa... I can't do this. Right. I can't do it upside down. I keep turning the wrong ones upside down. There we go. £63 for the Little Santa, and you will get the free pin badges will come with your order. Loads and loads of you are coming in for the smaller Santa. So please do check out. So, Kerry, can you show us a little bit?
Well, let's do some beard, shall we?
Yeah, let's do some beards.
Let's do some beard. So we can have a proper look at just how easy it is. Now, the way...
The technique is exactly the same, whether it's large or small. It's just the yarn that's the different size.
It absolutely is. So bear with me while I just get some double knit yarn so I can show you how to attach the beard on. So it's a 3mm hook if you're working in double knit. It's a 5mm hook if you're working in Aran.
So if you have a look on the website on Watch Live, these hooks are here. Small Santa, you will need a 3mm hook. It's flying.
So I've got a bird here, but I'm just gonna put a beard kind of technique on it so that you can see it. Because what you actually need is something to crochet onto, which is what I don't have without doing that.
First?
Yeah, so you stuff and you sew up the whole lot first. And I would recommend, well, it's up to you. I think it's really funny if Santa has just got his trousers on, but you do his beard and his hat. Yeah, basically do his jacket last. Leave his jacket till last. Because you can almost have him on the shelf on display as you're still crocheting the extra bits to put on there.
What a good idea.
So to put his beard on, what you do is you stuff it and you sew it up. So then you've got a completed face that you'll be working this beard on top. And what you do is you just chain. Obviously, the number stated in the pattern.
So you're not sewing the end in first, you just leave an end?
Yeah, you can just leave your end like that and sew that in afterwards. And then all you're going to do is double crochet back down that chain. So I always go into the front of the chain like this, into the middle of the V, and you'd be double crocheting a couple of stitches into each one.
These are all UK crochet terms as well.
They absolutely are. So what you're doing is you're increasing into the chain, and so that is what causes it to curl round and form those glorious ringlets.
Oh wow.
And that is all that you're doing. Because the chain is shorter and then you're putting more stitches into it, it obviously has to go somewhere, so it spirals around the chain automatically to fit them in.
So Kerry's just showing the technique for the beard. I know she's doing it on a bird, but you need something stuffed to show it.
Yeah.
Just in case some people, when they've just tuned in, like, what
is this that I'm adding on?
Oh, so because because you've got more chains going on the chain, that's what makes it curl.
Yeah, more stitches going on the chain. And so honestly, that's how simple Santa's beard is. And then all you do is you obviously need to spread them out. So you don't have to break your yarn or do anything like that. Right. All you do is what I call a slip stitch traverse. So we've done it here. We've made that one there. You'd go across the fabric by putting your hook in beneath a stitch like that. and then you just yarn over and bring that through. So you're travelling across the fabric to get away from your original ringlet.
Without starting a new
Without
piece.
having to start
Right,
a new piece,
that's
because you don't want to
brilliant.
have all of those ends. So then you just do exactly the same thing again. So you're back on another chain.
So I guess this is where if you want his beard to be longer.
Or shorter, yeah.
Or
You could do
shorter.
it exactly the way that you want to. Like, that's what I love, is the fact that you get to customise things like that if you want to change that
I'm
pattern.
just going to go and get the baby some.
So all I'm doing is double crocheting back down like that, increasing into the chains, and that's what causes it to curl round as a ringlet.
So I guess you could put one ringlet in and then go, oh, I want it longer, I want it shorter. And then just
Absolutely. Like, if I
adjust it.
take him off and show you
Yeah,
then
take
next to
him.
what I've just done there.
Okay.
So you are obviously doing quite a lot of them, but that ringlet that I've just made there, doing those increases, that is one of these. And if I open it up so you can actually get a good look in, do you see how it is in the rows then?
Yes.
So you'd never be able to see that when you see him finished, but that's me crocheting a ringlet, and then I travel across the fabric to put the next one in. So you're not going to generate tons and tons and tons
So it's
of
not, I mean,
ends.
it really isn't difficult.
No,
that.
that's it. That's all it is.
It's double crochet.
Yeah, and then you do one round around the back so he's got a hairline. So you just come beneath all the way around so he's got a nice bold head, but he's got one line of ringlets because then his hat goes on.
Oh, he is gorgeous, isn't he? Absolutely gorgeous.
And it's just really tactile.
No,
as
it is,
well.
and that's what
It
really
feels
makes him.
good,
I
yeah.
think also for me, it's the shade of the red and the cream.
Yeah.
He's like a vintage Santa.
He absolutely
isn't
is,
he?
yeah.
He's
So
not the
our
Coca-Cola
cream
Santa.
obviously is an undyed natural cream. It's not a bleached white or anything like that. It absolutely is the undyed natural cream. And as I said to you before, our colours are fibre dyed rather than yarn dyed, and that's what gives them that real depth of colour. It's like almost a claret red rather than a kind of bright orangey red.
Now, he is so popular. He is absolutely flying out, the little Santa. So if you've got him in your basket, you need to check out. So popular. I mean, he's gorgeous. But
And they do sit up as well, actually. I've not shown that because obviously I've had them on a stand there so you can see the full size. But they will sit up. So if you want them to just sit on a
He's
shelf
going to
or
come
even
out
on a
every
sofa.
year, isn't he? Or if you know you want to make something a present for someone, it doesn't need to be a child. Who wouldn't want one of those? And you can get it done by Christmas. How is his pom-pom made? Because it's not a pom-pom, is it?
No, so that one, I opted to do a bobbled pom-pom just so it matched the rim of the hat. You obviously could do it as a pom-pom
Yeah,
if
but
you
I like
wanted to.
that.
But all you're doing there is, so say when you're crocheting, let's show a bobble because Santa does have a lot of bobbles in him.
I like the fact that it does match the rim, doesn't it?
I try and limit the number of textures. I think sometimes in a design you can throw the kitchen sink at something just because you can do something. But if I decide to, say if we're representing a Christmas hat, the bubbles for me represent that fur that you would see on a Christmas hat. And so once I've done that, I try to hold that rather than go for a different technique. So I'm just going to get myself 6 stitches in a ring and then I'll make a bobble so that you can see it. So I'm actually using our chunky yarn here, which is even thicker, just so that you can see the stitches. But the same would apply because you can use the patterns with any thickness of yarn and it just makes them bigger or smaller. So when you're doing a bobble, let me just do a normal one in here first. What you'll do to make a bobble is you go round the hook first. So you've wrapped it round the hook and go in the stitch and yarn over to the point where you've got your 3 loops and just take the first 2 off, but leave that one on. So then you've done once, go in again, same thing, and then once, in again, same thing. And when you've got the bobble to the size that it states in the pattern, because this would be the same regardless of the size of bobble that you were making. Basically, the more times you repeat that, the bigger the bobble will get.
Oh, OK. So you could make it and go, oh, no, I want it bigger.
Yeah, you could go even bigger if you wanted to. So when you get to that point, all you'll do is you'll just yarn over and bring it through all of those loops like that. And that's what then creates a bobble. Because then once you do a normal stitch after it like that, you see how that bobble jumps straight out. So the way that the end of that hat is done, and that's how the edging is done as well with the bobbles, is the fact that you just keep building it.
Because I've done that as an edging to a blanket before, but never thought about putting it all together to make one big bobble. That's genius.
So you just go through and through.
And then you could use this technique to put a bobble on the end of your own hat, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in that chunky yarn.
Yeah.
So the kit that's in the graphics though is the large Santa. So that's the one that's using the Aran weight yarn.
Yeah.
£165, and it is on split pay.
It is, and that's going to give you 900 grams.
900 grams, so for
you've got nearly a kilo.
£165, and you've got something that will, you know, I think you will struggle to give it away.
Absolutely.
I would think, well, I'm going to make that for someone, and I get to the end and go, no chance.
No, staying with you forever.
That's mine.
Yep, so that's a bobble. And that really is covered, all the techniques in Santa.
Wow.
Beyond those two techniques that I've shown
And
you, the rest is just
that's all
double
then
crochet.
sewn together at the top?
Yeah, so all you would do, you just gather it. So in the same way as you would with the rest of the crochet, you'd be increasing it and then you just stuff it and gather it. Yeah.
That is fantastic. So large Santa's on the graphics, £165. There he is. There he is there. The most popular, by far, is the smaller Santa. He's gorgeous. Obviously, the pattern is the same. So once you've got your kit...
Yeah, you can make it multiple
and then obviously
times. It might be
it's
one.
the yarn that's different, but then once you've got the pattern, you can then do another one.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous. Right, now we're going to... And don't forget the pin badges. They come with every order. So the pin badges, every order, you don't put them on your order, Toff will send them out. With every order, we'll get 3 free Wise Men pin badges. Only one poor customer while stocks last, but Toff will be sending them out so you don't have to add them to your order. Right, we're going to do the Nativity Discovery Box.
So this is one of our latest Discovery boxes. Yeah. You could grab that, the box on top, that might, so I can show the box would be great.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Right, so the thing about a Discovery box, Toff Discovery box, is it comes in this box. And that is then a drawer that you can use over and over and over again. Especially
and this is
designed...
good for beginners, isn't it?
And especially designed as well to keep your postcards in. So if you are somebody that ends up with a lot of Toff postcards because you've got kits...
and that's the patterns.
That's your patterns. So you can store your patterns inside here afterwards.
Nice.
So it is a drawer box. These are our brand new craft ones. So we've gone for a really kind of natural looking Christmas this year at Toff. So the colours change every year. So if you have seen them before, you'll have seen them in different colours. So this is the newest ones in craft. And then the Nativity
I am going to bring it down because I want you
is to
talk
make
me through
you
it.
6 mini animals. So inside you will get 6 balls of yarn. So in this one you'll get 50 grams of cream. You'll get your oatmeal, your camel, your black and your mushroom. And then you'll get all the patterns for these 5 little animals here. And this obviously is really kind of classic Toft, obviously, with it being Edward's Menagerie and animals. So you've got Simon, who is a really easy one. So this
they've
is
all got
where...
names as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
this is where
Simon.
you would start, would be with Simon the sheep. You've got Erica the camel. That's a nice little easy one as well.
Erica the camel, okay.
Because she obviously needs to be present at the Nativity. Then you've got Hank the Dorset down sheep.
Because he was there.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep. You've got Angharad the donkey there as well, so you've got the donkey included. And then last but by no means least is Lance the ox. So you've got the ox in there as well. So you get all the patterns for all those little animals. Obviously you get all the yarn included and it comes in this box. You do also get your eye threads.
Is that a 3 mil crochet hook?
3 mil crochet hook that you'll need for this one. It's great obviously if you are a beginner to get yourself and work through it, but it also makes a lovely gift for somebody if they can crochet.
That's fab. And so in there you get the patterns, you get all the yarn, and then you can make them.
Yeah, you get your eye threads. What you'd need extra is your 3 mil hook and then some stuffing, which would apply for absolutely everything on the show. You will need stuffing.
Yeah, because obviously there's no point in putting them in the kits because sometimes people have, otherwise they'd all have cooked.
Yeah, we do sometimes put them in, but we'll always make that clear. So the product that does include them that we've got on the show is the new Sweetie tins. They've got all the stuffing and the hooks in, so you don't need to get anything extra.
Well, maybe we should go for Sweetie tins.
Yeah, so you can have a look. Now, I've got one here, so we can actually open it up and we don't need to touch that. So
hang on, we've got to finish talking about these first. Got loads of people have got these in their baskets. So remember, this is the one that Kerry said is good for beginners.
Yeah, really good for beginners and just really cute. I mean, you'll find the mini animals are the ones that my kids love playing with the most. I think because they can sneak them into their pockets. It's the only word of warning. If you do build yourself a nativity display, you might find that they go missing.
How do you come up with the names for them?
Sometimes it's really obvious to me. Other times I take requests from people quite often. But I really enjoy them having a little name.
They have to have names.
Yeah.
I think the Dorset sheep's my favourite. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you check out on this, just £42, you will get this beautiful box, which is a lovely project box as well to keep everything in.
Absolutely, and it's really sturdy. I know it's just a box that will be really useful in your craft room for all your hooks, for your patterns, as I said before, so at least you can keep them safe in one place. Or obviously the yarn does fit in there too. So while you're working on the project, you can keep putting the yarn back in and out, so you know.
And also, if you were making these for a child and gifting them, wouldn't it be lovely to have them in the box?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's where they sleep at night.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, they just love it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Loads and loads of you have got this in your basket. Over half of the stock has gone already. So if you need to get it checked out. But that is lovely. I mean, they would sleep in there at night, wouldn't they?
Absolutely, yeah. You might find yourself, you've got to sew a little blanket. I am not a sewer by any means, but I have to often sew blankets for my daughter's cuddly toys to go to bed.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Have we got the filling here? Because I know some people, so if you want to buy the filling, now tell me about your fillings, because it's slightly different.
It is. So this is, again, made in the UK, and this has been the hardest thing to source. It's really actually a thing that we take for granted, but finding good quality polyester in the UK is actually really, really difficult. So it's really soft. It means that it's lofty, but it's not clumpy, because that's the thing that you don't want, is to feel lumps in your crochet when you're doing this style of crochet. So you get enough in here to make 5 standard animals or 1 large animal. So to put that into perspective, you'd only need 1 for this discovery box, no problem.
Right.
You would probably need 2 for your big Santa, if you did go for your large Santa.
But 1 for the
one for your smaller Santa,
one.
And you can never have too much of this.
And it comes in that
It comes in this bag, yep, so you can keep it nice and safe.
Oh, that's lovely. So that's really, so £6. So if you've bought any of these and you don't have stuff, it really is worth buying the premium stuff, because it is.
There's nothing more frustrating than having done the crochet.
And it does,
you
don't have to separate it.
No, it's all broken up for you.
Already.
It's not clumpy already. And always my advice when you are stuffing crochet projects is, when you get it out the bag, do not roll it like this. Don't be tempted to roll it before you put it inside the piece. Try and keep it in open segments as much as possible like this. And I always use the heel of my crochet hook to push it into the pieces.
Fab. And it all comes in that bag, remember, so you can keep that bag.
We haven't even mentioned that, but actually everything we've seen so far also comes in a tote bag on this show.
Oh, okay.
So everything on the whole show, all the kits come in one of these tote bags. Yeah, so it'll come packaged up like that.
That's fantastic, isn't it? And that I mean, particularly, well, it's lovely to have yourself, but if you are thinking about buying these as a gift for somebody, whether you're going to give the kit, I mean, it's lovely to have it in a bag, but even if you're going to make it and gift it to them in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's like having a posh handbag, isn't it?
It is, and yeah, they're just so useful. I've got them
I must put it
all
back,
over
you're
my
right,
house.
they
Yeah, I know. You do, because you
This-
enjoy touching.
I
It's
know.
the texture of the fleece. It's such a nice texture, you don't want to put it down.
I know, I want the Dorset sheep. This has been the most popular in our show so far. Small Santa was the most popular, but this is now. These are just, they're just lovely. But again, these are heirloom Christmas. They
They will sit on your tree as well, so they're small enough that if you do want to either sit them in your branches, or you could just put a loop on the top of them and they would be able to hang on the tree.
Oh, how fab would that be? Oh, I think these are great. Lovely. Right, just a message. I'm not seeing any of the products for sale when I search under Toft, and no list for products on the show. Don't search, Julie. You have to go into sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. That's always the same. Whenever we have our live shows, all our products are on the Watch Live, because it takes you directly. It just makes it simpler. In the past, we've tried lots of different things, but if we put everything that's for sale today on the Watch Live section, it's easier. Another message. Good morning, Kerry and Rebecca. I love, love, love Toft. I learned to crochet because of Kerry and Toft. Don't be afraid. Go for it. From Jules in Monmouthshire.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. See, no, don't be afraid. Just go for it. If you really want to make Father Christmas, you will.
Yeah, you will.
I'm a huge Toft addict. Kerry, you are great and your patterns are fantastic. Being left-handed, I do not have any problems at all making Toft characters.
And that's so nice to hear, because I am always so conscious of thinking about left and right-handed. So in my patterns, I never refer to left or right. If I ever have to kind of state a direction, I'll always do it as hook hand and crochet hand rather than doing it as left and right, because the only difference is obviously the patterns are exactly the same, but you're just going to be going the other way around the spiral. So the only thing that's tricky if you are helping someone left-handed is you can't pick up their work and do it for them. You're going to go in the opposite direction. But I'm really careful to make sure I don't state left or right, so don't worry if you are a left-handed crocheter, no issues there.
Because you just go hook hand and
hook hand and yarn hand, and you go the other way around. Yeah,
it's funny that, isn't it?
I think it's quite exciting to think that, and you wouldn't be able to tell, like if you looked at a left-handed crocheted Santa and a right-handed crocheted Santa, effectively it's been built the opposite way round like that, but you couldn't tell.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Can we do sweets? Can we do sweeties next? Because I love the sweeties. So tell me before that, how did you come up with this?
So these are brand new for this year, and really earlier in the year, well, actually last year, I crocheted a donut for the first time and everyone loved the donut. My children in particular also love the donuts. We have a play kitchen. They just want to fill it with crochet food. And so that has continued into these tins. So
Now you get all 3 in this kit.
you do. So you're going to get 3 different tins. So I've got the peppermint swirls here, but there is also the humbugs and the mince pies. And this is a complete kit for a total beginner. Now, it's actually been stuck down, which is how it will come.
And if you buy all of these, you see you've got 3 gifts.
Yeah. So you can even keep one for yourself and then pass it on to someone else.
You've got the mint swirls.
So you do get absolutely everything included. You've got your sewing needle even, so you don't need to get anything extra. You've got your soft grip 3mm hook in there. You've obviously got your 2 balls of yarn. So this one comes with ruby and with cream, which is the peppermint swirls. That's your eye threads, in case you're wondering what that is. That you always get the eye threads in Toff kits. This is the stuffing that you need in order to finish it. And then finally, your pattern is here, and it's in the form of a menu. So it's like a cooking instruction that you've got your pattern on there, ready for making your sweets or your mince pies.
And the sweets have arms and legs.
Well, that is optional. So what I've put in the pattern for you is I have put the pattern for the body and the 4 limbs. So if you just want to make a character like this that is a little person, you'll be able to make one of these. But if you just want to make play food, you will actually be able to make 4 without the body. So it really is your choice. Like, you could just do them as play food for a kitchen.
Yeah.
Or you could hang these on a tree even. They'd, again, be a great decoration for just putting a little thread on and hanging on the tree. Or you could decide to turn them into a full character.
Yeah, tricky decision. Tricky decision, isn't it?
It is. And one like the humbugs, because the humbugs are even, you actually make 10 from one of these.
So in this kit, remember, you're getting all 3. You get the peppermint swirls, the humbugs, and the mince pies.
Yeah.
So this is the humbugs. So you get the humbug. Have we got the humbug person?
He was here. Oh, yeah, he's there. He's jumped off to freedom. There we go. And this is a funny one for anyone that is feeling a little bit bar humbug about Christmas. I certainly know the people in my family that should be getting a crocheted humbug for Christmas. Try and cheer them up.
This is a lovely... Is this black?
It's cocoa.
Because I was going to say it looks like a really soft, gentle black.
Again, because it is a dyed brown and then it's reblended with black fibres. So it means that it's a complex looking colour rather than a
but
flat
it's
colour.
softer, isn't it?
Yeah, much softer.
So in the tin for these, exactly the same.
Yeah.
So you can either make Mr. Humbug.
Or you can make 10 of the small ones if you want to. No, these, I haven't named the food. I've refrained from naming the food.
Oh, what would you name a humbug? Maybe Scrooge.
Yeah, it's a good name for a humbug.
So you can either make the humbug person or the humbug... And did you say 10?
10, yeah. And the great thing is, obviously, you get the tin. So it means that you'll be able to make all the play food and then put it back in if you did want to gift it either as a kit or if you wanted to gift it as play food.
Yeah.
You can obviously gift it all back inside the tin.
But isn't that lovely? I mean, and look, and because it is very much advertised, it's Learn to Crochet Kit. So this is perfect for somebody or you who hasn't crocheted before. Get them, split them. Give 3 different people.
Absolutely, 3 different people. It's a lovely little stocking filler. And then you'll have lots of friends that crochet as well.
And you get the mince pies. This is the 3rd one. I love the mince pies. Look at that.
So it's got a little bit more to it rather than being a standard mince pie this, so you're going to enjoy the techniques. You've got a little bit of front post and back post around the edge, so you'll be practicing some ribbing and then obviously creating the star on the top. You are going to use a couple of other stitches for that. So it's quite a nice one to go from the kind of beginner basics of the double crochet and then try out a few little stitches. But what's lovely is the fact that it's not intimidating like making something big like a blanket as a beginner.
No.
You're going to learn these skills but on something really small.
I know, and it's gorgeous, and I really hate mince pies, but I'd love to make one of these. This isn't just any mince pie. This is a Toft mince pie. And that's the tin. So all 3 tins, £75, and you get everything in there. Needle as well.
Yeah, absolutely everything. Like, we can open up this one. They're all
let's open
pre-built. So in exactly the same way as I did with the peppermint swirls, in this one you'll get our fudge and our camel, your eye threads, you've got your hook, obviously you've got your stuffing and your sewing up needle to sew it up as well.
That's lovely. It's quite nice to get the hook and the needle because then you've got that.
It is, and there's no excuses. So if you do gift it to somebody and they say, oh, well, no, they can't make that excuse.
No, because everyone has
not
a
having
pair
it all.
of scissors.
Everyone has everything they need inside that tin.
Chris says, I've had the nickname Humbug for years. Well, there you go, Chris. You need to buy yourself this kit. Yeah, and then you just need to find a friend called Mince Pie. And Peppermint Swirl. These are gorgeous. Which one are we going to do next, Hannah? The Mini Shepherd and the Mini Angel duo.
So they're just hiding there.
Oh,
so
they're
this
hiding.
is the same scale as the Three Wise Men. So the Three Wise Men that we talked about at the beginning, this is the mini doll standard form, and they're made using our double knit weight of yarn
here
again.
they
So
are.
that's the angel and then the shepherd next door.
There we go.
Again, really nice, easy projects. There's nothing too complicated about these at all. And the kit will create both. So if you do decide to go for your Three Wise Men, you could start to put your whole nativity together if you wanted to with your mini animals as well. And certainly what I have made these for a lot is if it's a child that's in a nativity. So if it's someone that's playing an angel or a shepherd, then it's a really nice gift to celebrate them being in the
gorgeous,
nativity.
isn't it? And like you said, this is the beginning of your nativity, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and my son is always, Edward is always a king. I don't know what that is. He only ever
Really?
is given the role of a king.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, it is, but he's always, at least I don't have to get a new costume.
Yeah, thank
He
goodness.
just grows out of it, unfortunately. But we can tweak it a little bit. But yeah, he always gets the role of a king. So yeah, if you do know a child that's maybe being...
Oh,
an angel
no,
or a
I think
shepherd
that's
in a
such a
nativity.
nice idea, because we have to go through that whole palaver of making the costume and the pillowcase and the tea towel and all of that.
And I get too ambitious. I go, again,
Oh,
same classic me.
But my
I
daughter
start
was an
making
angel
it all.
the first year when she was 4. I had marabou feather, you know. And then
Very
she
nice.
walked into school and it was like, well, who's your mum? I thought, oh, I'm embarrassed now. Because her costume was like the best. And it was always like she stood out.
That was me when I was at school. So my... I actually was never in a true nativity, but I was in the Clockwork Nightingale, of all things. And my dad made me a costume almost the size of this counter with animatronic moving pieces. He does have a theatre design background. So, yeah, I was that embarrassing person very much that everyone else just had small tea towels. I had an actual giant cardboard piece of moving
Which
costume.
sounds cool, doesn't it? Until you think...
Yeah, until it's maybe a bit much. Yeah.
Yeah, well, my son was Guy of Gisborne. It was a thing of, it was amazing. Yeah, but I've never ever given the costume away to me ages. But yeah, so this is really crochet them an angel.
Yeah.
So, and then the nice thing is it brings back those memories of either you and a nativity or your children as well. I mean, they are gorgeous. So you've got everything to make the little...
Yep, so you've got all the yarn, you've got the pattern. Again, the technique's adjustable crochets in these, so you've got no surprises, nothing extra. Again, brilliant for beginners. They are all removable, as we said before. I mean, he's got bad hair when he removes that, but he has got a nice bold patch on the back of there.
3 mil
the
hook.
shepherd. 3 mil hook. But yeah, everything is absolutely
so you can take the angel's dress off.
So you make
And
a
why
naked
would you?
doll.
But children would want to.
Yeah, you can make a naked doll and then the costumes go on top.
Yeah, but every child wants to take the angel's dress off. 50, he's blind now.
Yes,
£51, and that's all of the yarn and the patterns. You'll need a 3 mil hook. And don't forget that everyone who shops with Toff today, Toff will put the 3 Wise Men pin badges in your parcel. Now, obviously, if you want to do the nativity, we've got the 3 Wise Men kit as well. Because they were really popular at the beginning, so they would go beautifully. They're right at the front.
Yep, they're the same size and scale as these ones. So the 5 work together really well, as well as then those mini animals in the discovery box.
So do you want to show us a little technique?
Yes, why not?
I love a little technique.
Right, what shall we do? I mean, these are all quite straightforward, but maybe we'll just talk a little bit about tips on adding the hair, because the hair is another thing that I know people get worried about because it feels like you've got a lot of choice on doing it. So when I did Santa's beard, we were crocheting the hair on. The thing about when you're putting the hair on afterwards like this is all you need to do is cut your yarn into short lengths, and you stuff and sew at first in exactly the same way, and then all you do is you put your hook in through and you knot on a length like that, so how you would add a tassel on. But the tips, so there's nothing complicated about doing this at all. The tips from me is to get the neatest effect, always try and get your knots in the same direction. So you see how here you can see that the bumps are all on the same side. So rather than change direction and do some from this side and some from this side, start on one side and move in one direction, and that way your knots will all go in the same way. And the other big tip from me is don't put too many on. So if I show you under here, the things that you don't see very often.
Oh, yeah.
You see how I've actually got huge bold patches.
Yes.
Don't feel like you've got to put one round every stitch. It actually is very few that you need to add on in order to get that effect of hair.
Right, okay.
And what I do is I don't worry too much about them all being the same length when I tie them on. I actually just cut that up and I get them all into place, and then you have to do a hairdressing job at the end. So that will give you the neatest result, is the fact that you get them all in position and then you can chop them all at the end.
Oh, okay.
And this is just the yarn as is. So I haven't done anything with this once it's been attached, but if you want to, because it's a pure wool and it's all natural, you can actually unravel if you want to. So you can untwist the yarn and you'll get two curly strands separate like that. Or you can even brush it, and I've seen some absolutely beautiful dolls made. Sorry, I'm making that look harder than it is. I think it's quite high up on my body for me. There you go. So you can either untwist it like that, and you see that you get just a gentler 2 strands of curly yarn, or you could even brush that then, and it would go to being a lovely fluffy effect. So you really can have fun with the kind of customisation of them at the end. Again, with that beard, to just show you, it looks like a full beard, but it really is just one line. It's just
It looks funny
one
when you start
line
dissecting him like
of
that.
knotted on yarn like that, but
Okay.
that's enough.
Yes,
Less
I
is
think
more.
I would be thinking, right, I'm going to do the whole lot.
Cover the whole hair, yeah, and you really don't need to. It's just one
I think we
line
need to
of
just
stitches.
Come forward on the desk a
Oh,
minute.
there
There we go. He's walking away. Oh, that's really good, because that, I think, for me, I'd put the whole lot and then go,
Yeah.
oh, looks
And in
silly
terms
now.
of the face, like that's the thing that people wonder about too with the dolls, because obviously you are definitely sewing a face. So I always sew the nose on first. And if I was doing one with a beard, and this would count for Santa as well, make sure you've got your nose and your eyes in place before you start working on the beard, because you might be inclined to bring it much further up the face than it should be. So put your nose and your eyes in place first while it's clean shaven, and then there'll just be an obvious line for you to work that
'cause it's
beard
like-
in. That sits directly beneath the nose
Right.
to put that in place. And all I do with things like this is this nose is probably 3 wraps of the skin tone to create the nose going horizontally, and then the eyes are just 2 wraps of the black going vertically across 2 stitches.
Yeah, so very simple.
Really simple. It means that, again, they're totally safe. You're not adding any extras.
But
into
also, I
them
think
at
it's
all.
features that people often think, oh, I can't do, but there's nothing fancy.
There really
about
is nothing
them.
fancy to them. All of this is obviously truly removable as well. So you've got lots of little bits that you can have a play with and add on. He has got sandals on there as well. So you've got... I have sewn those on only because that's exactly the kind of thing where the
You
shepherd
would go-
never has them.
yes, yeah.
When I get on TV, but you could leave those unsewn if you want to, and then you just crochet his headdress separately and put that on. And the angel's actually simpler. Like the shepherd's got a lot more stitches in because you obviously are making that full headdress and the robe. The angel, she has an incredible amount of hair, but you could opt to do this however you want. So again, it doesn't need to be long hair. It could be short hair. It absolutely doesn't need to represent this angel being female. She could be male. All those options are yours once you've got this bundle. And you get all the colours, so you could mix and match the colours if you want to as well.
Oh, I see. So you could do this colour skin.
Yeah, you could absolutely. You can
okay.
mix and match the colours into different places, however you want to.
I love the wings.
And then she has then got the wings worked in trebles on the back.
They
yeah.
look long and it's lacy.
Yeah, well, they represent the feathers. That's actually
Yes.
last year my daughter was an angel, and the feathers are I'm still picking feathers up. I think, from the feathers.
Did you
that
make the
came-
costume?
No,
Oh.
I absolutely it got. As ever, as you know, Advent gets a bit busy for the next few weeks.
Yeah,
for me. So
yeah,
if
yeah.
the costume demand is in the next 3 weeks, it's not happening.
Not going to happen.
So yeah, you're going to crochet that little shift dress and then the wings that go on the back using trebles. And the hair's just knotted on knotted on the same way, long lengths. And it really, you'll enjoy. So if you do have someone that you're trying to capture, it's so easy to then customise these once they're in place, the mini dolls. So if you wanted to put pigtails in,
Oh, yeah,
you
put
honestly,
plaits.
you can make it just look exactly like the person
And what
that
a
you're trying to
lovely
capture.
thing for them to remember forever, because it's so exciting for children when they are in the nativity.
Absolutely.
This is like to remember forever, isn't
So
it?
all you do is just treat it like normal hair. You just plait that in. And again, keep it nice and long when you are styling, and then do the trimming at the end. So keep it nice and long when it's first knotted on. You can do the styling like that, and then you can just finish that off. I always use yarn to knot it again. So rather than introduce anything else, I just do a length of yarn and tie it that way around.
Okay.
So you can customise the hair however you want it to be on your angel.
Gorgeous. So this kit, £51, you've got the pattern to make them and all of the yarn. So how many balls of yarn do you get in this one?
I
Or
don't
it's
know
just
off the top of my head, but it's just there. So it will be 6, 7, 8 by the look of it.
I think so.
8 balls of yarn. And again, you can mix and match the position that you put them in, as I said before.
actually.
Oh, there you go.
9.
Yep.
9 balls of yarn and the pattern out, the instructions and everything. And don't forget you get the free badges. Now, just to talk about the badges a bit, if you want the badges as well, because you only get one free one, maybe you just want the badges, You can buy them. You can buy them. And you'll get another set free. So if you buy one set, you get one set free. So £21. So just so you see as well. So they're £21 if you want the 3 set of badges. That's what they look like on the back. They've got the 2 pins to keep them nice and stable. So if you buy 1 pack, you'll get another pack free, £21. But also that just shows you the value of the free gift that you are getting with everyone. Yeah, and they all say in the bottom £8.
Yep.
So they should be 24.
They should be 24.
So
They're on
this
discount
is
on 3
even a
anyway.
bargain. So you're
Yep.
getting £24 worth of badges.
You are. For your project bag or stocking fillers. I think they'll be a really nice gift to give on to
I
people
think
as
that's a
well.
lovely stocking filler, isn't it?
Yeah.
But a nice thing to have on your coat this Christmas, I think. Or so you can buy them, or you can buy something else, and you'll get a set free, really. Which one should we do next? Oh, right, yes, sorry, we've been asked the 3 wise men. So if you're thinking about starting your nativity, we've got a kit just at the front here that's got all of the 3 wise men in it. I hope they have names, though.
Melchior, Caspar and Balthazar,
Proper
yeah. I mean,
ones.
I'll remember that from school forever, the songs
Which
that you
one
learn.
is which? Does anyone ever
Yeah,
know?
so I did actually research them to look them up. So
Okay.
they represent 3 different generations of man. So one is young, and one is middle-aged, and one is old.
Did
And
not
then
know
they
that.
represent 3 different areas of the world that they come from. So Melchior, Caspar and Balthazar, they are
Really?
definitely. So this is Melchior, Caspar, and then Balthazar in the middle.
Okay, so where
And
do
so
they come from then?
you might be testing me now because I haven't actually researched that since I originally did them.
Wow.
But that's why the gifts that they bring obviously works into all of that. It is specific gifts. The 3 gifts that they bring is for each king. So yeah, it isn't
I
it
thought
isn't
they
random
just all
like
came
that.
locally.
It absolutely is.
Well, they were just locally
specifically-
down the
yeah.
road guys that
No,
turned up.
It is 3 definite kings to
Wow.
represent the 3 different empires. Yeah.
And then they have one. Oh, I didn't know they were through at different ages. Well, so that's the kit for those, £75. Oh, now the mini discovery box is our absolute favourite, which is all the little animals, where you get all of the yarn and the patterns, and it's a brilliant place to start. They fit with the nativity as well, don't they?
They do, yeah. So that's intentional. So the animals will sit nicely around a nativity. So if you did want to go for all 3, then you would be able to really get a lovely display going.
Oh, yeah, that was my fault, because I think maybe I put the sheep back in. Now, well over half of the animals, the discovery box, has gone. But even though Toft are sending these directly from them, not via us, it's still your 1p&p. So if you've bought one of these kits and then you've bought something that will be sent from Sewing Street, it will still be 1p&p. It doesn't matter. We kind of ignore the fact that they come from different people. We only charge you the 1p&p. Because you're buying them from us. So it doesn't matter how they're being sent. That's how we do it. Can we do the Poinsettia next, Hannah? Because I love the Poinsettia. They are beautiful.
So one thing that you can't see there that I'll show you is how it comes packaged. So with all of our
please.
flowers, they actually come in bouquet wrapped. So
No.
the poinsettia, and that goes for whenever you buy a Toft flower, it always comes in
Really?
a...
And is that in a box then?
Yes, this would then be inside the cardboard box. So it's another great gift that rather than give somebody
Wow.
a poinsettia that they'll kill,
Yeah.
as we all tend to do in January, no matter
Always.
how hard we try, you could actually make them an everlasting poinsettia. You could obviously even wrap it back up in this if you wanted to, or you can give them the gift
So
of
it's
making
that a
their own.
box?
Yeah, so that's a little tub inside there. Then all your yarn comes packaged inside there with your pattern and your eye thread. So that's how it comes out.
So, yes, if you could either give that to them to make
Yes.
or unpack it carefully.
Yeah, make it for them and then put her back in there and
what's
gift it
her
as a
name?
gift. This one doesn't. The flowers don't have names either, actually.
don't
Yeah, food and flowers.
Don't have
no names
names.
for them. Yeah.
Look. And the badges as well, don't forget. Just £32. I love that. I bought my daughter the Daisy for her birthday.
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved it. But this.
This is a lovely, easy project. Again,
And look at
don't
its
be
tummy.
intimidated by thinking that it
Got a
looks complicated.
fat
It
tummy.
would be suitable for beginners. You're going to be making a lot of petals, but obviously if you are a beginner, the great thing is you're practicing the same thing over and over and over again. So you become an expert. By the
We've
time
got a
you finish.
good question. I'm loving the shows. I started crochet a few years ago and I love amigurumi. Kerry's kits are amazing. Intrigued to know, what does Toft stand for?
So often people think that TOFT stands for something, but it's actually not that exciting. So TOFT is where we are based in Warwickshire. So it is a hamlet where my parents originally had their alpacas that then became the TOFT alpaca stud, and that is where the business is still based
So it's
today.
like a hamlet?
Yeah, so it's a Norse word that actually means dwelling with a single tree originally. There are a lot of TOFTs across the UK, but it's also a really popular surname. So often people think that my surname is TOFT, but no.
TOFT.
There's no TOFTs in my family. Yeah, there's no TOFTs in my family. I don't come from a line of TOFTs. It's where we're based.
Oh, I think you should change your name to Kerry Toft. Make more sense. This is gorgeous. Now remember that in the kits, it is all yarn that Kerry Sources has made specially and is specially dyed as well. I think it would be quite useful if you could show us sort of the very beginning.
Yeah, let's go from the very beginning of crochet.
Because if you've heard the word amigurumi, I mean, that just sounds horrible and difficult.
It does, and I think all that you really need to learn is the double crochet stitch. That's the thing that you've got to master to be able to do this style of crochet, but that really is it. Like, say that poinsettia there, the only stitch in the whole thing is a double crochet.
Okay.
So I'm going to use a chunky yarn and an 8mm.
So we'll keep this poinsettia in the screen, but Kerry's just demonstrating in a different yarn because it's the general and this is most of your kits, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, 95% of the kits. Right. I would say possibly even more. So what you need to do is start with a slip knot. And to tie a slip knot, we make a circle like this, put the circle through and make sure it's the tail end of the yarn that you're taking. And this is key to the way that I teach people how to start. So if you have already crocheted and maybe you're experienced, then you can always do a traditional magic ring. If you don't know what that is, then don't worry, I'm about to show you how to do it in an easier way. So create yourself a slip knot, but make sure that you've got the tail end controlling that slip knot. That's really important. And pop that onto your hook. And if we're talking about holding hooks and yarn, I'm a right-handed crocheter, which means I hold my hook in my right hand and my yarn in my left hand. And the most important thing is to make sure you can turn that hook by 180 degrees. It doesn't matter whether you hold it over the top or underneath, but just make sure that you can do it by 180 degrees really comfortably. So then all you need to do is chain 2 stitches, and the chain is the one to practice if this is the first time you've ever held a crochet hook. So all you do is you grab the yarn like that. So you bring your hook across, then you turn your hook downwards towards you, and then you bring that through that loop, and that is a chain stitch. So we're going to do 2 of those for this technique to start. So I've got 2 chains, and they're those 2 little V's like that. And then here goes the first double crochet. So what you do is you take the hook, and you put it in through that first chain hole, you yarn over, so that same thing that we just did, and bring it back through to the point where you've got 2 loops on your hook like that. Then you yarn over and you bring it through those 2 loops. That is a British DC or double crochet. And that is the only stitch you'd need for the whole of the 3 wise men, for the shepherd, for the angel, for the discovery box, for the poinsettia. You haven't got to learn another stitch. That's it. Even Santa. Because we did the bobble earlier, but it's still just a double crochet.
So all you've got to do is practice that 20 times. Done.
So what you do then, once you've got one of them, you actually do 5 more of them into that same hole. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So what you've ultimately got is 6 double crochets into that first chain hole. And then all you do is you pull that tail tight, and that gives you 6 stitches in a neat circle. And that's what you saw me whiz through earlier when I started doing the bobble. That's all I did then to get started. Then this style of crochet, all it is building this little double crochet. Imagine it a bit like a Lego brick. You're building those on top of the ones beneath them. That's how it grows. So all you do is you put your hook back in through the stitch that you're going to work, and you work a double crochet. And if it's getting bigger, so if it's growing from this starting point, what your instruction will say is double crochet 2 into the next stitch. And that is as literal as you do 1 stitch into there, and then rather than going on to this next one along, you just go back in and do a second one into that same hole. So that is it getting bigger, is it will say double crochet 2 into the next stitch. Now the only other thing you'll need, but you'll have this included in your kits because you've got lots of different colours in your kits, is a scrap piece of yarn that you can take off your yarn label even if you want to.
So this is instead of the stitch markers?
Yeah, I don't recommend using a classic stitch marker, especially not as a beginner, because taking it out and putting it back in is an extra process that you don't need. It's also all worked in a spiral rather than in straight rounds. And so a lot of the time when I watch people take something out and put it back in, they put it in the wrong place because they want to straighten it up all the time rather than keep it in a spiral. So all I do, say I've done a round of instruction, I've counted my stitches, I know how many I've got. I just pull through a scrap piece of yarn like that through the last stitch of the round, and then you carry on, you crochet the instructions right the way back round again. So you come round like that. Obviously then following the instructions if you are doing increasing or if you're just doing normal stitches. And then when you get back round to that bit of yarn, you work the stitch that your yarn is in. So do you see my yarn's there? I work the stitch that that one's in. If I'm a beginner, I'd probably stop and actually count at this stage. So I'd count again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If that's the right number, then all I'd do is the same thing once again, is pull that with me. And it tracks up your work with you, but you can leave it in as a lifeline. So it means if you do get carried away and you maybe do 4 rounds without counting, and then you discover 4 rounds in that you've got the wrong number, you can actually track back 4 rounds really accurately.
That's brilliant. You know, I've always wanted to know how to do that.
And that's, I mean, once you get confident, once you can do it more, you don't have to pull it through every stitch. You can actually just wind it backwards and forwards like that, which is even faster.
Oh, okay.
But while you're learning, I'd always say to pull it through the exact stitch, because that means if you do count them and you're wrong and you need to track back quite a long way, you can actually do it so accurately. You never have to start again. Yeah.
So it's, I mean, it is that easy. And I know when you hear the word amigurumi, you think, oh, that's really difficult. Or you look at these because they look so beautiful.
But it really,
it's going to be difficult.
But it really is just that stitch. So the last thing that I'll just show you is how to decrease it. So increasing it, you put 2 into 1 stitch. Decreasing it is called a DC2 tog, or a double crochet 2 together. And the way that I always recommend doing that, because it means you're not going to get a hole and you're not going to get a lump, is you put the hook up beneath the whole stitch like that. So I'm actually putting it, you see how normally I'm crocheting beneath the whole thing? I'm going to come up through the middle, so I've effectively just got the front loop. Then back down and get the second front loop. So I've got 2 halves on my hook rather than 1 whole stitch. And then you just double crochet through those 2 halves. Because what that does is it takes your stitch count down with the fronts, but it leaves the backs of the stitch to fill in any holes, and it doesn't make the fabric double thickness. So it's actually a really invisible way to see it on the surface of the fabric. So I'll just do it one more time. Rather than crocheting right the way through a stitch, you take half and half again, and then you double crochet through those 2 halves.
That's fab. I don't do it like that. That's brilliant.
Oh, there you go. So there's lots of different ways.
That's brilliant.
There are, like with crochet, there's so many different ways of doing it.
That's a much better way.
But that's really smooth, and it's invisible on the front, but you do get
Isn't that funny? Because even though you know, even if you are a crocheter, you know, I need to go back and watch your videos because I don't do it like that, and that's so much better.
Yeah, and it's really smooth then, and you won't see it. And it's the opposite to the increase. Yeah.
It's just absolutely brilliant.
But that is everything. So what I've shown you there is everything you would need to make your angel and your shepherd, to make your 3 wise men. Santa with his beard and his bobble that I did at the beginning. Again, you've learned everything.
And these are on your website.
Yeah, for absolutely everything.
He's very basic.
Every abbreviation that you ever hit in the pattern, if it says something like, even if it says slip stitch and then slip stitch to join into a circle, and you think, well, that sounds easy, but I better check. There's a video for that.
Right.
Yeah. There's a video on how to read the pattern.
You don't need to know how to crochet at all. If you really want to make a mince pie, or you really want to make a poinsettia with a big fat tummy, I mean, it's just that gift box. I think that's great. Or if you know someone goes, I've always wanted to learn how to crochet. Let me just show this. Then what a fantastic gift. And say, I'm not making it for you. Make it yourself.
Yep.
But, you know, and so many people say, oh, I want to keep my hands busy. I want something to do. And this is it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing about Christmas is when you're putting these hours into these things, it's so special to get them out every year. Like, I'm already so excited. I make us wait till December in our house because I feel like otherwise Christmas lasts all year. But when I get these decorations out that I've made, it's such a good day.
You must have all of them.
Yeah, I have got a lot.
The whole lot
now. I've got a lot of everything. Yeah, I've got them in a few different sizes. The whole house now. It's probably the one time of year where my house does truly get covered in.
Well, I think it's lovely as well because I always bring out all of mine every year, and they just look, compared to all the other sparkly decorations, these are the ones I love.
Yeah.
There's the poinsettia. Don't forget the poinsettia. £32. She I think it's a she.
I think she might be, yeah.
Yeah.
And in terms of displaying these, they are designed to fit in standard vases. So obviously in your home, you can put it in a vase on the table is a really nice thing to do, or sit in a plant pot. So if you've got a small plant pot, you can just sit the poinsettia inside that as well. So they sit really nicely around your house on display in a different way to the dolls again.
Oh, I see what you mean. I never thought about a vase.
Yeah, you just fold. You can either fold a body up inside a plant pot, or we do, glass vases that they'll stand in. Yeah.
Brilliant. They're absolutely gorgeous. I love that. And the fact that they're packaged so nicely, you can make them sit up there. Look, Tommy won't fix. It's a girl. I don't know what her name is. Priscilla, probably.
That's a good name. Yeah.
Right. Okay, crochet hooks. We need to just go through those before we do the other kits. So we start at the largest, 8mm. So we do
an 8mm. There's nothing on the show that uses an 8mm. But basically, if you're using tough chunky yarn, then an 8mm is the size that you would need. So that's what I've demoed on here, is our chunky yarn. The thing with all of the patterns is it all scales up. So if you want to make Santa even bigger, you could obviously use a chunky yarn.
So we'll be talking about the hooks, because I imagine you've developed these for a specific reason.
Absolutely. So these are the ones that I find most comfortable, both in my hand, so because it's not round, it is oval almost in its shape. I find that most comfortable in my hand, but actually more than anything, it's the tool to be able to stuff the stuffing in, and I can't emphasise that. Whenever I don't have this to be able to do it, because say something like a leg, like on this mince pie, what you're going to be doing is crocheting that in one piece, and then you put the stuffing in the top, but it's no good trying to push it with your finger. Best thing to use is just the handle of your hook, and it pushes it really smoothly down into the bottom. So it's not just to do with the comfort of that, it's actually as a tool.
Our image on the web is wrong, so that's, and it's lovely. It's like that. That's the 8mm. It's, I can't think what the texture is. It's smooth.
Yeah, it is
like
smooth
rubber. That's the feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not squishy. So some of the hooks that you get are squishy. This is hard. And I mean, as someone that does crochet every day, and as some of our team that crochet a lot of hours every single day, we find these are most comfortable for our hands if you are doing a lot of it.
Yeah, because they're not, they're hard, not squishy, but very, very
Yeah, because I think with the squishy ones, I have a tendency with the squishy ones to hold them quite hard, like to
Well,
press
I have a
them quite
tendency,
hard.
I keep them in my mouth as well, don't you? When you like doing something else and then you end up with teeth marks.
Yep.
So that's the 8mm. £5, so that's the one is for chunky.
Yeah, then the ones for Aaron is the 5mm. I probably have got one here, actually. Let me get you one.
So the 5mm is used for Aaron.
Aaron, so that's the 5mm there.
And that's big Father Christmas.
That's for your large Father Christmas will be a 5mm. And then the smallest one is the 3mm, which will be for absolutely everything on the show.
What else have we got, Hannah, then?
We've got 2mm.
Yes, 3mm.
That's for our fine.
And 2mm.
Yeah, the 2mm would be for our fine. So again, we've got nothing on the show into our fine.
And
but we do
would be for the fine yarn, which is like the 4-ply.
Yeah, which we don't have on this show, but I did have it on the last show, will be while that was on, the 2mm. But they're the only sizes that I really use.
But 3mm is the one for nearly everything.
Honestly, you can't have too many.
Except for the kits that we're selling today, except for big Santa, you need a 3mm.
Yeah.
So
and just remember, the sweeties do come with a 3mm. So if you're going for the sweets
and it
trio,
comes with this.
It comes with exactly that hook inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are lovely, they feel nice. And people are very fussy. Well, I am.
Yeah, you are.
Very fussy.
I'm terrible because I've been so spoilt with these for so long. Sometimes if I'm, say, teaching a workshop but someone's opting to use their own hook and they pass me their hook, I'm useless. I'm missing it, and because you get so used to your hook and the comfort of your own hook. Yes, sorry, the poinsettia's in the way.
Right, the sweetie tins. Now, don't forget that the sweetie tins, well, you've got the peppermint swirls, you've got the humbugs and the mince pies. They come in the tins. Now, in the tins is everything. Crochet hook, tapestry needle, yarn, stuffing, pattern, everything in a tin as well. Hi, fab kits. I love them all. How many mince pies could you make with the kit?
Now,
please?
I'm going to actually check because I don't want to misquote you. I think it's 3 or 4, but let me just double check. So, as with all of these ones, it's your option on whether you can make the body on it as well.
Oh, okay.
Let me just
where is
check
he?
you.
Yes, so there's
4 pies. So if you just want to make the mince pie bit, not the body, you can make 4 of them. Or you can opt to obviously make the mince pie with the body and the limbs. So you could do 4 like this on their own. You could even add eyes onto them if you wanted.
That is a plate of mince pies, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
With
because you're going to get 25 of the fudge and 25 of the camel. So, yeah, it would make 4 like that. Or you could go for your body if you want to create it into a
And
character.
these are, remember, beginner kit. Well, basically, I mean, they're all for beginners, but because
Yeah.
they've got everything in them.
Yeah, it means you don't have to source anything else. So that's how your menu comes. So that gives you your ingredients list and your method for creating your mince pies. Then you obviously get your crochet hook, you get your eye threads, you get the stuffing like that, and then your 50 grams of yarn.
It's fabulous. Right, stockings. I'm going to bring those over. The festive bubble. I love these. It's a shame you don't make them to fit, because wouldn't you love to wear these?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're not for wearing. They're for presents. Let me move the poinsettia 'cause it's in my face. Oh, I've probably just taken the angel out as well. Anyway, there we are. We'll sort that out in a minute. So the stocking. Now this is like the perfect Christmas
It is,
stocking,
and this is a
isn't it?
knitted one. So I know that obviously a lot of you out there are knitters, not just crocheters. And so this is a knitted one. Obviously, you've got the pleasure of doing those bobbles, which is a lovely texture, worked in our ruby and cream Aran weight of yarn.
Right, and so in the kit you get, obviously...
You get 300 grams of that Aran, and you actually get the knitting needles. Because sometimes I don't know whether you'll have circulars in the right size. So it is on a circular needle, which I think they're there somewhere if you wanted to show this. So they are a birch wood circular needle is what you will get included. They should be just tipped against the yarn. So you will get the knitting needles included in this one, because it's knitted on a circular needle, which means that you've got no seaming up to do at the end. You literally just knit it in one piece.
So in the kit, you get the 3 balls of Aran. Let me move the mince pies.
So you get 200 grams of the ruby, you get 100 grams of the cream, and then you get a set of circular needles. Yeah. So these are our tough standard needles. So they are birch wood. And that means that they're 5mm, and you just knit your stocking straight on.
And this is knitting, not crochet, it's knitting.
Yes, it's the only knitted product on the show.
But, you know, if you were thinking, right, well, this year I'm going to do a stocking, you know, for an adult, not
absolutely for an adult.
Then this is forever, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I think the stockings are such an exciting thing. It's another Christmas is so exciting.
Well, it's a decoration.
With the traditions and the heirlooms that you get to get out. And, whether it's a child or an adult, you still take your stocking with you. If it's a stocking like this, it's with you forever.
Absolutely. And it's a lovely decoration, isn't it? I mean, that is just gorgeous. Oh, yeah, forever and ever. £62. That's the knitted stocking. Right. And I've got another stocking. And this is a crochet stocking.
So this one's got colour work in. So this one is going to be a bit more demanding if you are a beginner crocheter. But again, still not too difficult at all. It's still just a double crochet. So you're just doing that one stitch, so you don't need to worry about that.
Scandi,
yeah,
isn't it?
And you are just colour changing, but there is a chart as well as instructions, so you're okay.
Right, and with that one, you get...
the crochet hook included as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to get that one included. I want to just check that it is I think the crochet hook should be on the front there with it.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So you will get the crochet hook included in that one as well. It's the opposite way round yarn-wise. So you're going to get 200 grams of the cream and then 100 grams of the ruby.
And this is Aran again.
This is Aran again, pure wool.
So you get your 5 mil.
Yeah. So we don't use many sizes at Toft.
No, you don't. yeah, but that's great, though.
2s, 3s, 5s and 8s, and you're sorted. That's all you need.
And don't forget that you will get the 3 free wise men, worth £24 actually, because £8 each. They will be added to your order. You don't need to add it to it. And then that gives you all of them. These are just gorgeous, aren't they? I love them.
Yeah, they are. A stocking's a lovely project to make. I think it's if you've not yet made a stocking, I would highly recommend it. It's really satisfying.
Got a message from Maureen about the poinsettia. Hello, I've just bought the poinsettia. At least my cat won't chew it. Love, Maureen. P.S. Enjoying the show. I'm thinking at least it'll actually live.
I know, because I am.
I don't think I even mind last.
And I'm quite good at. I regard myself as relatively good at plants and green fingered, but poinsettias, I don't know what I do with them. But come January, they're always a goner.
I know. Yeah. Well, this one has just fallen over. No, they are gorgeous. Right. Let me just go through. So the poinsettia, massively popular. I'm not surprised. She's beautiful. It has to be a girl. I don't know why. Over half of the stock has already gone. You will need a crochet hook, which is a 3 mil. So I know this now. 3 mil for this one. And you will need stuffing. A bag will be more than enough.
Yes, it will. A bag will do a few flowers, probably 2 or 3 flowers. Yeah.
And worth getting as well. I think, you know, if you've got the kit, and you haven't got, just pop the stuffing.
Yeah, absolutely, because you've always got it then. There's nothing more frustrating than finishing a project and not having the stuffing to finish it.
Awful.
Yeah.
And the great thing about crochet is you don't really need, you need the yarn and the hook, but that's it. It's only like the stuffings.
No, there's not a lot of extras that you need at all. You
No,
can do
not
it anywhere.
at all.
Yeah.
The Discovery box, which are all the animals, this has been the absolute favourite today, which I'm not surprised because look at them. Discovery, it's all the Nativity animals. So we've got, I've got to remember which is which. We've got
The ox.
The ox.
Lance the ox, Simon the sheep.
Simon the sheep.
Dorset down, sheep.
The camel.
Yeah, Erica the camel.
Erica the camel.
And Angharad the donkey.
And Angharad the donkey, obviously. Why is the donkey called Angharad?
Actually, that was my neighbour in my old house when I wrote the original Edwards Menagerie. I lived next door to an Angharad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
I knew
great.
an Angharad at school too,
It's a
actually.
lovely
so
name. I always think of
Angharad
Angharad Rees, you know,
Yeah.
de Melza. That's the only Angharad I've ever heard of. And anyone who never watched Poldark in the old days, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Right, and then right back to the very beginning is the classic Santa, which comes big, which is crocheted with Aran yarn. Remember, you will need, if you haven't got a hook, you will need the bigger hook for that, the 8mm.
5mm.
5mm.
Big. So we do big Santa and chunky as well, this big.
5mm.
Yeah, 5mm.
So you'll need the 5mm hook for the big Santa. £165, available on 3-way split pay. This is your heirloom Santa. I mean, you might buy it because you're going to make it for someone else, but you might be well keeping it.
Yes.
But he is just beautiful. If you want the smaller one, who's still a good size, look. I mean, he's still, you know, you say small, he's not small, look, it's a proper doll. £63. And you've got all of the yarn. You will need, if you haven't got one, a 3mm crochet hook and a bag of stuffing, but you've got all the yarn, all the pattern. And any stitches that you don't know about or can't do, they are all on Toft website. So it doesn't matter whether you're new to crochet or brilliant at crochet or just somewhere in between, these kits are perfect. And I know that because I make loads of them and they are brilliant. But thank you for joining us again.
Thank you. Lovely to
Been
see you
fab.
again. Yeah, it's gone lively and fast.
Yes,
I was
and-
worried about it feeling long at an hour and a half.
No,
It's
and
been
thank you
lovely.
for showing us. I mean, you know, the more complex things, but just the very basic.
Yeah.
How to start. I've learned 2 things.
There you
And
go.
I've been crocheting for years, so it's mad, isn't it? And I've learned 2 things. So I will see you back in a few minutes. We have got Jane Grover. Gosh, you know, my mind just went. We've got Jane Grover and her fantastic crochet blankets. If you've seen Jane before, you will love her blankets. We've got quite a lot of them, actually. We've got kits for all of them. Jane's going to be demonstrating how to do them. We will be starting with yet another early bird. It's all exciting stuff today. Thank you so much for joining us for our birthday. Don't go anywhere. Well, you can make a cup of tea. You've probably got time to do that. I'll see you back here in about 4 minutes' time.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Yarn Lane's Not Sewing Street, because it's Yarn Lane's 3rd birthday, so we are taking over the channel today. And why not? We should be allowed to for one day only. If you've been with me all morning, haven't we had a fantastic time? Just so excited by the guests we've got today and still got to come. Now, look at this. First ever, never been seen before. Anyone who shops with Yarn Lane today gets the free Yarn Lane notebook. Look, flips open, write all of your crochet and knitting notes on it, or notes to other people, whatever you like. But everyone who shops today, one per customer, while stocks last, but we have got quite a lot, so don't worry, will receive this. Also, wipe clean cover, doubles up as a coaster. Because it's slightly padded as well. So gorgeous. Now, another thing that we're doing today, because normally we have a early bird, one per show, but not today. No, it's Yarn Lane's birthday, so we have got one per show. So this show is all about crochet. So this is all about the crochet hook. Now, what's really important, what I like about these sizes, is that, you know, when we had, if you were with me when we were talking to Sam and we were talking about tension and getting your tension right, and the way that if you crochet tight or loose is change it, is you change the size of the crochet hook. But if you've only got one crochet hook, you can't do that, can you? So, early bird special price, $9.99. Well, that's not the early bird price, that is the full price, $9.99. So you get 6 crochet hooks in sizes 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 5 and 6. So these will cover you from a lot of your, not every single crochet project, but a lot of your crochet projects. But because you've got them in the half mil, so you've got the 2.5, 3, 3.5 and 4, what's really good is that then if you need to adjust your tension, you can just go down by that 0.5 mil, and it really makes a difference if you're making something big. Anyway, what's the price, Hannah? No way. $4.99. $4.99, and different sizes, different colours, so it's easy to remember. So you've got 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 5 and 6. Look at that. Don't forget, anyone who buys anything today on Yarn Lane or Sewing Street, to be honest, will get the notebook. So if you check out on this, you will get this for free. So if you've only got one crochet hook, or you haven't got any crochet hooks, these are worth putting in your basket. If, like me, you... Have they? Sorry, I was answering Hannah. The early birds from the previous shows have sold out. If, like me, you constantly lose crochet hooks down the back of the sofa, under the sofa, or behind the cushion, I don't know where they go, worth having an extra set. Also quite useful gift for somebody as well. Please keep checking out on those. Only $4.99 for all of those sizes. So if you've only got one crochet hook, you've only got a 4 mil, get yourself a pack, because if you do need to adjust your tension at all, you need the different sizes. Worth it as well, because some people are very tight crocheters and some people are very loose. Then let me just tell you about the early bird for the next hour, which isn't available yet, but I'm just giving you a little teaser. Do you love Peter Rabbit and knitting? Knitting Peter Rabbit's just not just knitting. This is at 12. It isn't just Peter Rabbit, though. It's Squirrel Nutkin. There's Mrs. Tiggy Winkle is in there. Jemima Puddle Duck is in there. Look, it's got all the knitting patterns for all the Peter Rabbit and friends. Gorgeous, isn't it? That will be our last early bird at 12. Sneak preview, not yet available. That's a sneak preview for you. Don't forget the crochet hooks. Should be $9.99, only $4.99. Right. Anyway, this hour is all about Jane and the blanket. I'm going to come across and see you. Hi, Jane. So nice to see you today. I haven't seen you for ages.
It's been a while. I've been really admiring your jumper.
It's very warm and cosy.
Gorgeous.
I crocheted a temperature blanket one year. You know, when you do a different row
Yeah,
every day.
different colours.
And then I had a bit left over. I thought, what am I going to do with it? So these were the cold temperatures. That was the mid, and these were the hot ones.
Lovely. It's really nice.
So it was one of Sam Sabido's patterns.
Yeah.
But in my
Very
It's
nice.
nice and warm. So we're all about your blankets today, which is fab, isn't it?
Yes.
So anyone who hasn't met Jane before, it's all, well, you're a crochet designer.
Yes, but I do specialise in blankets.
Yeah.
Because I throw so much stuff at my design that I think if you were to wear it, it would be really kind of bright and almost like Joseph Technicolor,
Yeah, I would
wouldn't
actually
it?
quite like a jumper.
Do you know
in this.
people do make garments out of them? But yeah, I like designing blankets because to me it's almost like a picture within a frame.
Right.
So I tend to do stuff for the home. Yeah.
And they are gorgeous. I mean, whenever you see, if you've seen Jane before, oh, it's on that one, is it? If you Jane, sorry, they've moved all the screens around. If you've seen Jane before, you'll know how gorgeous her blankets are. If you haven't, I mean, she designs amazing ones using all different stitches.
Yeah.
But they are very skill building, aren't they?
Yeah, so a lot of them start easy and get harder if you do one that's one of my crochet along ones. I think the ones we've got here today are all repeated blocks.
Okay. So we're going to start with Persian
tiles.
tiles. Oh, Eastern Jewels. Sorry, first.
So
This
Eastern
one.
Jewels is this one, yes.
So it's the same as that one, but it's a different colourway.
Yes, it is, yeah.
So what was the concept behind this one?
So it was inspired by, I mean, I live in North London, so I'm really lucky I can go to the V&A anytime I want to.
Okay.
And there is a Persian room that it's got carpets and tiles and all sorts. So this kind of motif here was inspired by a tile, actually, that is in a room in the V&A. And that was the original colourway, so it's kind of that real, whether you can see the bluey one. It's that real sort of like Persian, Moroccan type colours.
We have got kits for both of them. We're going to start with this one.
So this was then recoloured by Lucia Dunn, who's a friend of mine. She's another crochet designer.
Right.
She looked at my version and she loves multicolours, so she not redesigned it, but recoloured it.
Okay.
Yeah, in her real lovely sort of rainbow colours.
So what do we get in this kit then?
You get all the yarn.
That must be this one, I'm guessing.
Yes, it's this colourway here.
Right. So you get all the yarn and the pattern.
You'll get all the yarn. You'll get the pattern, which is written for the original colourway in the blue.
Okay.
And then you will also get, yes, it's there on the picture. You can see it.
Yes, it's in the front of that one.
Yeah, you can get it's like, we call them substitution documents. So for working that colourway, it tells you where to use the colours.
If we just have a quick look through the patterns, I think it's important when you're buying a new kit. Half the stock has gone, just warning you, 5 minutes.
This one always goes mad.
I know, it's because it's beautiful. But just so, I think sometimes people look at this and think, oh, I don't know where to start this, but it builds. So let me just show you. Look at the pictures. We only need to start with that.
Yeah, so I've brought some little bits along,
Oh, actually, yeah. So all of this in the instructions, but you show us how it's...
So I often suggest, this is obviously in the original colourway, not the colourway that's shown behind us. I often suggest to people they work in almost like a production line way. So instead of making the whole octagon, you've got to make 16 of them. So don't make one and then think, oh, I didn't, I've got to make 15 more.
Right.
If you do it like a production line and just make all your centres first, and then the next round.
So can we put in the graphics for the other colourway? So this that Jay is showing us, this is...
the kind of production
Right, sorry,
line,
this one is Eastern Jewels in the graphics at the moment. This is this bright colourway, and all the kit is in here.
Yeah.
That's an acrylic yarn, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's all special DK, Starcraft special.
Right.
There might be one in there that's life, which has got a little bit of wool in, but otherwise it's all acrylic.
And it's all UK terminology.
Yes, I mean, I've accidentally picked up a US pattern, but in the kits, they're all UK. Yeah.
I didn't know you did US patterns. That's cool.
I do a few. Yeah. So for our bigger sellers, we do US. Yeah, but mostly UK.
And this is the sort of brighter Eastern version. Well over half of the stock has gone. The original colourway, which is the one that Jane's shown, we'll talk through it in a minute. We need to get these graphics in for the other colourway, is this one. And...
so this is Life DK.
Oh, so this has got a bit of wool.
Yeah, I think it's 25.75, is it? I can't quite remember.
It is, well done.
Yes, I know my stuff.
So this colourway, 56.99, it's the original one. So it's got a little bit of wool in it, this one. What you're seeing here is actually folded in half. It's exactly the same size as this.
Yeah.
It's just a slight... I made this is a message. I made the Persian towels blanket in the blue version many years ago, and I've had loads of compliments about it. It's really beautiful, from Carol in Leicestershire.
Oh, fantastic.
And it is really beautiful. So look at all of the colours that you've got. And remember, this one is a mix between wool and acrylic.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, so this is, but I want you to see, and we have got other blankets, but I want you to see that they look complicated, which is fab, because you can really impress people.
Yeah.
But if you start off step by step, so that turns into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That turns into that.
Yeah.
Got to get these in order.
Yeah.
And then, oh, hang on, I need to go left a bit. There we go. And then this.
Yeah, then that one. And then this one, let's move them up a little bit. There's another one there. And then you're not dealing with anything too complicated. See this one in the corner here now with the fans. That's where it gets a little bit more tricky. But by the time you've done all these...
And so what you were saying is that, because how many are there on this? 16?
16.
So you do all 16
all
of
16,
that?
yeah, or do them all at the same time. And it helps you consolidate the pattern in your head as well.
I think that's a really good idea, because otherwise, by the time you get to the end, you've forgotten that.
Yes, and you probably won't want to make 15. You might not want to do them. I always think, for me, it's like I get to about 4 or 5, and I've almost had enough. You know, I want to do something different. So whereas doing it in the production line, you see them start to mount up in their little piles, and it really pulls you through it as well.
And also each stage doesn't take so long.
No, and it's in your head.
And in the pattern, it's all in there, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So if let me just give you a quick squiz, that it does give you in the pattern all of the, it shows you exactly how to do it. So don't be afraid, don't think, oh, I'm only a beginner, I'll never be able to do that. They are using standard crochet stitches.
Yes.
Oh my God, I love that cover. Is it okay for beginners? Loving the show, by the way, and congrats on your birthday from Kerry.
Oh.
So what would you say? Is it okay for beginners?
Do you know, we get lots of beginners make it, and I always think if you like a project enough, regardless of your level of skill, it will pull you through it because you want to make it.
Yes.
So it is a good one for beginners, and it has a dedicated Facebook group as well.
Oh, does it?
Which is, it's kind of crazy. There's thousands of people in it.
So you put a question in there and go, I don't understand.
They'll answer it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was because Kerry was saying in the last hour, you know, about these always ready for beginners. She said, well, really, you know, it's using basic stitches. And if you want to make Father Christmas, you're going to make Father Christmas.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. I agree with you. And I think, you know, a lot of the time people ask about the skill level and they might buy an easier one, but they don't love it the same as this one.
And you'll keep trying. And like you say, if there's a Facebook group, you've got people that you can ask who will know the answer.
Yeah. We've also got a few videos on our YouTube channel, and we will be doing a few for this one going forwards as well. So there's a crossed stitch in it, which I think people struggle with, but there is a picture of
where's that?
How to do it. It's actually, if you look at the, can you see on the, see here, this cross stitch here?
Oh,
it's just in here. Yeah. So that's a double treble, but you're working in front of the crochet you've already done. And that's probably the bit that gets most people flummoxed.
Right, OK. And that's kind of a feature of these tiles, isn't
it gives that nice cross shape, And it's on the granny square as well, so you can see that cross there as well.
Yes, I can, yeah. They are cool. I mean, it's hard to choose, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it always amazes me how different they look in different colours.
Yes.
When I see a different colourway, it almost changes the whole aspect of the motif.
It does. Quick stock announcement. Eastern Jewels, which is this one here, only 8 remaining and over 40 in baskets.
Wow. Wow.
So people will be missing out. So if you want that one, $44.99. It's all 100% acrylic yarn. Comes with the pattern, obviously. But do remember... can I get it down? Is that all right? The OG colourway.
As worn by Justin Bieber, I have to say.
No way.
Yeah, he wore it at the Oscars after. Oh, am I going to be able to?
Yeah, don't worry.
Shall I just let it go?
Just leave, yeah. What? He wore it round.
So yeah, he wore it over his shoulders at the Oscars after party. Yes.
Where did he get it from?
Well, I think somebody in his posse is obviously a crocheter. And she made it. She's an artist, I think. So
well.
Let's turn it over because you've got it upside down.
Obviously, yes. As worn by, not this one.
No.
Worn by the Beeb.
He wore it inside out as well. So
did he?
Yeah.
You should have phoned him. Did you know that's my blanket?
Inside out.
What did you think when you saw that?
It was crazy. I had a crazy week where just every email I opened was somebody saying, did you see Justin Bieber?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So it was really cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but it's, you know, the number of kids taking up crochet over the last year has been
which
incredible.
is lovely, isn't it? And so, give it a go. As you know, if you think that this, if you think, I'm not sure, it starts with this.
Yeah.
That's what it starts with.
And actually, if you've ever made a granny square, then start with the
that's a granny square, isn't it? Of course.
So yeah, there's granny squares with just this slight twist on it, which is like a front post double treble, they call that.
But by the time you get there, that's the thing. This is what I love about crochet, is you start with a chain.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, double crochet. Yeah, okay, I've learned double crochet. Treble, that's it then, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of
yeah,
done,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of my designs, I rarely use anything longer than a... Well, I use treble mostly, actually, but a double treble is the longest I do. So 3 stitches, really, and a half treble every now and again.
Which is unbelievable when you look at it,
yeah, that you can achieve that with just a couple of stitches.
And also, the joy of crochet is why I love it so much, is that you do a bit and you go, oh, that's wrong, but you just undo it. With knitting... I love knitting, I won't decry that. But when you go wrong, so I'm knitting some socks at the moment, you have to undo the whole row and then you have to try and get them all back on your needle. But crochet is so forgiving.
It really is, it really is. And it's so easy to unpick it. And it's so portable as well, isn't it? Because it's you're only working on, like you said, a few stitches at a time.
This is lovely, isn't it? And as worn by Justin Bieber, and say no more. I mean, it is beautiful,
Mad,
isn't it?
It's
mad. I mean, he was so excited.
It's crazy.
He's got it on inside out. Yeah, but it is so reversible, isn't it? I mean, I know you can tell because the ends you've sewn in, but really, it's quite reversible.
Yes, it is quite reversible. Yeah.
I mean, and that is gorgeous, isn't it? So, just $56.99. You get all of the yarn. I can't count the bowls because they're...
I think it's 12.
12.
4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 12.
12. And the pattern, it's 25% wool, 75% acrylic, and you get the full pattern as well. So can you show us a bit of a demonstration?
Yes.
A bit of a demonstration.
So I was going to do a demo on how you do the cluster stitch, which is this one here.
Oh, okay.
Where you do 4 double trebles into one.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I love a stitch. No, it's nice to really focus in on a stitch.
Yeah.
This is where people can then watch it back.
And it's one of the stitches we do get asked about quite a lot, so I'll show you that one.
Cool. I'll move these out of the way. Do you want your little bits
I'm
and
going
pieces?
to I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to make it look like that one. And I'm going to use a slightly brighter colour than the one that we used in the pattern, just so that you can see it clearer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use the bright blue instead of the tealy colour.
Okay.
So, am I in the right? I'm about right, aren't I? And I need to... I'm like you today. I've got my glasses on my head.
I know, and then I can't find them.
Okay, so I'm going to choose where to start, and I'm going to put my hook into the top of a stitch. Now, this has been sewn in. I've sewn all my ends in, but normally I can see my end is actually, it was here from the last row. So normally what I do is I turn and start away from where I've finished. So you're not getting all your ends in the same place.
Oh, okay.
So that everything is kind of distributed. And also, if you've always got your starting point at the same place, it can almost...
You sew your ends in as you go.
I do.
You are so
I'm
good.
a real sewer-inner.
You are a proper person.
Yes. Well...
lazy person.
Yeah, no, I can't stand it.
Oh, we've got a message from Sandra. A few years ago, I wanted to learn how to crochet. Found Jane's Lily Pond at a show, and that's how I learned.
Fantastic.
Whoa, see, Sandra, that is impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it?
It is.
Can't
Really
crochet,
is.
I'm going to do a blanket.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we said. She wanted to make it, therefore she managed to do it.
And that's how you learn.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, well done, Sandra.
Yeah.
Well, you need to get yourself another one then.
Yes, time for a new one. Okay, so I'm going to join my yarn in here, and I don't do standing stitches or anything. I just hold my yarn at the back there, haven't put a knot in it at all. Just go through the top of the stitch and catch the yarn through and do my first chain. And I'm doing double trebles, so my first chain, the length of my chain needs to be 4 chain high. So before I do the next one, in order to anchor in the tail, I'm just going to put the tail over the yarn I'm using like that, so that when I do my next chain, it's caught it in at the back.
Oh, okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah, no, I can. So rather than leaving it...
Yeah, no knots or anything. It's just caught at the back there. And then I'm going to do 2 more chain, and that is the equivalent of my first double treble.
Okay.
Okay, so now double treble, clues in the name really. It's twice around the hook before you start, unless you do US terms.
Unless you
in
US,
which
nobody
case-
understands
Yeah.
that.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to do 3 incomplete stitches across these next 3.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go in and do the stitch until I've got 2 loops left on my hook. I already had 1, but I'm going to do the stitch to the point where I've got 2 left. So can you see I've got the equivalent of 2 stitches there?
Yep, yep.
And I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to stop. So I've now got the equivalent of 3 and another one. That's my 4th one. So that matches the stitches underneath there now. So I've got 4 stitches, but I want to make it into a cluster. So I'm then going to draw through all of them to make a cluster. I use this quite a lot to make sort of like petal shapes.
Yeah, it works so well as a
Yeah,
cluster, doesn't it?
yeah, so
Because
you can see
it
there.
opens wide and then...
Yeah, it's almost like that sort of petal
Yeah,
shape.
and that's lovely because you get your kind of double colour. See, now when I look at the blanket, I can see them all.
Yeah. So I'm going to do 5 chain, 5, and then I'm just going to do a double crochet into that next chain space, and then I'm going to do it again. But this one will be different because it hasn't got the chain to start, because I'm not at the beginning. I'm going to move that yarn out of the way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'm going to do another double treble 4 together. So yarn around the hook twice, into the first one, and stop before it's finished, into the next one, again stop before it's finished, 2 more, that's 3. And you can do this stitch, I mean, I've done designs where you have 7 or 8 of these, and then they all end
gosh,
up...
that must be really wide
yeah,
then.
Yeah, and then they all end up into one stitch. So it's a way of, like here what I've done is I've increased by doing 4 into the same stitch, and then I've decreased back down to 1.
Yeah. There are other blankets coming up, just so you know. If you're thinking, oh, well, we've sold out of one, but we have got some more. We have got other designs coming up in a minute. That is almost like an acorn.
In those colours, it really is.
It looks like
doesn't
an
it?
acorn,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it's like a little aqua acorn. And actually, this is a stitch that's used in, we're going to talk about mystical lanterns later, but that's used in that design as well. So
Yeah, so this kind of, like, you're demystifying it a bit here, aren't you? So that it looks like, oh, how do you get those double multicoloured? That's really complicated.
Yeah.
When did you get into crochet then?
So I trained as a knit designer, and I was hand knit. I was machine knit when I did my training, then hand knit, and then about 15 years ago, I was really like, I really love this. And it's the you know, you were talking about knitting, that whole thing of having loads of stitches to think about. What I love about crochet is it's just so portable, just a little bit of crochet.
Well, the good thing is you can't drop a stitch.
Well, it can unravel. If you drop it off your hook, it'll just
Yeah,
come
but you
undone.
can't like get 4 hours down
No.
and go, well, I've only got 19, not 20, and then you find that one lower.
So this is not going to drop all the... If I drop this off now,
it's all gone.
that's not all going to go down to here. It's only going to go back in the direction I came. So in that respect, it doesn't unravel, and I feel it's sort of safer. And from a design point of view, for me, it was a much easier way of getting colour in than planning knitting.
Okay.
Knitting, I think, is a lot more planning. Crochet is
Right,
more sort
okay.
of organic, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose so. I mean, I like doing both of them, but I think crochet always has the edge to me, just because it's more. I think it's more forgiving.
It is.
It's
yeah,
harder to
it is,
count.
definitely.
That's the only thing I think.
There's a lot of counting.
But it's harder to, because with knitting you can see the stitches. They're on your needle.
Yes.
With crochet you have to sort of count, see what's happening. But once you've worked out how to count.
Yes, and also I often think that actually you can get away, if you've done the count wrong, say you've skipped a few stitches or you've made too many, you're the only one who's ever going to know about that.
Yeah,
because you can kind of fudge it on
Yeah,
the next
there's
round.
a lot of fudging.
Honestly, and nobody else would ever know. Whereas if you did that in knitting, you'd see it.
Yeah, that's true,
It would
actually.
show. So,
Yeah.
and you know, you haven't got, well, there are crochet police out there, but they wouldn't be able to see a skipped stitch. Definitely wouldn't.
That's brilliant. So have we got any of the, this one, the Eastern? That one's sold out. That one's sold out. But we do have some kits left in the original Justin Bieber colourway.
Justin Bieber colourway.
Morning, ladies. What is the size of this blanket, please, from Sheila?
It's about 1.20 metre wide, I think. It might be just short of that. So it's about 4 foot wide. It's square.
I mean, obviously, it might change slightly with your tension, but
Yes.
it's not going to be a lot of difference, is it?
Yeah, and you should have enough in your kit. If you are a little bit looser, obviously it'll come up bigger.
Oh, okay.
And you should have enough to go a little bit bigger. But I would suggest, if you're going to make it, that you really do look at your tension and make sure
Okay.
it's gonna,
So there we go.
that you're
About
working
about
to size.
120.
Yeah.
It's a good lap blanket, back of the sofa blanket,
Yeah.
and shawl. Wrap round yourself as a shawl blanket. Isn't
yeah,
it?
a la Justin Bieber.
Right, let's do mystical lanterns next, which is this one here. Oh,
Yes.
Should we go across to
Yes.
this one?
Shall I bring my hook?
Yes, do. Right, this is this. I'm going to get it down so we can... What? Sorry, our screen just changed. I wasn't even looking because I was looking. I was trying to get the blanket. Sorry about that. Yeah, don't know what happened there. Let's hold this one up and then you can see. This is the
let's go
original
that
colourway.
way.
Oh,
Sorry, there you go. It's
I'll go
longer
around
and
the way.
thinner, this one.
so this is a kind of wrap round you blanket, isn't it?
It
I guess.
sits, yeah, it sits really nicely on top of a single bed.
Oh, of course, yes.
So
Across
it's
the end.
longer and thinner. But you could make it square if you want to.
Oh, so you could put it across the end of a bed,
Yeah,
or wrap it round you.
yeah. Or just make it shorter and have it
Yeah, oh,
you
that's
know,
true.
more at the side there.
Beautiful. Love the colours. I mean, look. Actually, when you look at it on screen,
Yeah, I just
the colours look even
It's
better,
lovely,
don't
isn't
they?
it? Yeah, it's really nice.
Isn't that beautiful? So the yarn in that one is there. So what's the...
So that's Life DK
Oh, is that
again.
Life? Okay.
Yeah, and I think again it's 12 balls, same as
So
the Persian
you've got a
tiles.
mixture of acrylic. It's a 75% acrylic, 25% wool yarn.
Yeah.
So tell me about your inspiration for this beauty.
So this was inspired by a carpet design actually, but the shape itself, this tessellating shape, is called an ogee shape.
A what?
I always say ogee, but it might be ogie. I'm not quite
I've
sure.
never heard of
but
it, so
again,
I can't
again, it's a Persian shape. If you look at Persian
yeah, an
tiles and
ogee.
architecture, they use this shape a lot.
Didn't even know that had a name.
Yeah, it does.
Beautiful, because
Ogee.
do they do it as like tiles that tessellate them?
Yeah, have you seen them like
Yeah.
the yeah.
They do that. I mean, it's easy, you know, because they're shaped. How
Yeah. So the thing about this design is I fiddled about with how to get it to...
Yeah, how did you do that?
So
Yeah.
tessellating shapes, you look at a shape and you think, well, that's easy to get a shape, but it's making it then fit with itself that is the real...
Because you've crocheted them together, as
Yeah.
well, haven't you? They're not sewn.
No, they're crocheted together. So like that angle there on this one has to mimic that angle there on... Am I in? Can you
Yeah.
see? So the angle
Yeah.
here with that rounded bit has to mimic the one there. So it took me ages, actually. It looks so simple in the end, but it did take me a long time to design it.
No, I don't think it looks really clever. Really, really clever, doesn't it?
Yeah, it worked out really well.
Yeah,
in
no,
the
it's
end.
really
We
clever.
got there in the end with this one, yeah.
So this, like you say, you could put it onto a bed. You could have it to wrap round you.
Yeah.
Lovely, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? And
Yeah.
or put over your knees. I mean, and it is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, so Persian tiles and Eastern jewels is our most popular seller, and this is number 2.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people who so there's just 4 rounds for this one on the motif,
there?
4. So and all in different colours, obviously. So it's a simpler one, mostly treble stitches.
Half of the stock for this one is in baskets. Now, we do have it in another colourway. So let's go through both before we talk about the pattern itself. So now this is a different yarn though, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is mostly Highland Heathers.
Let me take this off so that we don't get mixed up, and we'll put that... Actually, should we hold it up?
Yes.
Because it works really well like that.
So you'll see that this one is less random.
But look, it's soft and gentle. It is beautiful, isn't it? So it's Highland Heathers yarn.
Highland Heathers, and I think there's Recreate as well, which is the Stylecraft.
Okay, well, actually, I've got the yarn here, so let's have a look
It's
at it.
the recycled one.
Right, so it's Recreate, which is 40% wool, 30% acrylic, and 30% polyester, and it's all recycled. So you've got, that's Recreate, and that one's Recreate. It feels like Highland heather colours, doesn't
Yes,
it?
it is. It's lovely. I was really pleased when Stylecraft started to introduce these tweedy colours into
So
the
so these are the yarns. And these are all 100 grams. So there's another one. And can you see the yarn? It's actually got flecks.
It's really nice.
Of the colours in it as well.
it's
So
really,
you're
really
getting a
nice.
multicolour all the time. So this is all the recreate. So you get 6 balls of that.
Yeah.
I bet they've got nice names. Have they got nice names, these colours?
Aubergine.
Dijon.
Avocado, yeah.
Dijon.
They're all food, maybe. Cherry.
Blush.
Ah.
No. Blush and rose. Gorgeous. So that, and then the other 6 balls are the Stylecraft Highland Heathers, which is 100% acrylic, but it's that sort of, it's the same as this speckle.
Got that lovely tweedy feel to it, yeah, which gives it that nice...
So why did you choose to mix 2 different yarns?
For the tweedy effect, really.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted something that was very different to the original one.
Okay,
And had that sort of more, that sort of more woolly look to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but because you've used 2 different sorts of yarns, it mixes between them, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I love the way that the colours just gently merge.
Yeah, so what we did with this one, and I think there was a shawl somewhere in the bag that I brought in. Have you got the shawl there? Because the shawl, the way I designed the original, thank you, the way I designed the original blanket was that you would do it random. So you pick up your colours randomly and use them. And the lady that made this one, obviously, not everybody likes embracing random. I've discovered.
No, I'm rubbish at random.
No,
I have to have plan random.
So the lady that did this one needed to be planned.
Yes.
So she's done it in rows. But this is what it looked like. This is a shawl version, but that's it if you wanted to do it random.
Oh, so you can go random.
So you can go random with it. And actually,
See, now you've got to make a decision.
So the kit would have, you can choose whether or not you lay it out like the crocheter did, or whether, bless you, or whether you want to go random. See, I like the random.
In the instructions, does it give you that colour order?
So there isn't a colour order.
Right.
It is about embracing the random. I know a lot of people don't like it. But if you decided you didn't like to embrace the random, you could make about 8 different ones and just keep making them in those colours.
Okay, but it looks like that this one is being planned.
Yes,
that
it
one
was
colour.
definitely planned.
So you've got blue in the middle, then that one, and then that one, and then the grey goes middle, centre, outer.
Exactly, so she's moved on with the colour.
I like that,
Yeah.
yes.
Some people, you see, I really quite like random, but you can see, so she's progressed here, that one's the middle, then it's the next one, then it's that one, and then...
it's that.
It's the outside colour, and then she started again with a different
I would go for that. I absolutely love this one. It's beautiful. And it feels, I mean, it's woolly, but it's not 100% wool. It's, you've got a mixture of acrylic and polyester and wool.
Yeah, which makes it beautifully machine washable, you see. So blankets, it's
true.
good if they can be machine washed.
This is gorgeous,
or just
isn't
washed
it?
generally, yeah.
So you have to choose between the 2, really?
Yes, but there's not 2 different kits. It's one kit, and you can choose whether or not you want to do random or that layout.
Right.
So the layout there that's being shown there is very definite, isn't it? You can see the lines through it, whereas on the shawl, it's very random.
So the colourway that we've got here is the
Orcadia.
Yeah. And that's whether you choose whether you go random or you go very graduated tones. And that's all this Highland Heathers and the Recreate yarn. So that's the one that we've got on the table at the moment. Right. And here's all the yarns. So that's all of the yarns that we've got on the table here. And then the other colourway, which is the blanket that we...
Yeah, that's here.
That's the original colour. That's that blanket there, isn't
that's this one on top here.
And that's the original colour. Can we... Do
you want it back?
That one. That's just called original.
Original, yes.
Yeah, just original.
Very imaginative.
Just original.
So this was the first one.
Yeah, so this is your brighter one.
Yeah.
And then the other one is your muted, more natural one.
Yes.
They can either be random or graduated.
Yes.
I guess this one could be graduated as well.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Right, one more blanket design. Yes, so we're going to show that one more, then we're going to come back to this one, and Jane's going to show us exactly how to make it. But let me just introduce the other one, just because I thought you might want to see, if you're going to just buy one, then you need to sit, then you can see. So the next one comes in just one colourway and then we'll return. But then at least if you see them before we demonstrate, then you can choose.
Ooh!
Cat's just fallen off the shelf. No, she hasn't. She's lost the end of the thing.
So this is...
Look.
This is called Fields of Gold. My original design was called Fields of Gold. This is another recolour.
Right.
By Lucia, the same. You can see can you see the connection with her colour?
Yes, she's a bright person.
Yeah, and this is called Fiori.
Fiori. Oh, I've seen the original one. Was it Navian?
Yes, like sunflowers.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
This is the only one we've got. It's beautiful. It makes me think of those. What's the Italian? Mi Fiore.
So that's exactly what.
Right. Oh,
exactly it. So
means 1,000 leaves.
Lucia is Italian. And it was inspired by
1,000
spring flowers.
Yeah, but it looks like, you know, when they cut them, don't they?
Yeah,
you see the paperweights and things.
Exactly, in the glass.
I mean, that is beautiful. So, look at the colours. What sort of yarn is in this kit then?
This is a mixture. It's two different types. It's the Life DK, which has got the little bit of wool in it, 25 and 75, and the special.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of wool, mainly acrylic. But this one... That's like your flecked one.
Yes, it's nice. This is quite a new one. That's a Life DK, so it's got a bit of wool in it.
Okay, and it's got that
little fleck. Yeah, another little tweedy yarn.
I mean, it is stunning. And again, it's like your Eastern jewels. I guess you make several of these.
Yes.
And several of these.
Yes. So I would do this like a production line. Do all your centres. Do all of them.
I love that.
And then I think as well, the fact that this is all different colourways, that draws you through it as well, because you're going to be... The only round that is the same on all of them is this black and white round.
It's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's lovely,
Oh,
isn't it?
you see... And what's the finished size of this one?
This is another one that's probably about 4 foot, metre 20 square.
Okay.
And it's got a little lace edge on it as well. It's not got a big border.
Because I know a lot of people in Sewing Street, they make like these small patchwork quilts for people who are in a wheelchair or in a home or something. But can you imagine this? You'd be the talk, wouldn't you? You would be the brightest, shiniest person.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
These are gorgeous. Beautiful. One of your big mega fans has got in touch. I have every kit, book and crochet along created by Jane. I'm a massive fan, if you couldn't tell. From Blair in Swansea.
Oh, that's lovely.
Fantastic. I'm with you on that one.
The number of people we meet who say they've got it all, but it's whether or not they've made it all is the thing.
I always think the intention to make is as good as.
Exactly.
But they are very addictive, I think, because once you start with one, you just build and build, don't you?
Yeah.
And once because you've broken it down for us every time you come in, you think, oh, actually, yes, that is achievable.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this one is a little bit more complicated than Eastern jewels or Persian tiles, only in that you've got these sort of 3D layers. We've talked about them before, haven't we, when I've been in, about, you know, a lot of my work has this 3D aspect.
They do. I mean, look at these leaves. Look, they're 3D leaves. But they look like leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's just worked. If I can just show you the back, it's just a way of, you do chain. I don't know whether you can see up tight on there. There's chain in between them at the back.
Oh, okay.
So it looks more complicated than it is. There's that cluster again, look.
Oh, right, yeah, we've done that.
There's the cluster. That's almost exactly like on Persian tiles. And then these leaves are just sitting behind.
Oh, I see. And then this is like a Tudor rose, like you see in cathedrals. And they have them on the ends of. Oh, there's probably a technical term to them, but they
on the pews.
Well, you know, you have like bits that cross.
Oh, I know
what
what
you
you
have.
mean. Yeah.
Things like Tudor roses. So that's what that looks like, doesn't it?
But they're actually. I designed them as poppies.
Oh, okay.
Because in fields of sunflowers, there's often poppies.
Of course, yeah. And I'm thinking Tudor rose. No, they're not.
No, it is like a Tudor rose.
I think it's these. I think it's these bits here, because they're often like that.
Yeah, it does. Especially on the screen, it does really look like a Tudor rose, doesn't it? It's whatever you want it to be, Rebecca.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, but they could be poppies, and I love the black and white, and that, you know, that it's picked up in here as well. Oh, it is just. It's actually joyful. We've got people multi-buying this.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
Right.
I mean, whether or not they're going to they might be giving presents, but a lot of people do buy the kits in more than one so they can make them bigger.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Because
so if you want this on your bed, then you might want, you know, if you've got a king-size bed or a double, you might want 2 kits.
Yeah, and then you could just make, I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? This is the size of one, obviously, which is about 120. But if you bought 2 kits, yeah, you could make 2.
Yeah. We get that
I mean,
a
it
lot.
is just beautiful. It's the sort of thing, if you were going out to a summer picnic and you just had wrapped around your shoulders, you know.
It is, isn't it?
Where'd you get that from? What, this old thing?
Had it for ages.
I've spent hours and hours making. Now, that's all the blankets we've got today. So it's decision time. Well, you can buy more than one. So if you've got it in your basket, it's decision time. But can you demonstrate some of this lanterns?
I can either demonstrate lanterns or I can demonstrate this colour, this 2-colour round on here. What would you like me to do?
Lanterns.
Lanterns, OK. So I've got the lanterns. I've got the lanterns here in front of me.
Because
Glasses
I
on
think
again.
this is really clever.
Yes, so it ended up far simpler. Where am I? Can I see myself on the table?
Yeah, maybe I think we need to swap places.
Do I need to be here? So I've brought the steps.
Right, OK.
So this here.
Left, which way? I can't see on the screen.
I can't see on the screen. Now, I need the glasses to... There we go.
Fabulous.
How's that? There we go. So, glasses on, glasses off. So this is a granny hexagon.
OK.
Simple as that, a granny hexagon, which is groups of 3 trebles and 3 chain. And there's 6 of them. So 6 corners and 6 groups of 3.
OK.
So that's very... I would think anybody who's made a granny square, that step is quite straightforward.
OK, yeah.
So you could always make all of those first in your random colourways.
Yes.
And then if you look at the next step, this again is a granny hexagon.
So just join, yes. So it's the same as a granny square, but with just more corners.
With 6 corners.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then where the magic happens, I suppose, is this
I
one.
think that's quite clever.
Where you start to get the shape of the tessellating tile. So I'm going to show you how to do... Where we get the most questions is how we do this starting point, because it starts here.
I think that's okay.
And we've got a cluster over here, so I'm going to show you that.
Cool.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the Highland heathers that I'm using, and I've already used the little sample is made using... This is the Recreate.
Oh, OK. They do go together really well,
nice.
don't they?
I
Although
really
they're
like
a completely
them.
different yarn.
Yeah, really nice. I think they look really good together. So I'm going to insert my hook, and it's a 4mm hook.
Right, OK.
Those of you that are buying those sets, that's good.
Yeah.
So, and I always say that you must check your tension, because obviously when you're buying a kit, if you're working too loose, you might run out of yarn.
Right,
So people have got to check their tension
and
check that they're...
Because it doesn't need to fit, but it's to do with yarn.
Yarn, exactly. So just double check that your motifs are not coming up too big, otherwise you could run out of yarn. So I'm going to put my hook into the chain space. I'm going through the 3 chain space there, and I'm catching my yarn and doing a chain, just like I did before.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to put the tail, over before I do my next chain. So I'm doing the equivalent of a treble, which is 3 chain. So there's my 3 chain. Mm-hmm. So then I'm going to do an actual treble into here, a normal treble, and then a double treble. So that's 3 separate stitches before I make that top shape. So can you see that's that bit there?
Yep, yeah.
Okay. So then I'm going to do 5 chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Can you,
Am I all right?
You need to just move forward. That's better.
Kinda
It's just a
leaning
bit
over
too
the
far forward. Can you
leaning
move the
over the
camera back
table.
at all?
It's fine. So there's my
Just
5
a bit
chain.
unnatural.
There's the 5 chain.
Right.
And then I'm putting my hook. So yarn around the hook, I'm going to do a treble. I'm going to skip 3 of those chain and go into the 4th one along.
Right.
So the 3 that I've skipped become the equivalent of a stitch there, look.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes, yeah.
And I've got another stitch, and I'm going to do another 1 into there.
Oh, OK.
So what I end up with is like this little separate group of 3 stitches.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's that
And
loopy
that's that
bit at the
bit
top.
at the top of the motif there, look.
OK.
That's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm going to go back into this same chain space here and do a double treble. So that was twice around the hook before I started. And then 2 trebles into that same space. And there, you can see there, look, that's building up that shape.
Yeah.
Where am
So
I?
it's that sort of doing the... That's better.
That's it. That's better.
Because it's doing that extra chain and then it coming back again that creates the loop.
Yeah, and that's the bit where most people struggle. So it's 5 chain, skip 3 of them.
That must have taken ages to work out.
Yeah, it did. It did. And so now what I'm going to do now is build that rounded shape.
Okay.
I'm going to do 3 trebles into the next chain space. So that's just like doing a granny square or hexagon, the 3. And then into that next one, just move that out of the way. I'm going to do 3 trebles and 3 double trebles. So 6 stitches all into the same chain space.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So 1.
The patterns are only available in the
2.
kits today for people who've asked. If you want to be able to get the pattern, you have to buy the whole kit.
You do. 3 trebles.
3, okay.
And then 3 double trebles into that same space.
Right, so you're really building.
So that builds up that sort of curved shape of the tile. So can you see how that's built that rounded, that rounded shape? So we're at the quarter way point now, and I'm going to do a cluster, which is what I showed you earlier on the Persian tiles.
That acorn thing.
Yeah. So I'm going to do it into this chain space here, and I'm going to do double, treble, 3 together. Okay, so twice around the hook, into the stitch, catch the yarn, but stop before I actually complete the stitch.
And that's the important bit, isn't it? Because if you don't, then you just end up with a stitch.
You just end up with a normal stitch. Yeah. So you're coming out of one and going back into one. It has to start and finish as one stitch. So this is number 2. So then I've got 1 original one and 2 new ones. And then 1 more. There's my 3. And then I'm going to go through all 4 to make that into a cluster. There. And that is kind of the quarter way point that's then repeated.
Oh, okay.
So,
and then that's what creates this.
Yeah, so if you look at that one next to it, there's the cluster. And then I'm doing that rounded bit again, so it would be 3 double trebles, 3 trebles into that next one, 3 trebles into that one, and
that's what then turns it in.
Yeah,
that's what then turns it into that shape.
Into that shape, yeah.
That's magic, isn't it? And then you outline it in another
colour.
colour.
So this has just got a round of double crochet.
Right,
it's around the outside
fantastic.
edge. Yeah, and then you see that's how they work. They tessellate together.
That's so clever. That's so clever. It's beautiful, isn't it? So I'm just going to do a quick roundup of the kits. The Orcadian mystical lanterns. There's a picture of it. So this is the one that you can go random, you can go planned. There are more of you who have this one in baskets than we've got available. And it is a brilliant way to get it, because if you want, you know what it's like, you see a kit and yes, you can buy the patterns and instructions, but we always want it in that yarn, don't we? We want it in the same yarn, and this is the way that you're going to get it. So just $56.99, perfect as a gift for someone who you know who crochets, to make for someone or just to keep for yourself. Absolutely. Which is my favourite option. So mean. This one is about to sell out. The original, the OG version.
Which is, I'm pointing the wrong way.
This
that
one
way.
here, I do that all the. I can't do that.
You're looking at yourself.
Like, no, I still can't do it. This one, the original version, we can take it down. We'll probably take out the post. Half the stock is gone. We'll model it for you. We'll model it for you. Yeah, look, we're in bed together. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
The colours just look fabulous.
They do, don't they?
Really nice.
I think sometimes when you look at something, it's when you stand back. It looks different together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It is fabulous. Same tech, $54.99. And that's the original colourway. But again, you could go planned graduation with that one as well.
Wanted to. Yeah, absolutely.
And both of them will come with the same set of instructions that explain, as always, exactly how you do it. There's even a picture.
Yeah.
So you can see how to plan it.
And the steps are in
and
there
there's charts as well, which is lovely. All in there. And then we've got it on there, the Mille Fiori. The Fiori blanket.
Fiori.
And this is the kit for it, actually, because that's all the yarn.
Yeah, there's more yarn in that one than the others.
Yes, there's more. It says 69.99. This is all the yarn you get. And obviously,
Oh,
the
look at
pattern
that
comes in there.
Wow.
I'll turn it round because then you can see it better like that, can't you? Look at that colour.
Lovely.
And you can see you've got the life ones. Have got the. Let me put that. You see, they've got the
fleck.
slight fleck in them.
Yeah, they're nice, aren't they?
Which is lovely, which gives it, because with that Mille Fiori, it has such tiny little bits.
Yeah.
You get a fleck in it as well.
Really nice.
Beautiful.
Lovely yarn.
Oop. No, somebody has shared. Can you show us? Someone has shared on the Sewing Street fan page the picture of Justin Bieber in the blanket. So in the Persian Dolls blanket. So if you want to see it, go onto the Sewing Street Facebook fan page and you can see it there. You're like uber famous, Jane.
Crazy,
That's it now, isn't it?
Mad.
Fantastic.
I've made it.
You have, definitely. So excited, even if you had it on inside out. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
It's been brilliant
Always
to
a
see you
pleasure.
again.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining both of us for this hour. We're going to have a quick break for 4 minutes, then we're going to be back with Stuart, and we've got another blanket that he's chosen, all the colours. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And we're going to do some of his sock yarn, and he's going to do a little bit of demo on how to knit the socks. And don't forget the early bird of the Peter Rabbit book that we haven't brought out until 12 o'clock, even though I've been teasing with you all day, because Hannah and I are loving Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. So don't go anywhere. You've got time to make a cup of tea, and I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Welcome back to Yarn Lane, and here's my glamorous assistant.
Hello.
Hello. So Stuart, who's your favourite Peter Rabbit?
My favourite character from Peter Rabbit? I think it's got to be Peter, hasn't it?
Do you reckon?
Impish and slightly gluttonous.
Actually, he is a little bit naughty and greedy.
Naughty. Yeah, but I don't, I can recognise myself in that.
So this is our final early bird of the day. It's
exciting.
We have been teasing it all morning. Hannah hasn't let us put it on sale till now. So it's a special offer as well. How much is it going to be? Okay, tweet. Ready, go. Okay. Now the recommended retail price for this is $19.99.
It's beautiful hardcover.
It is, isn't it?
Gorgeous photography.
Beautiful.
That's a bargain.
So who do we get in here? So we get. Do we
Tom
like it?
Kitten.
How to use the book, tools and materials.
Oh, there's actually lots of Beatrix Potter characters in here, aren't there? There's Squirrel, Nutkin.
So we've got Peter Rabbit. Peter, who was very naughty, see, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. Naughty and greedy. Yeah, it did actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
But look at all of the. You've got all of the knitting patterns, but also Peter Rabbit's clothes, bit of sewing as well. Tells you how to make. Using felt, so quite simple sewing. Benjamin Bunny. Loads and loads of you been waiting for this. This is not the final price, by the way, but don't worry, because if you've already checked out, you will only be charged the lower price, which Hannah's going to surprise us with in a moment.
This might be my favourite.
Oh, look.
The Tailor of Gloucester. Adorable.
Sitting on a spool of thread.
Yeah, love that.
That is lovely. Look, I like all the words in it. Look at that. It tells about. I didn't know that about the Christmas Day thing. It had to complete the commission before Christmas Day.
If you love Beatrix Potter.
You're absolutely going to love this. And look at all the clothes as well, so you can make the clothes. It's just so much detail in it, even the Tam O'Shanter. Right, next one, Flopsy Bunny. You have to make quite a few of those. Right, there's the front cover of the book. Now, can you let me know what the price is going to be, Hannah? Because everyone's waiting. We have got hundreds of you waiting for this. And we do have hundreds available, so hopefully we'll have enough. £13.99. That's amazing. That is £6. I mean, we said, didn't we, that we said that this was a really good value at £19.99.
Oh, at £19.99, it's fantastic value. At £13.99, it's an absolute steal. It's gorgeous.
I mean, it's only just over £1 a pattern.
Yeah,
That's
and
mad,
it's
isn't
lovely.
it?
And it's not just Peter Rabbit, is it? There's quite a lot of different.
Right, let's do a little price comparison with the Long River. Go on then. How much is it on there? It's just come in £16.77. Now they've reduced it to £16.77, but we have got it for £13.99. Oh, yes. Gorgeous. Now, there is a queue of people on the phone line. We've already checked out over 100 before we even reduce the price. Don't worry if you've checked out. You will be charged the low price. I promise. If you don't, you can message Hannah personally. No, but you will be. That was a joke. You will be, honestly, because we always... I'll be giving out her phone number in a minute. She'd like that.
Yes, of course.
She'd like that.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I love it.
Mrs.
Absolutely
Tiggy
love
Winkle.
It. Oh, I wondered. I was looking for Mrs. Tiggy Winkle.
Yeah.
She's my favourite.
Yes, she's our favourite as well.
I had the book when I was little, and I read it and read it and read it.
I love it, but I actually do like Jemima Puddle Duck. Squirrel Nutkin. I had a duck. I had 2 ducks when I was younger, and they were Aylesbury ducks like that, and one we called Jemima.
Oh,
After Jemima Puddle Duck.
We've got a duck called Jemima as well.
And screamed by a fox.
Oh.
That's what happened to Jemima, though, wasn't it?
It does happen sometimes.
I know.
It's sad. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Jeremy Fisher. Now, there is, just to let you know, there's a small queue on the phone line. Please do stay with us, just so that you can get all checked out. There's Jeremy Fisher.
I always remember seeing the ballet, the Beatrix Potter
Did
ballet.
you?
And Jeremy Fisher was my favourite. Because his legs are like a ballet dancer.
Oh, he is, isn't
anyway.
he? I mean, he's amazing, isn't
Yeah.
he? There she is.
Beautiful.
I mean, she is. It's a brilliant representation because that's exactly what she looks
They're
like,
actually
isn't it?
very, very good. They're very well shaped, aren't
See,
they?
what yarn is she using? It must be, oh, it's like an alpaca, isn't it? And I guess that's where you get that lovely fuzz. But you see, the good thing is, it's obviously, you know, it's a very recent book. So these yarns you can still get, which is quite handy. I mean, obviously, you can use whatever you like. You don't have to use that.
You could use special DK, couldn't you? Something
Yeah.
like that. Is it all DK? Doesn't say on there, does it? Oh, well, size of needles.
Yeah.
Probably DK.
Yeah, that's
isn't it?
probably DK, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, you just make it, couldn't you? But if you wanted a bit of, I mean, the things is, when you look at the quantity, it's not going to be much quantity. So if you're a bit of a knitter crochet, you've probably got a bit of these little colours. You need a bit of white and a bit of yellow, don't you? Hundreds have gone. She even shows you how to make her clothes. Have we got to the final animal? Oh, the Tailor of Gloucester. I like the way the Tailor of Gloucester...
Oh, we just need that, don't we, in our sewing rooms?
Yeah.
Perched on a reel of cotton.
He has a terribly important commission to complete before Christmas Day, but is ill and tired. It's like we've got an incredibly important Christmas present that we've overextended ourselves to do.
Absolutely. Well, we've all done that.
OK. And then we've got Mr Todd. Mr Todd.
He looks a little sheepish, doesn't he? And definitely a little bit sly. Look at those eyes.
He really does. I don't think I've had this one. What was Mr Todd doing? Was he the one that ate Jemima Puddle Duck?
Slinking around. Does she get eaten?
She does. And at the end there's that pile of feathers left.
Oh, no. Well, I've managed to miss that childhood trauma, but thanks, you've just brought it back.
Anyway, carry on checking out. Oh, the final one is the Badger. Tommy Brown. Well done for all of you waiting. Spend a bit of time on this so that you can see it. And there are over 150 people have this book in baskets, and we haven't got that many, and we don't have 150. So if you've got it in your basket, please do check out.
Can I pop this one in my boot of my car
Yeah,
now?
because that's definitely not in a basket, is it? Yeah. Well, we've got two. They'll sort of...
Yes. Oh,
we'll
yes.
just move them round a bit.
Beautiful, beautiful.
We'll pop it under the desk. Please
I'll look
keep
after
on
those.
checking out while Stuart steals the books. Keep on checking out. You will be charged $13.99. That is the lowest price, lower even than that Amazon place.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, can we talk about your blanket instead?
Yes, we can. We can.
So,
the Tessellations.
the Tessellations blanket.
Yes.
So we have it in two colourways.
We do, we do. So to
talk
put
me
this
through
into
it.
context, so originally the Tessellation blanket is designed by Helen, isn't it? Have we got the pattern there?
Yes, one moment. Let me just take
Thank
out my bits
you.
from inside it. There's the pattern.
Yeah,
Big crease,
so
sorry.
the original pattern is from Helen Borum. And so Stylecraft, which is a beautiful blanket, and Stylecraft asked me to recolour it.
Right.
To do a new colourway. So I did this one, which I've called Beacon. And that was really inspired by Beacon as in bonfire. Because I thought at this time of year, you know, I wanted to create something that had all the colours of a bonfire on sort of on a cliff top.
Right.
You know, you know, guaranteeing safe passage home. Just move towards the
okay.
beacon.
Yes. So
And a
you've
sort of
got
beacon
those
of light.
earthy kind of autumnal
You've got
tones.
autumnal tones, you've got the colours of fire, you've also got that kind of wood ash and smoke in there as well. So it's all those different tones, really fun to make. Essentially, you're crocheting half square triangles. You can follow my placement absolutely to the letter if you want to, but if you want to, you can make all of the patches just like we do in patchwork, and you can rearrange them. So it's great fun. You're making it one patch at a time. So yeah, fun to make.
Just it's gorgeous. It's all a special DK yarn. So if we start with your blanket and let's look at the colours in there.
Yes.
So $61.99, and I think you get 22 balls. 22,
Yes.
which is quite a lot of yarn. And they're beautiful colours, and I love the names of them when I was sorting through them all. There's like spice and tomato, mushroom, grape, gingerbread.
I know.
What a great name for yarn.
I mean, it's just typical of me, isn't it, to go for all of the colours that are to do with food.
Yeah, they are actually.
They are.
Mushroom, ginger.
They are.
Except for the Parma violet.
Oh, no, you can eat them too.
But I love a Parma violet.
Do you remember?
Yes.
The
Oh,
little
yeah, I love them.
sweeties? Yeah, so they're all lovely kind of foodie names, but they are just lovely, soft, natural colours. They've got a sort of natural, almost sort of chalkiness to the tones in the main. There are a few brighter shades in there just to give it that kind of sparkle and lift. But you'll really have fun playing with these colours. And as I say, you can follow my scheme to the letter if you want to. If you want to mix things up and do your own thing with those colours, you absolutely can too.
Well, in the pattern, now this is the good thing, so let me talk you through this. So in the pattern, there is a colouring plan. Because what I would suggest, because I've been working through it, you actually join it together as you go. So what I would suggest is that if you're going to mess around with Stuart's colours, which is fine, please do, there you go, then colour in your thing, because it gives you a little key. So if you decide, because in the pattern, you see, you get a layout guide with letters on, but also a photo, so it's quite easy to see. Like you can see, right, there's those three blues, and you know, you can see how you've put them. So if you want to change the colours, then that's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
I like your guide.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mess about with it.
No, fair
Feel
enough.
free.
Well, you know, all I'm saying is I'm not precious about this. If you want to follow my colour scheme, I don't mind at all. In fact, I welcome it.
But I think because you've got this, well, interesting, what you have 20 different colours, but 2 of them you get 2 balls of.
You do.
So I guess that's to accommodate.
Yeah, there were a couple of colours that I went a little heavier on.
A bit heavier on. So that was dandelion, you like dandelion, and Parma violet.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, yes.
But it is quite nice that it does give you that DIY colour plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can colour it in. You can use pencil crayons, or, I mean, actually the key that you get uses numbers, am I right?
Yeah, well, they put letters in.
Letters,
so
yeah.
You can just do that.
So it's very, very easy to follow. And they're not, the colours on the chart are not true to the colours that you're using. Because sometimes that can be quite confusing. I find it very confusing on a tapestry chart.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it this blue or this blue? Whereas with this, they're codes.
Yeah, but it is really, really simple to follow once you've done it.
Very simple.
So it's fine. But if you want to mess about with it and change it round, then please do. Well done if you've already checked out on this one. Now, this is Stuart's colourway. So that's the beacon. So let's talk about the pattern.
Let's talk about the pattern.
And I've been playing with this over the weekend, so now it works now.
Because you're the crochet expert, not me.
No, the problem is I've just had 3 massive crochet experts in.
Yes, true.
So I really do not feel like one at all.
Stop it.
Because they are. Now,
it's all comparative.
Well, it is. Well, yes.
But
then, I've had Sam, Jane and Kerry in.
Yes, true enough.
So what I would suggest, and this is what I've done just to show you, is because you're making yourself a little shade card, because you use the same yarn in lots of different ones of the squares. Once you take the band off the ball, I did start to then sort of, after I'd finished it, try and tie the band back on, and then they fell off. So what I would suggest before you start is cut a little length of thread and write them down, because once you've taken the band off, who knows?
Right.
So with some of them, it's obvious that that's Parma Violet, that's great, but look at those shades where you've got tomato, spice and shrimp. You might not remember.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, and I love having that visual reference as well of having all the colours set out. You can see how those colours work together, and how if you wanted to change the emphasis of where the colours
then
are,
you can see.
You can start
but
playing.
I would suggest that, because after I'd done a couple of squares, I thought I'm not going to remember which one's which now, so I need to do that. And honestly, this is actually really easy to do. This is what I discovered having played with it. It is actually a really easy pattern to do.
Beginner level, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because the way it works is, and I thought, how on earth am I making 2 triangles and sew them together? No, it's so clever. So let's get you started, shall we, Stuart? Now, you can choose.
Yes.
You can choose 2 colours.
Okay.
Which 2 colours?
I have the, I fancy burgundy.
Yeah.
And...
Hang on, I've got lots of them here. Which one would you like?
I'm thinking, let's go burgundy and tomato.
Yes.
So burgundy and tomato.
And honestly, you get so much yarn in here. I've got 3 bags of it.
And as well, of course, Special DK. It's the Britain's favourite DK yarn, isn't it?
Is it? I didn't know that.
And it is supremely washable, which I love about it. So, for example, if you want to use this and it gets grubby, take it out with you. You can just throw it in the washing machine.
Right, okay. So I'm going to give you a 4.5mm hook. You use a 4mm for this, but I'm going to give you a 4.5.
Okay, cool.
Just a little bit thicker.
Just a little bit easier.
Just a bit easier. And to be honest, it's a blanket, it doesn't need to fit. If you wanted to use a bigger hook, I wouldn't go too much bigger because it'd be too big, but it doesn't matter too much, because as long as you use the same hook for the whole blanket, it'll be absolutely fine. So what we're going to do is start off with a magic circle. Have you ever done a magic circle?
I have.
Okay.
But I can't remember exactly how to do it.
Okay. Now, everybody does a magic circle. I've just got to find a hook in a slightly different way. This is the way I do it.
Okay.
I'll show you how to do it.
Yep.
So Sam was demonstrating it earlier. She does it with a P, but I don't know how to do it. It's probably the first YouTube I watched. So what you do is you get your yarn over your 2 fingers like that.
Yep.
And then you go over so it's crossed.
Yes.
Then you put your hook under the first one.
Yep.
And then loop it through the second one and pull it through.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then hold that.
Yeah.
Between your fingers.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you've actually got to hold that.
This.
Yeah. Like that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Right.
Otherwise, it starts moving.
Yeah.
So what's this funny shape here is the circle.
Yeah.
That's the end tail.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is just chain 1, and that will just secure that. That's not part of the pattern. That's just a chain.
Right, okay. So you chain 1 there.
Yeah, and then that is your circle. So if we lay it down, you can see, I'm getting caught on me, that
Is mine right? My tail looks in the wrong place.
It's just the way you've arranged it.
Oh, okay. That'd be right.
And now, if you want to tell if it works, if this tail will pull it, then it works.
Yep.
So should we do it again?
Yeah? No. I've done it once. Don't make me do it again. Right, okay, look. Right, so twice around your finger.
No, around this way. You have the tail on the top.
I think that's where I went wrong.
And then this just goes around and to make a cross.
One cross. Right, I've made a cross.
And then, where you've got that cross, under the first.
Under the first.
And then loop.
Oh, hang on.
Under the first. And loop it round the second. And that's it, yeah, pull it through.
Just through there?
Yeah. So
and then hold on to that.
And then as you've looped it through, you see, just hold that.
Yeah.
Because then it stays in place.
Yeah. And then you chain one.
Do chain one. And then that holds, and that's a magic circle.
Okay. Feel like we're there now.
Oh, question about yarn. Loving the show. Is the yarn vegan? Is the yarn vegan on Stuart's design? Let me just get my pan. I presume it's 100% acrylic.
It's acrylic.
Yeah.
It's 100% acrylic.
So it must be.
Yep. So if you have wool allergies too, no issue. And yes.
So, yeah, 100% acrylic. Right, so now for the pattern.
Yes.
Do you want to read the pattern? While we're doing it, or should I tell you?
You can tell me.
Okay, so this is round one. So round one is the same for everything, and then round two is the same all the way through. So there's only 2 rounds you've got to remember.
Okay.
It's really easy. So let's chain 3.
Yeah.
So 1, we're going to do it together, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Then into the ring. So when you look at the ring, you can see you've got the 2 lines and the tail. Yeah. Right. You need to do two trebles. Do you know how to do a treble?
A treble, yes.
So yarn over the hook. So you've got 1 at the bottom and 2 at the top. That's your sort of loops.
Right. So I've got that. Is that not right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just like that. Let two fingers on it. There you go.
So you have to leave the tail going down?
Yeah, so that's the loop.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So do 2 trebles into there.
Yeah. So there's 1 treble.
Yeah, and then do another one.
And then another one.
Now, you've now got 3, haven't you? Because your chain 3 acts as a treble.
Yeah.
That's what gets you up there. So now we've got 3.
Am I right so far?
Yeah, because that was your chain 3, and that's your 2 trebles.
Okay,
so it looks like 3 trebles. Now do 2 chains.
Yeah.
So this is the corner of the central square.
Yep.
And then we're going to do 3 trebles again.
Yep.
This is the next side. Because this square...
So it's like we're doing a granny square.
It is, yes.
Oh, hang on. Too cocky, you see.
We are doing a granny square, really. But we're just changing the colour of it.
Yeah.
So do 3. So we're now doing the second side. I'll undo mine. I'll have to undo mine in a minute because you want this colour, don't you? Just realised that.
All right. I can change colours. Right. So I've done 2.
So you've done chain 3. So you've got 3 trebles, chain 2, 3 trebles.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Got that.
Right. Then just chain 1.
Oh.
Right.
But we chained 2 before.
No, I know, but I'm going to show you why.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you another colour, but you'll have to have a different one because I've pinched that one. Have shrimp.
Okay, that's fine. I'm cool with shrimp.
All of these are in the kit, by the way. They're all in the kit.
Shrimp allergy here.
So you can have that one. I'll go brown.
Lovely.
And this is making the beautiful blanket, the one that's hanging, this one here. It's all Stuart's colourways. Right, so what happens with this is obviously we've got 3 on one side, chain 2 in the corner, 3 on the other side, chain 2. But we're going to change colour now.
Right.
So chain 1, but then we're going to chain the next one in the other colour.
Gotcha. Right.
So to chain 1 in the other colour, just take another colour, sort of about that far down, about 6 inches, I guess, and then just pull that through.
Yeah. To 1 chain, yeah.
Yeah, pull it through and then chain 1. So that pulling it through doesn't count as a chain. You actually need to make a chain.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm using the wrong colour.
So now, in that corner, you've got chain 1 in colour number 1 and chain 2 in the other one.
Yeah,
okay.
got that.
Right, now we can do the next side. So the next side is 3 trebles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really clever how you change colour.
Ooh.
And the colours are amazing together.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
well, although I can't crochet competently,
you can
I can play with colour. I can play with colour. So 3 trebles.
Yes. And I'm going to show you in a minute how you...
Oh, look what I've done. I've used the tail of
I know,
yarn.
that happens to me on a regular basis. But that's fine, because the joy of crochet is really easy to undo. You see, if that was knitting...
Yeah, you're
now,
right.
You see, you'd now have to go, oh, and I've got to, like, take them off one by one, which would be really frustrating.
I mean, look, that's really easy. I've done that now. I've pulled that back.
Yeah.
So now I'm doing my 3 trebles.
And the thing is with these squares, because the second round is repeated over and over, I went wrong. I did my first square about 3 times. But then once you've got it, that's it.
Yes.
And it really, really is achievable because it is trebles. It is treble crochets, and I can talk to you a bit about the colour change. So you've done 3.
Now is it chain 2?
Chain 2 for the corner. So it's just granny square. Honestly, it's dead easy. And then
3 trebles.
3 trebles.
Okay.
And because I honestly thought it was made from triangles.
No.
Genius. And once you work out how to do it, and even better than that is that you join it as you go. So now you've done 3.
Yeah.
You've then got to chain 2 for the next corner.
Mm-hmm.
Chain 2, and then just slip stitch into the top of the 3 chain there.
Right.
To the top of it.
So that's going to go into that one there.
Exactly.
So it's just hook through
and pull
then pull the yarn through both.
Through both. Right?
Yeah.
Now, just pull that so it doesn't get looped, doesn't get undone. Okay. And then you can pull the end of your yarn, so the orange end, tail end, or whichever you started burgundy, don't you?
I did.
So pull that, and that will tighten it. There you go. And then
Get out of town.
Look
and
at
that's
that.
the start of a half square triangle.
Yeah. Yeah?
I done a crochet,
You
miss. I done a crochet.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Well, it's achievable.
Right, so the finished size of this blanket is a 60 inch, well, this interestingly is 60 by 72.
Mine's rectangular.
Because it's rectangular, so it's this one here. But you could make it square.
Oh, yes, of course you can. Of course you can.
Because
You
the other
absolutely can.
colourway, same size, but it's just square.
Yeah, and actually, if you wanted to make the blanket bigger as well, you could crochet some rounds, double crochet around some borders around the edge.
But it's a really lovely, it's a under the, on the sofas, under the blankets. On the sofa, under a blanket size.
Yeah,
Single bed size.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
beautiful. I mean, the colourways are gorgeous. It is very cosy, isn't it? It's autumnal.
Well, the wonderful thing about Stylecraft Special DK is it comes in the most delicious range of colours. I mean, it's an absolute, full painter's palette. So much fun to work with. And also, the yarn is beautiful. I mean, I've knitted with a lot of acrylic yarn over the last 40 plus years. And actually, Stylecraft Special DK is my favourite.
It is lovely, and it's really nice,
because
because I've done a lot of crochet and knitting with it. It's really nice to use. It's very soft. It's very squishy. It's lovely. Yeah. But it's and honestly, it's really clever because I think it looks like a carpet, doesn't it? It's got that feel to it.
Yes, or a patchwork quilt, So if you love patchwork quilts, of course, yes. Also, I wanted to be quite abstract in the way I designed it. So, of course, with half square triangles, you can create things, if you want to.
Yeah, well what I like is sometimes that they don't.
Yeah.
They don't create a pattern, but other times they do. They're joined together.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in parts they group together to create flying geese. In other parts they create.
So I'll show you what
motifs.
happens. I'm just going to give you some introduction to the way that it's actually created. Is that you do the first square. You have to start in the top right corner of the chart because the chart tells you. You do the first square, all 7 rounds, and all the rounds made in exactly the same way. You just increase the stitches.
And they're all trebles, aren't they?
Yes, all trebles. It's trebles across, and then 2 chain in the corner and trebles. You join the yarn as you go, so there's no lots and lots of ends. It's all in the instructions. When you do the 7th round of the second square, you crochet it in as you go.
Yeah.
So there's no sewing, and it's not like a crochet join. You actually do your treble and do it in as you go.
Yeah.
And so this is why you need to decide in advance what you were going to do, and then you put the next one on. So you build the blanket as you're going in. And I think, I mean, it is just gorgeous. There's so many colours in it. I mean, it's fantastic. And the way that you've done that is that then some of them, so the next one, I
think it's 20 different colours, aren't there?
Yeah, there are 20
different
colours.
Yeah, but you get 22 balls, am I right?
So when you put that one on, the way that you've designed it,
Yeah.
that joins into that. So some of them become triangles,
Yeah.
and then some of them become bigger triangles.
That's right, that's right.
20,
exactly.
I mean, I think, look at that, 61.99, 22.
Yeah, it's great value, and it's a really big finished blanket as well. Completely beginner level. You might never have crocheted before. You know, I'm not going to try and kid anybody that I'm a competent crocheter.
Yeah, but
I've
you've done that.
But I've just done that, yeah. It is absolutely achievable.
And you've not done a magic ring, and now you've done
No,
that.
that was easy. That was easy.
And
And
how
it's like
cool is
magic when
that?
you pull it up.
And isn't that amazing? You've got that already.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's very, very easy and achievable. And you get so many lovely colours.
Oh, I know,
Proper
they're
look
gorgeous.
for
I mean, it
anything.
is. It's a beautiful blanket. It reminds me of, you know, that tapestry fabric that we sell on Sewing Street?
Yes.
You know, that really thick stuff?
Yes.
And there's quite a few, when you look at it hung up like that.
Absolutely. I wanted to use all those natural warm colours because my inspiration, as I say, was for this time of year. I didn't want to do kind of bonfire. I wanted to use, you know, the way bonfires were used, well, still are sometimes,
yeah.
as a beacon, as a sign. You
Yes.
know, this is where we are, or this is where we're heading, or, you know, kind of a safe place
Yes,
to head
yes.
towards, safe sanctuary. Because I think in the winter, particularly, you know, lots of us are thinking about the spring. We're thinking about getting through the winter and getting over it. So the idea of light is really important in the winter.
And
Yeah.
it is a beautiful blanket, and it's the sort of thing that I think that you'd make yourself, but what a lovely gift. And
Can I just put... You've got a thread on you and it's been really irritating me. Sorry, everybody.
I think it would be a lovely gift, and I was thinking while I was trying out the pattern and sorting out all of my colours that it would fit a lot of different ages and genders as well.
Yes, for sure.
And that really appeals to me, because sometimes you think, well, I don't know what I would make for so-and-so. You know, maybe you were making something, you think, well, I'm going to make it for a boy. What would their colours would they like? And I think it would kind of fit anybody, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
I try a lot with my designs, with my fabrics, with my yarns, to make them as non-gender specific as I possibly can. I mean, I think...
And age as well. It's just...
Quite.
I think
Yeah.
anyone who loves a bit of autumn and who doesn't.
You've got a lot of warmth in there. You've got a lot of natural colours in there. There's nothing too bright and flashy. There's little pockets, little sparks.
Well, you
if
get a little
like,
spark of
or
Parma
embers.
violet here and there.
You do. And that gorgeous green, is that chartreuse or...
Oh, I can tell you, one moment.
It'll
Oh,
probably
lime.
be some foodie. Lime, of course,
Lime.
foodie.
Yes.
Do love a slice of lime. Key lime pie, in fact. But you've got those. And those lovely warm biscuity colours, caramel, warmth, you know, mocha as well. And even things like the purples that I picked out, the grape and the Parma violet.
Yeah, these two.
They've got a lovely, warm, natural tone
Well,
to
they
them.
look so lovely. And do you know what? I mean, actually, I know it's beautiful, but the actual process of creating it is a really pleasant thing, because you do two sides and you change colour.
Easy peasy.
And then you do another two sides. So it grows really quickly, and you think, I'll just finish all of those.
I'll just do one.
Oh, I'll just join it on.
Yeah.
You know? So it's actually a really nice thing to make as well.
Yeah.
So, loads and loads of you have checked out on Stuart's colourway, obviously.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love doing it. I really love doing it.
We do have a handful of the original colourway. We knew Stuart's would be more popular, so we do have a handful of the original. So the original one, maybe we should call that one Small Spring.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
So this has only got 20 balls, and it's just to do with the size of it, because that one's been done more as a square, hasn't it? I think it's been done as it looks more of a square, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Now, we only have a few of these. So in the pattern, because what happens with the pattern is that you get the extra beacon colourway.
Right.
But, so when you get the pattern, you'll have both.
Mm-hmm. Yes, oh, absolutely.
Which is fab. Because what you'll do is you'll get the pattern for the original one, which shows you all of the colours.
Yep.
Well, they are the spring colours, aren't
Yep.
they? And then you get your colours as well, so you'll get all of the colours.
And also, dare I say, this is a great one for using up your leftovers from previous projects
I
too.
would,
So once you've made beacon, you will definitely look in your stash.
And then, haven't you?
Yeah, and any of your special DK, just get them in, work them. Work them, work it. Work it, girl and boy.
Yeah, and I think that's the great. It's nice to buy kits. You've got everything, but it's lovely having the pattern afterwards.
Well, you know, I'm a scrappy kind of person. I love scrap yarn projects. I love scrap quilt projects. So, you know, this is planned scrappy, isn't it, really? You know, you've got your palette. You know it works together. Can I just say one little addition, which I absolutely love on Helen's original, are the pom-poms.
Oh, I love the pom-poms.
And so I would definitely be adding those to beacon.
Can we see those?
Yeah,
Look at them.
They are delicious. You want to make them fulsome. I really recommend the Clover pom-pom maker.
Yeah, really useful. And there is enough yarn in the kit to make the pom-poms.
Yeah, there is.
Well.
And use plenty of yarn. When you make your pom-poms, don't be in too much of a hurry to get them. You know, they're so quick with the Clover pom-pom maker. You want them fulsome, luscious, velvety.
But and at the moment, in a lot of the interior shops, pom-poms and tassels are big.
Huge.
Really huge. And yes, there will be enough yarn, it says, that you can do in Stuart's as well.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Now, if you've got any questions for Stuart about the blanket, the colourway, or his inspiration, do message. We're going to pop over to the other.
You're leaving me for a moment.
No, I think we're both moving over.
No.
Just me. Okay.
I'm going to do a bit of crochet.
You can do a bit.
I'm going to do a bit of crochet.
Right. Now, anyone who shops today, if you've only just tuned in, you will get a free notebook. It says Yarn Lane on it, which is fab, and it's absolutely perfect for doing all your knitting and crochet notes in. Right. So while Stuart's going to get ready for knitting some socks. Now, we've got a few. We just thought we'd have a little nod to you sewers, despite the fact that we've taken over Sewing Street today, and why not for one day only? But if you want to do a bit of sewing, now, we've got one Amber Makes kit for you today, which is crochet, because, you know, I had to get crochet in there some way. But it's fabric printed as crochet, so it's this little set of pretty pouches. Now, originally, I designed this to keep my yarn. There's enough space here to, if you're knitting a pair of socks, funnily enough, which is what Stuart's going to be doing, but that's what I designed it for. But it also makes a really good wash bag and makeup bag. So in the kit, you've got, you know, it's all fabric that's lined is on the inside. I've designed it in such a way so it's open wide, but it is perfect for a little knitting or crochet project. What you get in the kit is a full printed fabric panel, in granny squares, but round ones. You know when you get round granny, oh, this desk moves every time I touch it. Right, that's what you get on the panel. So it's Amy's designed it, so it is actually like crochet granny squares. So it's really good for your little crochet projects, and you obviously get full instructions and a full video tutorial. So although they're sewing projects, but don't worry, because you're buying today, you will still get your notebook and book until stocks last. And there's everything on the panel to make both size pouches, linings and pockets. Right, and we've also got some other storage ideas. So these are from Amanda Little, from a Little Quilt House. I've got three of them. Let's go with this red and green one. So this is Amanda's Arts and Crafts drawstring tote bag. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? That's beautiful. It's got a drawstring on top. So Amanda designed it with her mum in mind, who loves knitting. She demonstrated these first on the 11th of March, if you want to have a look. You will need some H640, you know, fusible fleece as well. Look at this. Let me show you. Shall I hold up the panel? Can you see? Look at the size of it. How beautiful is that? So you've got all the fabric pieces to store all of your knitting in. So that's your Arts and Craft drawstring tote bag. You can put whatever you like in them, but I think that was her inspiration, so we thought we'd show them in. And obviously, in the book, in the kit, you get full instructions as well of how to make your full bag. We have these in two other colourways as well. we've got the blue one. And they are beautiful prints, aren't they? This one, remember 11th of March we demonstrated these. So look at these beautiful arts and crafts inspired prints. Aren't they lovely? What a beautiful thing. So if you are a sewer and a knitter and crochet as well, and you fancy making something it's always nice to make your own storage. It's lovely, isn't it? And then this is the final colourway. Right, this is the final colourway. There we go. In the reds. Beautiful. So, not a bad price, really. Nice little addition, and we thought that's our little nod to sewing today. So don't forget, everybody who checks out today, whether it's something that we've got on the website, whether it's from Sewing Street, whether it's from Yarn Lane, will receive one of these fantastic Yarn Lane notebooks. So I hope you're going to get one, Stuart. Right, before we go back to the blankets, sock knitting.
Yes.
So,
well, knitting with sock yarn.
Oh, okay.
It's not just for socks, by
So tell me about
means,
this sock yarn.
By any means. So we've got a few different yarns here, but these are all from my collaborations with Stylecraft.
Right, okay.
So we have some Walking in Nature. We've got Dilly Dally and Ramble.
So, okay. So why these two then?
Well, we've put them together in lovely kind of complementary colours.
But when you choose these colours with Stylecraft, how does it work?
Well, with Walking in Nature, this was really inspired by being out in the countryside, nature, in the natural environment, because I'm very inspired by what's around me, the colour of the sky, clouds, the trees, flowers, whatever, rocks, water. So these were really about being out there, enjoying fresh air and space and just time to relax. So you've got colours of things like the water, the sky, and when they're knitted, you get this.
Amazing.
It's fun, isn't it? It's fun. You get this kind of.
Well, you've got like stripes and patterns.
Yeah, sort of relaxed fairy.
So do you sort of say to them, well, these are the colours I want, and I want patterns, and I want stripes? And
yeah, well, really what I do, I actually design it almost like a patchwork quilt. So I use quilt design software to put where I want the colours to be.
Oh, I see.
And then the yarn is very, very cleverly sort of sprayed in a series of, it's almost like Morse code, dots and dashes. And then once that's knitted, and it's designed to work over about 60 to 70 stitches. So something like a sock, perfect.
Right.
If you go bigger than that, say something like a hat, you still get the patterns, but it's slightly more stretched out.
Because I think it's genius. I mean, it looks like you've done some really complex fair isle.
Yeah. But then, like, for example, this scarf or shawl that I've knitted, this is still using the yarns, so you still get those gorgeous bands of colour.
But it's more single stripes.
Exactly. And I love making these with sock yarn.
Yeah.
They're so gorgeous. So this is Walking in Nature. This is 2 different colours, and I'll show you how to knit this in a second.
And it's beautiful.
Well.
So this is 75% superwash wool and 25% polyamide.
Yep.
Whoa.
So machine washable, and you can tumble dry as well.
Oh, really?
But the thing to remember with hand knitted socks, if you do go for socks, is you do not need to wash them after every wear.
Oh, okay. I'm not very good at washing my socks anyway.
5 days of wear,
Really?
I reckon. I do, and I'm really fussy about things like that. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't walk around with smelly socks.
Is that because wool is like an antiseptic or something? Isn't it a natural something?
I think it's more that wool allows your feet to breathe. Okay, and they naturally wick the sweat away, but also they just keep your feet at a much more comfortable temperature, so you don't tend to get sweaty feet, and it wicks moisture away from your feet.
So you don't have to wash them as often. No, you really don't. So in this bundle, you get 2 balls of yarn.
You do.
So you get Dilly Dally and Ramble.
Dilly Dally, that's Ramble.
Dilly Dally, Ramble. What I find when I knit a pair of socks with this yarn is you get about 3 socks per ball.
Yes.
So you get 3 pairs.
Yeah, 3 socks.
Well, no.
Out of 2 balls.
I always think when I do it, depends unless you've got massive feet. I can get 3 socks.
Yeah.
So if I've got 2 balls, that's 3 pairs,
3
6
pairs,
socks.
uh-huh.
1 pair won't match, but that's fine.
Well, and also as well, though, I designed these yarns to blend with each other.
Yeah, but I
as
think that
well.
would be nice to have a pair of that, a pair of that,
sure.
and one.
Exactly.
But if you've got bigger feet, then 1 ball. So you'll get at least 2 pairs.
Yeah, so Charlie has size 12 feet, and I can knit a pair of socks.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have that extra one, but I get an extra sock.
Yeah, you do.
So
what size feet have you got?
5.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, definitely.
So $14.99 for 2 to 3 pairs of socks.
And also as well, if you're thinking, where do I get the patterns for free, for nothing at all, you go on the Starcraft website and you go to Walking in Nature, you'll find patterns for socks, the shawl, hats, scarves, gloves, mittens. They're all free. They're all free.
You definitely need to check out on this. Honestly, this yarn is fantastic. The fact that it's self-stripes and patterns, it does make you look
Feel how
super
snuggly.
clever. Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't
Isn't
it?
it? It's so
really,
bouncy
It is
as
bouncy.
well.
And
gorgeous,
honestly,
bouncy
a
yarn.
pair of handmade knitted socks, best thing.
Yeah,
Are they not?
absolutely. They are
But
beautiful.
if you don't want to knit socks, you don't have to, like a little shawl or a scarf.
Well, this, for example, and this is, again, using Walking in Nature. We haven't got these colours, but you can see how they play together.
Yeah.
This is actually for Charlie. I finally knitted in the ends, or sewed the ends in. But, you know...
Or a little scarf.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's very good value, isn't it?
It's really good value.
Right, the next Walking in Nature value.
Yes. So this
where
one...
are we walking now?
This is Hike and Wander.
Okay.
So I wanted to give all of the yarns sort of names to do with walking, different ways of walking.
So this
we
is
haven't done
walking in the
Waddle and Mints
heather,
yet.
isn't
Yes, it is, absolutely. It's those heathery colours, it's that sort of golden sunset, it's that pink in the sky. And
then
there's
this
soft
one,
colours.
this is Walking in the Springtime, I think.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's hike. Well,
Yeah.
that's really, because that was more that sort of walking up, not exactly up a mountain, because I wouldn't do that, but
No, I wouldn't
kind
either.
of where you leave the grass behind and you start to get more onto that kind of scree and you know, stone and cragginess, you know. I mean, I'm ever so lucky. I live in Yorkshire, so
Oh,
I
we've
don't
got a
need to say
picture of.
more.
We've got a picture of what the pan. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean now about the greeny one with all the scree and.
That's right. You sort of leave the grass behind, and then you go into the more into
yeah.
the mountainous regions. Yeah.
Smoffy says Stuart's yarns are by far my favourite sock yarns.
That's
They
really
are
sweet.
gorgeous. I love the fact you've got the stripes and the pattern as well. I think that's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Now we have got some balls available singly, but these are the Be Bold.
Yes. So
Be Bold.
I did 2 yarns, and profits go to Stonewall.
Oh, okay.
So there's Be Bold and Be You, and they're rainbow self-striping yarns. So Be Bold is this one here.
There we go. So $6.99 for the one ball. It's the same yarn fibre content as well as the last one.
Yep. And it's a 6-colour rainbow. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple.
Right.
Wide stripes. You get about 7 or 8
Do you?
rows per colour.
But again, what a great scarf.
Oh, for sure.
it?
Yeah. Or children's knitwear.
Yeah.
Cardigan, sweater, little waistcoat. There's a free waistcoat pattern, actually, for a baby's waistcoat.
there?
Yeah, and it's adorable too.
Oh, so if you go on the Stellcraft website, you'll get them. So $6.99, pair of socks.
Yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely.
Or a scarf.
Free socks.
And the last of the last balls.
This is BU.
So this is a same 6-colour rainbow.
Yes, but this one about 4 rows per colour. That's if
Okay.
you're working on about 60 to 66 stitches.
Oh, okay, right.
You get about 4.
So you just get, it's just a bit narrower.
It's a narrower stripe, yeah.
So if you get both, then you can have one pair in that, one in that, and then you can have some mix and match ones.
You absolutely could. And also really lovely to do colour work. So maybe get yourself a black or a grey or a cream or a white, solid 4-ply, and then do colour work so that the colour
then that
naturally
would just change.
changes.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, so much you can do with
So
it.
you're going to give us a little bit of...
Yeah, I certainly am.
Message from Carol. Hi, guys. I'm out for a meal on Saturday night in the Trough of Bowland.
Oh, lovely.
Restaurant had handmade gift for sale. A pair of socks made on a vintage loom was £120. What was I say? $6.99?
No.
Well,
And they are. You know that it used to be a bit of a joke, didn't it? You know, what did you get for Christmas? Pair of socks. But once you've knitted a pair of socks or owned a pair of hand-knit socks, you realise why they're such a lovely, precious Christmas present. So the first thing is that I'm going to show you is sort of how to get started. May I just come over a tiny bit?
Yeah, you can.
So, I need to come right over, in fact.
I'm going to move well out of the way.
So the first thing is how you get started. And I get asked this question all of the time. So the first thing is we're working on multiple needles, double pointed needles. So they're needles that have a point at either end and they don't have the little stopper. Feel gorgeous in your hands, really easy to knit with. And I know it seems scary at first, you've got 4 or 5 needles, but you're actually only ever knitting on 2. So it's no different to normal knitting. The other needles are just holding your place. So the next thing that I get asked is, do I have to cast my stitches on all of the needles? And the answer is no. Cast them all onto one needle. I do the thumb cast on. So 2 more. I'm going to start with 40 stitches. That's not what you'd start with for a sock. You'd start with about 60 or more, but I'll start with 40. So you put them all onto one needle and then you transfer them to your other needles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 10 stitches. So start from the opposite end, the non-cast on end, and start slipping them off. If you're a very tight caster oner, then use a regular knitting needle, well, not a regular, no, a double pointed, that's a size bigger, 4, 6, 8, 10. Right, there's my first 10. Now, don't start twisting and turning this needle. Let it just sit there, and then the next 10 onto your next needle. So you transfer your stitches, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And again, just let that needle hang there. And then one more needle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can already see those colour variations coming through already. So once you've got your stitches evenly distributed, we're now going to join into a ring, into a circle. So again, and you can see I'm being quite careful here and I'm working on a flat surface. The best thing I can, the best tip I can give you is work on a flat surface. So I'm going to push all my stitches along to the end and I've got now I'm starting to form my ring. Okay, so let's grab my 5th needle and my non-working end. This is my first stitch, which might sound a bit odd because you think, well, surely I go from where the yarn is, but we're working in a round. So we're going to start with the non-working end. Push your needle in as if to knit a stitch. Grab your working yarn, and this is where I'm going to take, my first, or knit my first stitch. Now it looks terribly, terribly awkward, and it will feel terribly, terribly awkward for the first round, but persevere. If you get past the first round, you'll be away. Because at the moment, it very much feels like you've got loads and loads of needles all in the way. But we've just got to get past that first and join into a round, and then those needles will start to behave themselves. Now, I'm just knitting around this to show you, but you would knit 2, purl 2, or knit 1, purl 1. You'd start your rib here. But I'm actually going to start with just a knit row, which again, you could do around the top if you wanted. So once you've knitted those first 10 stitches, just sort of stop and have an assess. Your needle's spare now. You've got your spare needle. And we're going to go on now to our next round. Now just make sure that you don't twist your stitches at all. Push them along to the other end of your needle and you can start to knit from there.
That's fab. Well, thank you, Stuart. That's one thing that we don't often see, is it?
The very beginning.
The very beginning, and that's one thing that can put
Well, a lot
people
of
off,
people
but-
avoid showing this because it looks so awkward.
But like you say, once you get past the full one...
Well, you can see already, once you got past those for that first needle, then suddenly everything starts to get more stable.
And also, I like your tip about maybe cast on and lay it flat. So
Lay it
sit
flat.
at a table just for that bit.
Arnie and Carlos taught me that.
Oh,
They
very good
taught me that.
idea. So, this gorgeous crochet blanket then, Stuart.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Brand new colourway for the Tessellation blanket by Helen Boreham.
It is £61.99, 22 balls
Yep.
of acrylic yarn, beautiful quality, by the way, it's Stylecraft. The pattern, honestly, once you've learned how to do a treble, it's easy peasy. There is colour changing in it, but it's not like that sounds like, it's really easy, it's just about swap.
I did it.
You did, and it was just change
It's
colour.
so easy,
Wasn't
it's so
difficult.
easy.
Loads of you got it in baskets.
And
you
no
need
making up
get
to
check
do at
out.
the end.
That's when I discovered that you're not even crochet joining, you're doing a whole stitch and joining at the same time.
But you make most of the square on its own. It's just that last row, isn't it, that you join
So
it
your
to the
blanket
next
is
one.
growing. So you sit there and do your 6 rows, and the 7th row, and then you leave that and you start
join
again.
it,
And
yeah.
I think that's genius. Love it.
Clever Helen Boreham.
Well, thank you very much for bringing your colourway. I love
Pleasure,
it. Absolutely love
pleasure.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're going to make it,
Luckily,
aren't
I've
you?
got a kit.
Yes.
Lucky me.
Yes.
Who's presenting tomorrow then?
It's me.
Is it you?
It is me
So,
tomorrow.
menu tomorrow with Stuart is 8 o'clock, Stuart. What's
We've
on?
got Christmas fabrics. Hello.
9 o'clock is Janet Clare.
Yeah, and it's got the Ms. May's quilt kit. Can't wait for that.
10 o'clock.
I'm joined by Kerry from Living in Loveliness with the Gonk cushion. Love a Gonk.
Love a Gog. 11, Janet Clare's back with
Project bags.
Fabulous. And we're going to round off the day with, at
With
12
more
o'clock,
Kerry. Yeah, more Kerry from Living in Loveliness with the Greta Cork bag and Grace Cosmetic bag.
Fantabulous.
Do you know, you're a legend in my household because Charlie once saw you making gonks. Well, they were gnomes. And you said, here's the gnome's nose. And if I hear gnome's nose one more time, done in your West Country accent, I'll scream. But I love you, and I love him too.
The Gnome's News.
The gnome's nose, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
The Gnome's News.
The gnome's nose is.
Thank you for joining us for your
you for
late
doing
birthday.
that. It's
Thank
made my
you
day.
for joining us. Hasn't it been fab? And I know some people said, where's Stone Street? We had one day. Very exciting it was too. I hope I've converted some of you to knitting and crochet. Stuart will be here with you bright and early in the morning, and I'll be back with you next week.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share